Alrighty, and we should now be live. Please do let me know if you can hear me. I can hear me. Can you all hear me? And I can see that we already have some messages in chat, which I'll come to in a momento. Plus, we can certainly hear me. Excellent. How are we all doing? I hope we're all having a fantastic Friday. And possibly more importantly, I hope we all have some alcohol. I am not on, well, I was going to lie. I am on whiskey, but not yet. For now, I'm on some cider, which makes a nice little change. Totally can't hear me. Oh, that's a shame. You might want to turn up your volume. Yeah, so, yeah, how are we all doing? I hope we have had a good day. Yeah. Rand's Little Toe, I saw your comment just now, and I know the name Brandon Sanderson, but I was unfamiliar with who he was, so I looked up that particular Wired article in the last, 5 minutes before going live, and it's too long for me to, actually read through all of it, but I mean, do you want to give me the Cliff Notes version? Because I'm curious. If it's pissed you off, you might want to vent a little bit, and let me know why it has irritated you. As someone who doesn't particularly read books, would I know any of his books? I don't know. I'm trying to find a list right now. While I'm looking that up, yeah, a couple of channel updates while we're waiting for people to get in. So, Hobbit video, as you may have seen, has finally been cleared for copyright. So I am releasing that. We're going to do a YouTube premiere, which is the first time I've done one of those, so it'll kind of be a learning experience for me. But my guess is that it'll be a similar setup to what this is right now, except that at 4 o'clock UK time on Sunday, it will just go live whether I'm there or not. So I'll make sure I'm there. And then we get to all watch it together, which should be quite fun, because I know you guys have been waiting for it for a while. It's been doing my head in with editing it around the various copyright systems that you have to get it round. But the best outcome possible ended up happening, which is that I contested it, and they cleared the original version that before I had, put my overlay over important visuals so as to hide it from the copyright system. So the version that is going live on Sunday is the original version before I did any of that. So stressful, but worth it. And it means that now when I do any future videos, not just the Hobbit ones, I'm more confident. I mean, I was confident anyway, but I'm more confident that I am correct in my understanding of fair use. Any person who looks at it and says that it's not fair use, I think is being disingenuous, but you have to actually contest it, as far as I'm aware, in order for a person to even look at it. Otherwise, it's a computer that does it. And it says, beep, boop, there's 5 seconds here, so the whole 2.5 hour video belongs to us. Right. So Brandon Sanderson wrote Mistborn, Stormlight Archives, Elantris. He also wrote the last 3 books in Wheel of Time series after Robert Jordan passed away. Okay, yeah, I've heard of Wheel of Time. I haven't heard of the others, but I wouldn't expect that I would have. But yeah, is he a particularly controversial person? Why is there a hit piece out on him? Hello, Gaglum, welcome, and everyone else. There are definitely some names in here that I recognize. I think you all survived Frostpunk. Jeremy, thank you for reminding me. I'll let her know after this stream. Yeah, I think you all survived Frostpunk, and actually while I'm talking, I'm going to load up Timberborn, so that way I've just got it on in the background, because Timberborn has a bit more downtime, I guess. It's definitely a much more chill game, and I need to make sure I get the sound right. So you guys tell me if this is too loud. My guess is that that's okay, but you tell me if the music's too loud. The level is fine. All right, awesome. So yeah, I'm just going to open the game, load it up, and then hit pause and just have a little chat with you guys before I get going. Why is there a hit piece on him? I suspect because some primate identified him as one of them. One of them? What? Oh, God, not them. Jesus, that's the last thing you want to be, one of them. Can't be having that. But yeah, pretty. You know, it's interesting the kinds of people that get hit pieces written on them, because it seems like it can just be anyone for any reason. But I don't know. I typically don't read that kind of thing. But yeah, I might read that article at some point. Right. I'll let me make it so that the music plays in the background while I'm having a little chat. Because I know that I booted up this last, or 2 weeks ago, after we killed Frostpunk, and I have absolutely no idea how good or bad I was at explaining how the game works, because I had definitely drunk quite a lot by that point. So yeah, I'm gonna do it again, and those of you who are in chat now get to be my first few beavers, but we will come to that momentarily. So, where's it gone? Here we go. Yeah, so the only other thing to really go into, apart from you guys, I want to hear what you're drinking, because I told you and you guys didn't show me yours. I mean, what? Yeah, is Last of Us. I believe I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that I was going to be recording a podcast-type video with my friend Ryan talking about The Last of Us. We have recorded... It's the short version, I guess, is that it's going to be a... Thank you, Larry. I'll read that in a second. The short version is that it's going to be a multi-part podcast-type video, because it was substantially longer than either of us were expecting, which is good for really everyone, because it means that there's more content. So what I'm thinking of doing at the moment is releasing the podcast in pieces, because the first season of The Last of Us is 9 episodes. So we've already recorded, and I've edited. It was minimal editing, because it was just a conversation, basically. But I've put together the video for the first 3 episodes. We have yet to have a discussion on episodes 4 through 9. So we're going to be doing that over the next couple of weekends. And I'll probably stagger the release of those so that it kind of... I don't want to drop them at the same time as the Hobbit ones, and I don't want to drop them when I'm live streaming. Because also, I have decided what I'm going to live stream next, which I will let you guys know in a bit. So, yeah, our discussion on the first 3 episodes of The Last of Us went on for a little while, and I was able to pull up visuals which I was not expecting to be able to do. So you should be able to listen to it, but also if you have it on the TV or something while you're doing something else, then you will have something to look at as a frame of reference. And I think we got to about 2 hours and 40 minutes and realized that we had only just finished the first episode. So yeah, it's a long one. There was a lot to talk about, and I think for the moment we're planning on recording the next handful of episodes is probably this weekend. If not, then maybe next weekend. Righty. Caden Wyatt, you are not drinking anything. Jeremy, you have a nice can of Coke. Yes, I need to get some Coke. I do have some Monster, actually, but I'm not going to be mixing that with anything, because last week was 2 weeks ago was a mistake. Right, couple of super chats, and then I will see what else I have to let you guys know about. So Larry says, "Major look," and once again, Larry, you certainly did. Thank you so much for your support once again. Because you totally did this 2 weeks ago. And you were the first super chat 2 weeks ago. So yeah, thank you for that again. Nikola Abramovich, RSD, I'm unsure what currency that is. Please let me know. Unless you did this last time, I can't remember. Lion is back. Loyalty is its own reward. Also, hello, my second favorite Anglo-Saxon. Well, that makes me wonder who your favorite Anglo-Saxon is. But I'm surprised to be number 2. But thank you again so much for your support. Yeah, mixing Monster and alcohol is a mistake. It depends on the Monster, honestly. Like, I went for a fairly normal flavor of Monster, and I've just kind of got it here for when I need a little bit of caffeine, because I have no idea how long we're going to go. But directly mixing, especially the fruity Monsters with whiskey, is... Let's not do that. So, yeah, I've got a couple of ciders to get through, and then I'll probably be on the whiskeroonies. Greta Refsdale says, "I'm super curious, what's your day job?" So, I'm, well, I don't really have a day job. I've been self-employed for, what, 5 years or something now? Doing, well, multiple things, but primarily, building a audio engineering, I guess, business, but it is just me, so it's freelance audio engineering. And I kind of did the YouTube thing on the side. Like, you'll notice if you go on my channel, there are videos from like before I did Rings of Power, and I only left a handful of them public because I think that the ones before then were not particularly good. I think that at this point it wouldn't be of any use or any entertainment value for anyone to watch them. Like, I've still got them there because maybe I'll want to watch them and see what I could improve, that kind of thing. But I kind of did this just for shits and giggles alongside, as and when. But yeah, like, honestly, movies, well, yeah, movies, music, and now video games are the things that I really enjoy doing. And also, obviously, you know, Warhammer and that kind of thing. Audio engineering, yeah, I have actually edited audiobooks. I've never recorded any, but yeah, there's a guy I edited a couple of audiobooks. I say a couple, it was more than a few audiobooks for a few years ago. And I'll I'll tell you about one of them. It was basically a collection of, I'm going to have to be very vague with this, but it was basically a collection of erotic, badly written erotica written in, I think, Chinese or Mandarin, which some Asian dialect, and it had obviously been Google translated and sent to this guy in order for him to record it for an English-speaking audience. And his job, because he was paid to do this, his job was to record the words that they had sent him to read, even if those sentences made absolutely no goddamn sense whatsoever. So, because again, we're talking about Google translated erotic novels, it was hilarious. So then he, when he sent it to me, it was long, like it was very long. I had to pull a couple of all-nighters to get it done in time, and yeah, there were multiple times where I had to stop because I was just laughing too goddamn hard, and also there were parts where he would like flub the lines that he was reading because of how ridiculously broken they were. I can't remember any off the top of my head, but one particular mistranslation which clued us both into the fact that it had obviously been Google translated rather than by someone who actually knows how to speak English and whatever the source language was, is that anytime a character referred to a penis, they used the word chicken. The word cock obviously would be the word to use, but I'm guessing cock went in as chicken, and so they were talking about stroking their chickens. Yeah, it was goddamn hilarious. Yeah, no, I haven't recorded any audiobooks myself, but I have edited some. It's not a hugely interesting thing to do because you can't listen to anything else while you're doing it, whereas with a lot of other work you can. Right, couple of other super chats here, and then I do have a question for y'all. So, Rob Sanderson, you need that caffeine now that you're old. Yeah, I mean, I tried to go off caffeine, and I did go off caffeine for a while, because I don't do coffee. But then, like Monster and all that, it's obviously full of sugar. I mean, there is the sugar-free one, but like, that, it doesn't taste the same. So I try to limit it as much as I can, but, you know, when I'm streaming, I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to have one. Thank you for your super chat, though, good sir. Ooh, wife has appeared. Hello, wife.
Hello.
Say hello to wife, gentlemen and ladies. I'm just going to mute my microphone for one moment, because I have no idea what she's about to say. Alright, we're good. She hasn't done anything horribly wrong that she needs me to fix, so, yeah, we're good.
I'm sorry if I'm not allowed to swear.
You are allowed to swear, honey. Okay. Right, another super chat from Nikola Obradovic. Serbian diners around €2. Oh, that's right. Yes, you said you were from Serbia last time. I seem to remember. Oliver Cromwell would be your favorite Anglo-Saxon, and see you in a couple of hours, don't end too quickly. We'll definitely be going for a couple of hours. I don't know if I'll be going for, what, 7 hours like I was the last 2 times? I honestly don't know. Is stroking the chicken like feeding the ducks? Well, depending on your understanding of the English language, it absolutely could be, but honestly, I don't... There was a point when I was editing those audiobooks that I was thinking, this has to be a joke. Like, I could imagine... any of you guys who have watched any of the EFAP... what is it? Their anniversary streams where the pipeman comes on and reads Chuck Tingle. Any of you guys who have experienced that will kind of know what I'm referring to, but it seems like it is made to, you know... It's a parody of, like, an erotic novel that's there to make you laugh. Did I do anything horribly wrong? No, I did not. At least I don't think I have. Not yet. I probably will. I'll probably kill some beavers in this game. Anyway. Right. Final thing before I jump into Timberborn, and we name our first beavers after you lovely fellows in chat, is, does anyone have any thoughts on the Oscars? Because obviously it happened like 2 or 3 days after my last stream, and I was pretty much unsurprised at everything, because like Everything Everywhere won most of the big hitters, which I'm definitely pleased that it did, but I was also kind of expecting that it would. I feel like All Quiet won... I mean, it won... what did it win? Like 3 or 4? I don't know. I don't know if there's anything that it should have won that it didn't, but yeah. And then I also called Top Gun Maverick winning an Oscar, which it did. Brendan Fraser is adorable. Yeah, I didn't watch the actual ceremony this year. I think I said a couple of weeks ago that I wasn't going to, but I did watch a couple of clips. I watched the Michelle Yeoh one and the Brendan Fraser one. And yeah, I mean, I don't know who can not like Brendan Fraser. Plus, now this means that George of the Jungle has an Oscar. Like, how good is that? Like, I was extremely pissed as a child when I watched George of the Jungle 2, and it's not Brendan Fraser. And they, like, I think one of his first jokes in the film is that the producers couldn't afford Brendan Fraser, and I was like, right, but that's not funny because I wanted to see Brendan Fraser when I was like 10 years old or whatever it was. Black Panther getting costume designs was best costumes was a joke. I can't remember who it was against. It was against Everything Everywhere and Babylon, the Damien Chazelle movie. I can't remember what else it was against. But honestly, like, if Black Panther's gonna win anything, assuming okay, I'll rephrase. If Black Panther should win anything, it's gonna be something like costume design, because you got to remember Suicide Squad, as in the you know, the shit one, who David Ayer, the David Ayer Suicide Squad. That one, best costume design. So yeah, the Suicide Squad has an Oscar, which probably factored into me just zoning out of the Oscars throughout the last decade. John Oliver has a bit about Brendan Fraser never getting an Oscar. He can't use that anymore. Has Brendan Fraser ever been nominated for an Oscar prior to this? Because I seem to remember, or at least as far as I was aware, he kind of did those like big, almost like blockbustery type kiddie movie, you know, like the George of the Jungle type, and then The Mummy, which isn't for kids, but you know, that kind of thing. And then he did a couple in the, I want to say, early 2010s, but as far as I was aware, The Whale was his first, like, you know, properly, I guess, serious film, like, you know, his serious acting performance. I can also see on my end, I'm getting a little bit of buffering on... I've got the stream open on my end and I can see it's buffering a little bit. Just let me know, guys, is it coming through all right on your end, or is there anything dodgy? Because I might be able to adjust something if it's coming through a bit dodgy. He should have got something for the original Mummy movie. He was amazing. I mean, yeah, he was, honest. I mean, The Mummy is not an Oscar-y movie, but, like, yeah, he's great. I didn't like the second Mummy, and I didn't like the third Mummy movie either, but I think I'd be down for a fourth one. I don't know. He was blacklisted. Was he blacklisted? What actually, if any of you guys know better than me, because I don't want to look it up, because it'll interrupt the lovely Timberborn music in the background. But, as far as I was aware, he, in the in the, again, early 2010s, he went through some, like, very serious mental health issues. I think he was divorced and his wife took, like, all his money. And then he gained a huge amount of weight. He had, like, back problems because he had done, I want to say all, but could be wrong on that, of his own stunts in, like, George of the Jungle and The Mummy. So he'd... really, he had long-term spinal problems, and he was just horrendously depressed. I don't know if he was actually suicidal at any point, but his mental health did not seem to be doing good. And then he comes back and does a film like The Whale, which I still haven't seen it, but, like, it's pretty impressive for someone to actually turn their life around like that. He reported being sexually assaulted by a producer. Oh, I think I heard about that, actually, yes. That was probably in amongst all of this. And that was before Me Too. Yeah, that must have been... When was Me Too? 2018? I can't remember. But yeah, like, I think you're probably right, because pre-Me Too, him doing that probably would result in that happening, so that does make a bit more sense. Because, yeah, he wasn't in any movies for, like, nearly a decade or something. But yeah, I don't know about you guys, probably some of you are the same as me, but at this point, I just, when I watch the Oscars, I wait for YMS's edited version of his watch party for the Oscars, because those guys are rather entertaining. Was it closer to Trump's election in I swear it was after 2016, but I don't know. COVID has thrown off, like, my sense of time. So I could well be wrong there, but I can't remember. If I had to guess, Me Too was after Trump was elected, but I can't remember. Okay. Now, please excuse me muting Timberborn momentarily, because... So this game is in early access, and there doesn't appear to be an option to play the music in the background, so I'm just switching over to OBS so I can bring the screen up. And then... hopefully it should load up, and there we go. Now you can see what I can see. Although I am going to have to change the screen resolution. I had this problem before. Right. Yeah, I've got to change the screen resolution, because this bar along here on the bottom, this is where my Windows bar is, and I can't see it. So, this is the kind of... this is the only real jank that I've found with this game. Because, like, it's generally really, really polished. That doesn't quite work. $1920. Yeah, let's go with that. There. So the screen's a bit small on my end, but I can see everything fine. So you guys should be able to see this. Okay. Ooh. Sea Kayak says, I'm looking forward to The Hobbit is not very good. Man, I'm so looking forward to releasing it. Fuck, I didn't pause the game. We gotta do that. Sorry. Yeah, I'm looking forward to releasing it, because it was a lot of effort to do. Like, it's longer than all the other videos I've done, apart from the finale of Rings of Power one. And I have also, in the meantime, while messing around with all the copyright shenanigans, I have finished recorded, and started work on Desolation of Smaug. So my thoughts are on paper, so to speak, for Desolation of Smaug as well. And what I'll probably do for because I am planning on doing, like, a final autopsy for The Hobbit as well as Rings of Power. Like, I think that format works because it allows me to save certain things for a final video. So if I get anything wrong, or if I miss anything, or if there are, like, upvoted comments where, like, my take on something is completely off, which did happen for Rings of Power, then I'll address any of those that I think I want to concede on when I do the final autopsy. So, yeah, I'm going to say very confident in everything that I've said, but, like, when you're looking at it in as granular a degree as you kind of have to when you're analyzing it like that, it's possible that you might miss something. So, yeah. Jeremy says, this stream has really given me a mental wellness boost with 3 love hearts. Much love to the randos and the great RFT. Well, if you think I'm great, that is excellent. Thank you so much. And yeah, I love all of you guys, so thank you. Please have the spreadsheet again. That was great. Yeah, so the, I'll probably do the same thing, although I'm not sure if I'll want to make the same point as I did for Rings of Power, because so that I'm not sitting here with this game on pause, I'm going to do a couple of admin-y things in the game, hit go, and let the beavers do their thing while I'm responding to that, because I do have things to say about that. So, first thing we're going to do, these are our beavers, and unlike Frostpunk, you will die. I think beavers last for about 25 to 30 days, and the game is however many days it ends up being. Which means if I name you all now, you will die. And if you die of old age, then I'll consider that as you winning. If you die because I didn't feed you, then... well, then I guess preemptively, I'm sorry. So I'm going to name... who were the children, actually? Who were the children last time? Because Gagalum was definitely a child previously. Which also means you'll live longer. And Doofy was also a child previously, but I can't remember who else was. So, anyone else? I'm just going to name here right now. Jeremy Sea Kayak. Greta Refsdal. Caden Wyatt. There was another name that I saw earlier. Wyland. Thank you so much. Rob Sanderson, there we go. Joshua no, there we go. Vasek, howdy. How do you do, good sir? Right, we need 2 more children, the next 2 names that I see. Here we go, Demossification. And we need 1 more child. Well, all the names in chat I can see, so whoever pipes up in chat. James Darkness, there we go. Nope, there we go. So, if you have not been named... This is my first YouTube comment. Okay, well, Jarvis was here. When one of these beavers die, the prime beavers, I guess, when they die, which they will, please pipe up in chat, and I will then name one of their children after you. Or, you don't even have to wait for them to die, because they will reproduce when I give them houses, which means that when they have children, you can be one of the children. See, Kayak, you are alive. I don't think you died in Frostpunk. I honestly can't remember, but yeah. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is... I'm keeping the game on pause while we do this. We need a couple of lumberjack flags because we need wood, obviously. And we need food, so we'll put a gathering post there. We are going to need water, so we'll put a water pump there. We're going to connect this all by road, and there was one other thing. What was it? Because it took me a few tries to actually nail the start of this game. But once you get the start right, you're generally speaking going to be okay. That's it, planks. You're going to need planks. Okay, so... because in order to build stairs, which are necessary for you to go anywhere that isn't right here, you need planks. Which requires that you refine your wood. So, yeah, this is the wood we have access to at the moment. We connect that up there, and then we're going to hit go. So, what I was saying about the spreadsheet from the final Rings of Power video, I partly did that because I thought it would be very funny. But part of the reason why, because it was quite a lot of effort to, because I counted how much time each character was on screen for, or how much time each character was in a scene for. And the reason I did that is because I knew that the end result would be fascinating. And, I mean, it was. However, the point that I was making... Hold on, I need to mark these trees for removal. So, yeah, the point that I was making, which you'll know if you saw the video, was that they were wasting time by putting characters on screen without actually doing anything with them. I don't think, generally speaking, there are some exceptions, but I don't think that that's the criticism that I have of The Hobbit. Generally, I think the characters in The Hobbit are decent enough, but there are specific times where otherwise intelligent otherwise intelligent characters such as Gandalf and Thorin are the 2 that come to mind, are idiots in order to progress the plot. But the thing that makes it a little bit different to Rings of Power is that if you remove those scenes entirely, and there are multiple reasons why you should remove those scenes, but if you bin those scenes, the characters are, I mean, they're pretty great, honestly. Like, I really like Thorin, apart from the couple of scenes where he's a moron. So, yeah, James Darkness says, when they die, which they will. So, hey, this isn't me being savage. Everyone dies. Everyone dies in this game. Unfortunately, they don't just escape with really bad boo-boos. So, yeah, the way that you end up with a growing population, as I guess is the case in real life, is that you need your beavers to reproduce before they die. And to do that, they need houses. So I am actually going to preemptively dump a couple of houses over here, so that when I have enough wood from these guys, the workers will then go and build the houses. So there are two factions of beavers that you can play as in this game, and this one requires houses to reproduce. The other one, you use like birthing pods or something. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but I've not played as that one, so I thought I don't want to try that out for the first time on stream. Bot Pilot, hello. How are we doing? Just recently played on this map. Yeah, I've tried. I'll show you, probably before I close out the stream, I'll save this and show you my pretty well-functioning beaver city on another map, but I didn't want to jump into that for this, because I figured it would be better to build it from scratch. Yes, David Ward, I did count that myself. It didn't actually take that long, because I was just, like, fast-forwarding the episodes and using, like, a stopwatch kind of thing. It didn't take too long, probably. Well, it probably did take quite a while, actually. But yeah, the numbers that I got for had I been able to Google it, then I would have just used those numbers. But no, for the Lord of the Rings numbers that I compared them to, I did just find those on Google, and I'm sure I could find the same numbers for The Hobbit. But again, I'm not sure I'll need to do that, because the criticisms that I am making of The Hobbit are not the same as the criticisms I made of Rings of Power. As you will no doubt see on Sunday when the video goes live. That's a neat name. Foogie Boogie. I feel like you were here for Frostpunk. I can't remember. I feel like I typed that name in at some point. Right, I'm going to get some other beavers up here chopping some wood, because what we need early on is a lumber mill, as I said, to refine the wood. And as you will see, the map is comprised of green land, so arable land. I'm not a farmman, so I don't know. And barren land. So the barren land you cannot grow crops on, which means that the green land is extremely valuable, which is why you do not waste it by building houses on it. Because I'm going to turn all of this into either a farm or a forest. We'll have to see. So if we stick that there, and then ideally I want to be using like water mills to power that, but that would mean I'd have to stick it over here. So what I'm going to do temporarily is put a power wheel, which is basically a hamster wheel, right next to it, and then one of you little beavers will end up employed there. So let's get a couple more people gathering wood up here, and then I will top up my drink and have a sneaky peek at chat. After the trailer for Rings of Power showed so many characters, I had no faith they could give them enough screen time for me to care. Turns out they didn't. Turns out it didn't matter and simply couldn't write a good story anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that I'd say that a major flaw of Rings of Power is that it had too many characters. There's multiple other things I'd go to before that, because it, without counting, I can basically guarantee you that it had less characters than Season 1 of Game of Thrones. And Season 1 of Game of Thrones is fantastic. So yeah, I'm not sure. Like, if you're juggling too many things, characters being one thing that can be hard to juggle, and you are a bad writer, then it will make it extremely hard to hide. Because if you're not a good writer, there are stories you could write and conceal the fact that you're not a good writer. Like if you're just told, I don't know, like what's a title, like generic action movie number 3, like reluctant man gets, someone kidnaps his family and says, you got to go rob the bank, and then he goes and robs the bank, and then it turns out that actually the person who kidnapped his family was his long-lost brother or something. You know, that kind of cheesy, by-the-numbers shit. Like, you could do that and have it be pretty good, but, like, generally speaking, the difference between a bad film like that and a terrible film like that, there's not gonna be much. Tura says, oi, random, or yourself, are you going to get drunk tonight? Well, the amount of alcohol in front of me would suggest yes, but ideally no. What am I doing tomorrow? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm planning on probably recording part of the Last of Us podcast type video tomorrow, depending on availability. And when I do that, I'm gonna obviously be drinking because I have a problem. But yeah, what I'm drinking tonight is cider, probably followed by whiskey. So I currently have some pulped cider, P-U-L-P-T, which is Southwest cider, which I discovered quite recently in Tesco. They sell it in Tesco. And I've also got a bottle of Henry Weston's Cloudy Vintage, medium dry cider. So, yeah, I like cider. I don't like the stuff that's, like, really sweet, like, well, saying, yeah, like, you know, Copperberg Brothers, that kind of thing. Like, I'll drink it, but I wouldn't typically go for it. Beer doesn't... I've never tried a beer that I like. But yeah, cider, generally, I'll go for most chilled ciders. Ooh. Greta asks, would you ever consider making your take on Game of Thrones Season 8? The short answer is no, unless I feel like I have something to say that hasn't already been said. Because there's a lot that's very obviously wrong with Season 8 of Game of Thrones, but also the amount of work that it would take to explain why. You would have to be constantly referencing the prior 7 seasons. Even if you do what I did with Rings of Power, and like, if I didn't reference the Game of Thrones books, which I guess by the time you get to Season 8 you can't, because they don't exist yet. But yeah, I feel like it would just be a massive undertaking. And like, if I do Rings of Power through to its end, which I think I would like to do, even though we're talking like a decade from now, by which time I have no idea what life will do to me in the meantime. Probably horrible things. I'll probably go grey. And assuming, obviously, that Rings of Power lasts for its full, Yeah, quiet beaver, you're supposed to be working. There you go. Who was that? Who was that lippy little beaver? That was Gaggalum! Wait, you were a child. What are you doing working in the... I guess you grew up. Yes, Gaggalum has grown up. Okay, so he's grown up and he's immediately working. Okay. Good lad. Yeah, like, so hypothetically, if I cover Rings of Power finale Season 6 or whatever it is, then I'm obviously going to have to reference stuff that happened in Season 1 to work out how little sense it makes, because I have absolutely no faith in any of it. But I will have already analyzed it, so it won't be that much of a... I won't be repeating any work, whereas, like, if I did just Season 8 of Game of Thrones, I'd kind of by necessity have to go back and look at the previous seasons, which would... I mean, I say it would take a while, it would take a very long time to do. So, yeah. Would be awesome if they do a reverse Game of Thrones. So, are you suggesting that Rings of Power gets better and better and better and ends up being really, really good? Yeah, I mean... This has been said before. I can't remember if I said this in my final Rings of Power video, but unless Season 2 begins with "and then it was all a dream," I do not think that there is any hope in any kind of improvement, because I don't think that the world they've created allows for coherent storytelling. So even if you hire some really good writers and you say, okay, well, we've got Galadriel, she's a bit annoying and she's a bit useless and she's a bit invincible and all the rest of it, but she's also the best at everything. Like, okay, we've got to work with that, fine. Like, you could probably do something interesting with that character. The problem is that I wouldn't believe any of it, because I don't believe anything that happens in that world, because you can take a volcano to the face, for example. Like, hopefully you see what I mean. Right, anyway, we need another couple of houses. Because we have 5 beaverses that are sleeping on the floor. They're not actually too unhappy about this yet, so I'm going to increase their working hours so that they're working instead of sleeping. How are we doing? We're stockpiling food, so I need to build a warehouse to contain the food. So stick that there. And it can contain berries for now, but soon I am going to put I'm going to build a farm which is going to be growing carrots. So Joshua has finished farming this. I'm going to stick that on pause because there's no... He says, there we go. We're going to turn these off because there are no trees there for you to gather. What were the other couple of things we need? A science building so the beavers can do science. We need this to finish. We need more wood. So just looking at this, what I'm thinking for the moment is that we're going to build a dam going... Oh, no, we're going to build a bridge going across here so we can access this wood here. And then I will probably gather those berries, demolish them, and replace it with a carrot farm. And then do the same here. I will keep these dandelions, because I made that mistake in my first game. Well, in my first successful run, is I demolished all the dandelions. And when you demolish all the dandelions, you can't make medicine, which means that everyone takes longer to get better when they injure themselves. When the children go into the mines, so to speak. So yeah, we need to be unlocking stairs as a priority. And... God, which one was it? Oh, we already have the dam. Okay, well in that case I'll temporarily build this here. No, I'll build it here so that way we're not wasting land. Which gets us to this other wood, and then I'm going to replace that with another dam further down the line. Okay. Have any of you guys in chat played this? I saw one person said earlier that they have played this. Yeah, the only way Rings of Power does the reverse Game of Thrones is if they reboot it. Yeah, or if they do the, like, it was all a dream. But, like, there is no way they're going to do that. There's just absolutely no way. Unless if they axe it and start again, but I think that the odds of that happening at this point are basically zero. There was quite an interesting video that one of my Patreons shared with me, which some of you guys may have seen it. It was a video basically suggesting that Rings of Power was written by an AI, and I thought it was a bit conspiratorial, but the fact that there is any chance that that might be true is pretty scary, because there's quite a lot of, well, I say quite a lot. Every goddamn line in that show feels like it was written by someone who doesn't speak English. I mean, maybe that is the case. I have no idea, but yeah, it feels like something that if you feed Tolkien's work into it could then just spit out Rings of Power. So, yeah, maybe. And then they just took, you know, the writers, I forget what their names are, but they used them as the face for the robot. Right, we'll switch that off because this is full. So, hold on, what resources do we need to build this? Just logs. So we switch that back on. We'll switch both of these back on. And then what we need pretty soon is the forester, because the forester allows us to plant more trees. And if we don't do that, we run out of wood. And if you run out of wood, you lose the game. Like, simple as. I will check chat in one moment, because I see some comments that I would like to respond to, but before I do, we need to build some water storage, because, so we got this, who's in there? Wyland. So he's in there pumping the water. However, this building can only store 15 water, and if everyone has already drunk enough water, then the building is there doing nothing. So the productivity of that building is actually 2%, which is awful, so I'm actually going to switch it off. Because there's no point in Wyland being sat there, not actually pumping water, because it's full. So if I build these, they can then start moving water around. Demoistification and James Darkness, you have both grown up. Oh, wait. So this icon here means you're getting hungry. Why are you getting hungry? Oh, it's probably because you've been working all day. Okay, yeah, that'll do it. Okay. I'm scared of beavers, but I played a game you might like called They Are Billions. Have I got that? Sorry, I need to pause this so I can check. Again, sorry that the music will cut off. No, I don't. Actually, yeah, I'll leave it playing so that keeps going on the stream. They are billions. I've definitely heard of this game. Okay. Yeah, okay, I like the art style for that. I'm going to save that, and I may end up playing that. Oh, well, it's already on my wish list. I must have already looked at it, but yeah, that does look like my kind of game, definitely. Water sucks. It really sucks, which is what Numenor chances. Wait, hold on. You can also rename. I swear you could rename buildings. Oh, you can rename districts, right? Guys, give me a district name because I was going to go with the sea is always right for this for the water pump, but I can't. So give me some maybe beaver-related puns, and we'll name our district after that. We will end up with multiple districts, so if if there's runners-up, then we'll go with them for one of the others. But we want to have this district up and running as good as possible before we expand, because the district system in this game I don't really like, but I don't know how better you would do it. The Bevenstahl, Muddy Creek. Well, keep them coming, because I need a few to choose from. Morningwood. God damn it. Yeah, like another alternative for to the like AI suggestion for Rings of Power is maybe it was like those audiobooks that I edited, and it was actually Google translated from some non-English language. That's always possible. Although I guess it wasn't quite as hilariously nonsensical as the I think it was Revenge of the Sith. There was the there's a couple of videos on YouTube which are the Chinese edit of, or the Chinese translated script for Revenge of the Sith that has then been translated back to English. And it's one of the funniest things I have seen. It's pretty fantastic. Okay, Wyland, you are no longer the water pump boy. Demotification, you are now the water pumpman. Wyland, you are our scientist, so you are probably going to stay there for... Well, I say until you die, but I mean, you will get to go home and sleep and maybe have a baby, so who knows. So you are responsible for us actually unlocking any of this wonderful technology. So, here we go. Yeah, our happiness, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. What do we need, if anything? Yeah, see, we're all good. So, like, if I don't feed the beavers, of which there are only 11 at the moment, then their happiness will drop. And if their happiness drops, their productivity drops. And in that aspect, it's similar to Frostpunk. And also, obviously, they can die if they starve to death. Okay, right, we got some more names. So, the Beaverstan? Beaverstan? Was I misreading that? Muddy Creek, Morningwood, Woodrow Wilson, Atlantis 2.0, District 9, Not Mount Doom, Buckteeth Brook, Beavertanic, Beaverstan. The Science of Pumping Water. Oh, yes, that's what you're doing. You're learning how to pump water better. Beaver Pub. There was a wrestler from the 90s called Beaver Cleavage. Damn. I mean, I feel like the simple ones are often the best. Although, thank you very much for your suggestions, ladies and gentlemen. Leave it to Beaver. I like that as well. When it's time to do another district, we'll I will ask you guys for some more suggestions. Okay, so we're nearly out of wood. Oh dear. So if we switch that one back on, we need to get over here and also... Yeah. So paths, slightly different to Frostpunk, is that paths in this game are free. You can take them home with you. No, never mind. Which means that you can just... I could build paths across the entire map. But there is a range limitation on where the beavers can actually go, because you see the color changes on, like, how far away it is. And at that point, you have to then start building more districts. So you can't have one district that covers the entire map. And again, I get why they did that, but maybe I haven't got my head around the district system, but it seems like a bit of a bottleneck, but we'll see if we can make more sense of it this time around. So we'll build a couple more lumberjack posts. We'll mark these trees to be chopped. And by the time we've done that... How much science are we on? 32. Pedal faster, Wyland, pedal faster. We need more science. We're going to have access to that wood there as well. So at some point I'll build another one of these inventor shacks, I guess. But I don't want to do that too early because I don't want the beavers to not be doing anything else. And I need, like, latent beavers to just be running around so they can carry goods in and out. From the 90s, how old are you? I am 31, so my first stream was, well, exactly 4 weeks ago. And that was for my 31st birthday. So that was when I turned 31, did my first ever live stream, and got pretty smashed on Gentleman Jack and whatever Pacific Punch monster, which was quite a lot of fun. And it's also where we failed and then succeeded at Frostpunk. So it is on the channel if you want to watch it. It's quite a long one. I'm researching all she's got, Captain. Good lad, good lad. Yeah, so on my main map that I've done for this, where is it? Science. Later on you can unlock robots, and I just got to the point of you have to like build the. You have to gather materials to build the various parts, and then you assemble them with the bot assembler. And I just kind of zoomed in and waited for the robot to come out because I didn't like. What's it gonna? Is it just gonna be like a little bipedal robot man that walks around and then can, like, take jobs? Because I assume that they kind of work like the automatons in Frostpunk, in that they don't sleep. They just work all day and work all night. And this adorable little robot beaver just kind of, like, hopped out of the factory. And I was like, oh, I need more of them. So I guess if you do have a drought and everyone dies horribly, then you can just replace everyone with robots. Tried playing Frostpunk once, but it made me sad, so I stopped. It's a depressing game, but it's so atmospheric. That's why I love it. Maybe I just love punishing myself, because yeah, you feel like a bad person even when you complete that game. No kids dying in this one. Hello, Sourcemaker. Glad you could make it. Yes, no kids dying in this one. So theoretically, yes, there could be, because I have currently. Okay, I currently don't have any children because the children at the beginning grew up, so now everyone's an adult. But theoretically, if I had children and I didn't feed them, or we ran out of water during a drought, then yes, they would die. Have I ever played Black and White? No, but I don't know if I recognize that name. It's quite a generic name, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. What is Black and White? Let me check Steam while we leave that going. Again, so annoying that there is no play music in background option for this. Black and White. Well, I just looked it up on Steam and we got nothing, so you're going to have to tell me what Black and White is. Checked out Mauler after last time and found that I had watched his Game of Thrones reviews several times over. Fair enough. Yes, his Game of Thrones reviews are pretty excellent. It's, I think, what was the first one he did for season 8? Was it episode? Was it The Long Night? Because I can't quite remember. But it was whichever one just broke him, and he did an unbridled rampage or whatever it was called, and it was hilarious. Right, how are we doing for food? So we're on 308 berries. We've got enough storage for them. Yes, it's pretty much, I think, time to build a farm. And the reason, by the way, why my shit is not being built is because I had already told them to build this dam, because I need the dam to be built by the time we get our first drought. Otherwise, we don't have water unless we've stockpiled enough, which I don't want to risk. So, what I'm going to do... Greta, you are going to stop working there. We're actually going to demolish this, because so the berry bushes will regrow, but they're not anywhere near as good as carrots. So, we're going to build a farmhouse. And this shows us the range of the farmhouse, so we want it to... I guess we probably want it there, and then eventually I'll build a second one, and I'll explain why in a bit. So if we connect you up, we're going to then mark all of these resources for demolition, because, again, I can wait for them to grow back, but the amount of food each bush gives is nowhere near as good as carrots. And then eventually I'll have a potato farm, and then we'll be all good. Although, who's not sleeping? Who doesn't have demoistification and doofy? Neither of you have a have a house, so I think we got to give you one. Oh, that's the other cool thing about this game, is that a lot of the buildings you can build vertically, which lets you conserve space. I'm not going to do that yet, because I'm going to have to build a system of ramps and everything to actually get to the entrances. Although saying that, Mr. Wyland, you've been pedaling away. And what do we want to unlock first? Usually I'd go with the stairs, because the stairs are just that goddamn useful, but I think... Yeah, I think given that we can now access over here, we're going to unlock Forester. So that costs us 60 science points, knocking us back down to 5, so Wyland can keep pedaling for a little while longer. And we are preemptively going to stick it right there. How are we doing on distance? Yeah, so we should be able to reach that. What I'm going to do next, though, is I'm going to unlock the platform when we have 100 science. And then cut across here and clear out those so then I can plant trees there. Happy Nihilist says, how dare you tease me with a Hobbit video? I demand you inject my eyeballs this instant. No. Although that said, if I wasn't streaming tonight, then I would have released the video tonight. So, you can, in fact, blame me for not releasing the video tonight, because it's entirely my fault. And I just decided, I figured Sunday was probably a good day, because I don't want to delay it any more than it's already been delayed. It's already been over 2 weeks delayed because of goddamn copyright. And I didn't want to delay it until next Friday. So, speaking of, while this keeps going, next Friday, so 2 weeks today is Easter weekend, and I am going to be busy, so I will not be streaming then. However, what I am going to do instead is I'm going to stream next Friday, so 7 days from now. And I have decided what I'm going to play. I'm going to see if anyone guesses it. Again, I'm not going to drop Timberborn, but I feel like because it doesn't have an end, and it's just kind of like a nice casual city builder, it'll be pretty fun to just drop in and out as and when. Like, if I want to chat with you guys for a few hours, I can just open up Timberborn and we can keep going. So, starting next Friday, I am going to be streaming a relatively new game. It is not like it's not like either of the games that I've streamed so far. It was recently ported to PC. I believe it was ported to PC last year. It came out in the last 5 years, and it is from a major franchise. Supposedly, this game is excellent. Multiple people either in my chat or on YouTube comments have suggested that I do a video on this game. And I'm not going to do a video on it, I don't think, but I am going to stream it. So I'll see if anyone guesses it, and if you don't, in 5 minutes or so, I will tell you. So Horizon Zero Dawn, I am actually playing that currently, but no, I am not streaming it. And at the moment, Horizon Zero Dawn is fun, but I'm not sure I'd call it great. The characters, I could not give two shits about the characters so far. I've just got to the main Meridian, I think it's called. I've literally just got there. I'm about 10 hours in. And I do not give a shit about any of the characters so far. The combat is extremely fun and very rewarding. And the design of the world and the enemies and all the rest of it is excellent. But, like, the story and the characters, I just don't give two shits about. Jedi Fallen Order, I've played 5 hours or so, and it's not really my kind of game because I don't like that Dark Souls-y type games. I typically don't really like them, and I never felt compelled to go back because the story didn't really do anything for me. Last of Us 2, I have not played, but I will when it comes out on PC. Same with the first one, actually, because I have played the first one, but, like, not for a decade. Forspoken, I have never heard of. Good evening, Weremy Jade. How are we doing? Kuro Usagi is correct. So, I am going to be streaming God of War, the 2018 version, also known as Dad of War. I'm going to stream that starting next Friday. And I looked it up on how long to beat, and maybe anyone who's played it can confirm, but it looks like it's about 20 to 25 hours long, which means I should be able to get it done in well, 4 sessions, hopefully, possibly 5. Because I don't... Again, from having a quick look, and I played the first hour of the game, I should say, and it is so far really good. Because I'd figured I don't want to jump in and be like, well, this isn't fun, but now I've committed to playing it. And yeah, I've had to, like, resist loading it back up to keep going, because even, like, an hour in, it's a lot of fun. Anyone who's played it before, I've done the first boss fight with the guy, not the giant, the guy with the tattoos. I've literally done that, and then I thought, right, I'm sold, and I don't even think I saved it, because obviously I'm going to start from scratch when we go again. But yeah, that fight was rather good. And it'll be interesting, because I am pretty much entirely unfamiliar with God of War. I played the God of War 3 very briefly. Like, we're talking like for half an hour 15 years ago. So I essentially have never played God of War. But from what I've heard, you can pretty much play this one, because it's like a soft reboot, I guess, and you can basically just start from zero and you're given everything you need. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Anyway, I've got to switch that off, because whoever that was, who were you? Doofy, you were slacking again. You are also slacking... Are we full of wood? Are we full of wood? No, the reason we're full of wood is because we don't have enough workers to go around building everything. So what I am going to do, because we have 4 unemployed people, Wyland, you're going to be getting a colleague. We're going to stick another inventor right here. Who's working the hamster wheel? Joshua Vasek, you literally need to pedal faster, because you're powering James Darkness, who's working in the lumber mill. Okay, so the only thing I really need to worry about at this point is this needs to be cleared, this needs to be built by the time I run out of food. And the game starts you with... Wait. Oh, I was going to say, the game starts you with a load of carrots, but it doesn't start you with carrots. I have 275 berries total, which should be enough for me to last a little while. But obviously I don't want that to get too low. I'm going as fast as I can. Yeah, well, so eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to bin this, and you can have another job when your little legs are tired, or possibly after you've died from exhaustion, which I hope doesn't happen. And I'll use water power, because you can use water wheels to power all of this, but then in order to not have the buildings using up useful land, you have to then build power shafts going across that land to get to the buildings. So you end up with like a system of, well, a system of power shafts, basically, going across your town in order to power your various buildings, which you can absolutely do, but it requires that I have platforms unlocked, which I have not yet got unlocked. Right. God of War depends, because there is a lot of side missions and side quests that can take a lot of time, and you didn't even play 2% of the game. Yeah, well, I mean, if I'm really, really enjoying it, which I think I will, and as long as I don't kind of hit a brick wall, I definitely plan on finishing the game. Whether I'll 100% it, I don't know. But obviously when I'm streaming it, because it's a third-person action game, I'm not going to be able to really do what I'm doing now with you guys in chat. Like, I will try my best to interact with you guys as much as I can, but, like, if I won't be able to just sort of let the game run while I, you know, talk to you guys. And I'll probably pause it and have a chat with you guys every now and then. Like, if something big happens in a cinematic, then we can have a little chat. I can't go as fast as the Numenorian ships sail across Middle-earth, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, you're going fast enough, because you're supplying enough power for this. If I build another one of these, though, then you won't be, so we'll have to get you a colleague as well. Shiny muck. What the hell are we talking about? While I make sure I have no slackers. Pokemon. Ah, okay. Yes, that makes sense. Muck is indeed a Pokemon. Okay, right. So now that we've built our dam, you can see that the water level is slightly lower there than it is there. And the problem with this type of dam is that I can't actually adjust it. Whereas these, not these I can adjust, which means that I can save water and direct it and all the rest of it. And on this map, there are some channels where I can send water. I need to, like, destroy that, which means I've got to build a path and get someone over there, so I'm not going to do it yet. Which means that all of this can become usable land as well. So, for now, we're going to connect to there. Okay, that, I think, is that good? Yeah, that's good. So you see this line here has got redder and redder. That's because it's getting very far away from the, from Dam, our district center. That is because it's not a straight line. As soon as I build a path here, we're good. But if I built this any further away, it probably wouldn't work. It probably wouldn't even let me get there. So, where were we? I'm going to have some whiskey in a second. We're going to set up a couple more lumberjack flags. And actually, we're going to bin these two because we don't need them. This is going to end up as farmland. So we're going to demolish you. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bump up the priority on all of this. So anyone who is not currently doing anything will come over here and demolish all of this because I need it gone by the time I build my farm. Need to build a retirement lodge. Yeah, that sounds a bit frostpunky. I don't think that's a thing in this game. I think you work until you die, but then, I mean, everyone here is a beaver, so... yeah. Right, we are getting full of wood. Ho ho, hee hee, haha. So, for now, I think I'm going to leave this land up here as nothing, because I'm not sure yet what I want to do with it. Try out the Dead Space remake after God of War. Yeah, I'd like to do the Dead Space remake, because I really like the original, as I think I've said before, and I've not played the remake, but it does look extremely good, and I would like to play it. I'm also strongly considering Alien Isolation, because I feel like that would be hilarious. And it would be, you know, very engaging to watch. Ooh, science! Mr. Wyland has been pedaling hard. So we can now unlock... No, shit. Okay, we're going to fast forward until we've unlocked... We need 100 science to unlock the platform, which is what I need to get across here. And happiness, shelter. So we're losing a little bit from shelter because no one's there. No one's living in that house yet because it hasn't been built. Okay. So let's pause those because there's no longer any wood there to gather. And again, we'll probably just let this... Yeah, we'll probably just leave this land for now, and we're going to then prioritize them coming over here and chopping this wood. Where are we? Cut trees. There we go. So when these are built, the choppy chops will begin. Right, I'm going to build this bridge, and then I got a super chat I need to read. Thank you preemptively. Come on, Wyland, pedal faster. I'm not sure what the productivity thing means on... Maybe it's... No, it can't be when you go to sleep, because, like, everyone has to sleep. I don't know. I don't know why it shows downtime on productivity. Speaking of, though, I need to switch this water pump off, because, again, whoever that was sitting in the water pump with their feet up, because there was no work to be done. So, where is it? Paths and structures. 100. There we go. Platform. So the platform is probably the most used building in this game. So we're going to stick it... Shit. No. Oh, God, no. We've done it horribly wrong. Oh, God. Oh, hamburgers. Let's just do it like that. Okay, so that is the same as this, except that that is a dam, and this costs less to build. However, it requires planks, so luckily we have a whole load of planks saved up. So then we're going to extend that, plug it into there, and plug it into there. And then put a gathering post right there, and plug you into there. Now, it is time to read a super chat. Tank Imperator, hello again, and thank you for joining the stream. I've been looking to get this game. I tried it at Alpha when they had that bug on your beavers where they would starve even though they were eating. What are your thoughts on it? Well, thank you for the super chat. sir and or madam. And yeah, I mean, I've played this game now for, I don't know, 35 hours or something. Like, I've played it basically as much as I've played Frostpunk. And it's a lot of fun. There is some jank. Like, again, if I minimize the game, then it cuts off the sound because there's no option to have it play in background, which is annoying. And also the district system, I don't like, but maybe you guys can tell me if that's a me problem or if it could actually be better designed, because it feels like it's almost busy work for the sake of busy work. But yeah, overall, like, it's extremely satisfying to get everything up and running and to just have it working. And when you bump it up to the harder difficulties, which I have not done, there are incremental droughts that you get, which we will see, I mean, soon, I guess, I forget when. And on the harder difficulties, those droughts are more frequent and they last longer. So at that point, it almost becomes Frostpunk-y in that you have to survive the temperature dropping for a period of time, which means that if you have not stockpiled enough water or food or whatever else, then everyone will die, theoretically. So at that point, it becomes a survival game, although at this point, it honestly isn't. It's just a city builder. So yeah, I would, you know, I paid, what, 20 quid for it, and I think it's the only early access game I've ever actually bought, because it looked really, like, creative and innovative and unique, and yeah, it's a huge amount of fun. So I would definitely recommend it. And hopefully a bit later in this stream you'll see what it's like once we've got more stuff up and running. So I'm going to increase the speed a bit, because again, a lot of this game is waiting for resources to be moved around. And I don't want to just be sat looking at this for the entire time. So I'm going to keep it on uber fast. Caden, Wyatt, and Gagalum, you, gentle fellows, are my farmers. So I'm going to tell you to... I'm going to plant crops, and then I'm going to hit play, because I don't want to waste time without the crops growing. So we're going to go for carrots. And all of this is going to be carrots. What's the range on that? Okay, not there. And yeah, we can go a little bit further north. I say north. Up in that general direction. We'll keep those empty because we'll probably put storage in there. So, we should now see... There we go. Look at them go. Oh, and now they've gone to bed because it's sleepy time. Well, at least they planted some carrots. So then, yeah, these will grow for however long it takes depending on the crop, and it does vary. And we have a drought coming in 3 days. So, thankfully, we have a dam. And the reason why dams are so useful, I say useful, crucial, is because if I didn't have this, all of the water would go. And when that happens, all of this green land becomes grey or brown, and then everything dies. Which means that my 4-day-long crop of carrots that you guys are harvesting or planting will die. Meaning it will actually take 8 days to grow them. Right, demoistification, you are my forester, so let's tell you to plant some trees. So, pine and maple are the two that I've played around with. Pine is a lot quicker, it takes 12 days to grow. However, maple gives you a lot more, it gives you 4 times as much, but it takes 2 point however many times long to grow. So I'm not going to go maple at this point because I will probably just run out. So we're going to go pine, and then we'll worry about maple. And some of those won't be planted, but that's fine. We'll worry about that later. So yeah, this is this game kind of kept me a little bit more sane while I was juggling my Hobbit video in and out of copyright, because I just kind of had this on my gaming computer, and then I'd go to my work computer every time I get an email, bing bong, it's been denied. And then I just let it run while I edit out 5 seconds of content and then re-upload it. And that goddamn system is retarded. Yeah. Kurosagi says, have you tried Ixion? I've not heard of that. Again, apologies for the music. I'm going to look it up right now. Ooh, it looks like it's in space. Unrelenting city building odyssey across the stars. Okay. I will add that to my wish list and check that out properly later. But yeah, sci-fi games are kind of my bag, and also obviously like this kind of city builder game. Let Let the drought hit, only the strong will survive. Do you... No, that's not what you want to have happen. I only have 12 beavers, and if any of them die at this point, it's pretty bad. Caden Wyatt, would you do the Last of Us games on stream since you mentioned them? Yeah, so for anyone who missed earlier, I am doing a podcast-type video. It's going to be 3 of them, talking about the Last of Us series with my friend Ryan, who knows the games very well. But on the topic of what Caden Wyatt was just asking, yes, I think I would like to play them when they are available on PC. If maybe the first one currently is, I can't remember, I don't know. But yeah, I would definitely consider playing them. Because I have played the first one, and I did like it a lot. Second one I've never played, but like I know what happens. So yeah, I would totally consider playing them, definitely. Oh, also, that reminds me, so currently this video upload that I'm doing, the quote-unquote podcast video that I'm going to be uploading covering The Last of Us Season 1, the reason why I say quote-unquote podcast is because I'm not really sure what else to call it. It's not at all like my current videos. It's an unedited discussion between me and Ryan, basically just giving our thoughts on the show, and like we go through it scene by scene, and we have made notes, so like there's a back and forth discussion, there's some parts where we agree and disagree, all that kind of thing. But it's not like a properly in-depth analysis. Like, we're not going to catch everything, and throwing it out there, we may well be wrong about some things. Like, that's inevitably going to happen. So the reason why I'm calling it a podcast for now is because it is just, like I said, an unedited discussion with no video component. Like, there will be still images on the screen of the scenes that we're talking about, but that was just as much for us during the discussion as it will be for you guys. So the point of it really is that you, I guess, listen to it. So the question is, do you guys have any kind of suggestions for naming it? Because it's definitely not going to become like a weekly thing. I'm not gonna do a random film talk podcast every week or something. Or at least at the moment, I'm not. That's not something that I think is on the table. Is it something I'll do again? Probably, yeah. If we have as much to say as we do about The Last of Us, because again, the reason we're doing it is because we got a lot to say about that show. So I don't want to call it like just us talking about The Last of Us, even though that's what it is, because we may well do more. But I'm undecided, and I don't want to call it like the Random Film Talk podcast, suggesting that it might end up being like a semi-frequent podcast. I have no idea. So if you guys have any suggestions, then let me know. Caden White says, The Last of Us game will hit next month on the 28th. Okay. Yeah, well, okay, in that case, so that I don't forget, if it is on Steam... Yeah, there we go, Last of Us Part 1. Let's add that to my watch list so we've got it. Wait, what? This game only supports Japanese interface and voice for customers in Japan. Well, why do I need to know that? Wait, does that mean that if you're a Japanese person who speaks Japanese but you're not in Japan, then you can't play the game in your native language? What a strange... Okay, yeah. That's weird. Your podcast isn't very good. I like that. I might go with that, because, yeah, obviously that ties in with the videos. But then the thing is, that might give the only problem with that is that that might imply that we don't think that The Last of Us TV show is very good, which is not the case. We both, broadly speaking, we like it, but obviously there are problems with it. So I wouldn't want to call it The Last of Us isn't very good, because that isn't true. That isn't what I think. I do think The Last of Us is good. But there's a lot to talk about that is or is not. Sourcemaker, sadly I have to bounce. Well, I hope you have enjoyed so far, and thank you so much for coming. I don't know how late we'll be going, but if you do come back, we may still be going. So see you next time, sir. Gathering of the Randos. I may use that. This podcast might be very good. The semi-regular podcast. Yeah, I like... See, you guys are already coming up with better names than I had. I missed one. I think I missed one. Random only talks film, or is that supposed to say randomly talks film? Either way, that's still better than what I had. The shared brain cell. Oh, I might have to put it up to a poll. I mean, I guess I can always, name it like after we've uploaded it, because I don't want to delay it for, for that reason. Because again, there's not really a visual component to it, so I can just change the name of the video after the fact. But yeah, I might end up putting this up to a poll because some of these names are rather good. Okay, how are we doing? So we're currently in a drought, if you had not noticed. So all this land up here now is unusable temporarily. However, my dam, my rather excellent dam, has stopped enough water so that none of these plants are dying, and none of these trees. Meaning that we can basically just kind of continue growing, really. So here we've got no available workers in the district, and the reason for that is because none of y'all have had any babies. So, the reason why none of y'all have had any babies is because there's no room in houses. So, each of the houses takes 3, and there has to be empty space in a house for the beavers to make a baby. So if you only have room for 12, and you have 12 beavers, they're not going to make a baby because there'd be nowhere to put it. They're not going to have a homeless baby. Now, we have 4 empty beds, which means that those beds will soon become occupied by babies, which means if any of y'all in chat have not been named as a beaver, then tell me once, if you see down here someone has been born or whatever, because it'll give them a silly beaver name, then tell me, and whoever I see first will... There was someone commented saying that it was their first ever YouTube message, so if you're still in chat, message me again when a beaver is born, and you can be my first born baby beaver from the city of Dam. Sadly, I must run too. Got night course. Well, I hope you enjoy, and I hope you have enjoyed. And again, don't know how long we'll be going, so if you're around later, then have a look and see if we're still going. Who was my sparring partner for The Last of Us analysis? So, my friend Ryan, he doesn't have a YouTube channel, and it's the first time he's done anything like this. But then, honestly, it's the first time I'd done anything like it as well. Like, recording a live conversation is not something I've ever dabbled in before. The reason why we didn't do it as like a live stream like this, in front of you guys, is because we had absolutely no idea how long it was going to go on for. And it was a little bit more relaxed, because we're doing something neither of us have done ever done before. So adding the fact that it is live to an audience component to it would have made it... Well, I mean, it would have made it more stressful, honestly. So yeah, that's something that maybe we'll end up doing in the future, but for this one, I figured it was probably a good idea to just record it casually, chop out the toilet breaks so you guys don't have to wait, and yeah, then upload it. So I've had a listen back through to the conversation we had on episodes 1 to 3, and hopefully you guys enjoy it. I just don't know yet when I'm going to upload it, but it's going to be after the first Hobbit video, so we'll have to see. Come on, get jiggy. We need a baby. Ooh, also... No, actually, I can't switch anything on at the moment because everyone is... Yeah, we're out of workers, which means if I build any more buildings... Yeah, I can't really be building any more buildings because we don't have anywhere for them to go. However... my 2 farmers are working rather diligently, so what we're going to do... We're going to build another farm... another warehouse to store their carrotses. Because otherwise, the same thing will happen with the water pump. and the farmhouse will fill up with carrots, everyone will continue to eat the berries because the berries were there first, which means that my 2 farmers will not continue farming anything and it will all just die, which is a waste of time. Where's the Mrs. RFT Beaver? Also, that is in fact what she said. I think I'm full of... I think I... we have 2 new beavers. So, sorry, guys, but wife beaver exists now, who is a child, so maybe that's... Don't read too much into that. Happy Nihilist, you're not a beaver, are you? No, you're not. Happy Nihilist and wife, you are my 2 beaver children. So when they grow up, which I think takes about 5 days or 6 days, then they become part of the workforce. Until then, they don't do anything, but they obviously consume food and can die. Oh, name mine Depressed Optimist. Sorry, I will, you want me to rename your beaver Depressed Optimist? Yeah, go on then. Depressed Optimist. I hope you don't die first, because that would be... Yeah, there we go. Good evening, Truffle Pup. How are we doing? Thank you for joining. And yes, Damn City. That is the name of our city. Casual Film Talk. Oh no, Casual Random Talk. Yeah, that might be a good name for it, potentially. I'll see. Probably I'll come back to this stream like after we've recorded, after this is finished, and I'll have a look at the suggestions and I'll give it a proper think. But yeah, whether we'll end up doing something like what we did with Last of Us again, I have no idea. Like, I'm not going to do it just to do it. But at the same time, I do like the format, and having an open discussion with someone about a thing is... I think it allows you to get to different areas and make different points than you would if, like I have done in my, like, proper videos. Because you have someone else to bounce off, and you don't necessarily always agree. And honestly, if you do always agree, then it's kind of like, why are you there? And I never understand it when, like, podcasts, like, whatever the topic of the podcast is, if you have a guest on that just agrees with everything you say, because then you may as well be talking to yourself. So, yeah. Right. Let's check our resources. Depressed Optimist has grown up. Wyland has died of old age. No. And Jeremy. See, I told you guys this was going to happen. Oh no. Halasua was born. Well, you can be Truffle Pup. Yeah. So building a beaver city is it's an exercise in, I guess, depression management, because they will all die. There's nothing you can do. The only ones that don't die are the robot ones, which I doubt we will get to tonight, because I can play it in triple speed, but then I'm gonna miss things. And if I end up with a drought with no food, then we just kind of die. So I'm hesitant to use this too much. But yeah, for now we need more workers. Yeah, I've got an idea. I know what we're going to do. So, ideally by not the next job, but the one after, we want to get the level 2 floodgate. Or probably the level 1 floodgate. Yeah, because this isn't deep water, so we don't need the level 2. Yeah, so, let's unlock the wooden stairs. Which then allows us to go there and spend some of these planks that have been sat there doing nothing, because the productivity in here is 0. James Darkness, you have... does it tell me how old you are? You're 24. That's pretty old for a beaver. I think you have spent your entire life sat in the lumber mill, and you have made 13 wooden planks. And the reason why that has happened is because these wooden stairs are, I think, the first thing that I have built that require planks. So now, in your golden years, would this be your golden years? You're now going to have to start cranking out some more planks. So anyway, the reason I'm building the stairs here is so that I can fill this area up with houses, which will then hopefully allow us to multiply some more beavers. Yeah, when we have some more beaver babies, if we have no names in chat that I can see that have not already been used, then those of you who have died, please tell me. and then I will name the new generation after you. But don't, I probably won't just reuse your name. Like, give me a slightly different name, like Depressed Optimist, so that way we can kind of keep a little bit of a story going there. Yes, you're right. I did build these platforms that used planks. Okay, yeah, so in that case, James Darkness has not been slacking for his entire life. How can I tell you if I am dead? Well, it depends on whether you're role-playing as someone who is dead, I guess. Also, Tatham Relag, you are not a beaver yet. Hold on. Do we have anyone? No. No more children. We have 3 empty beds. Next person. Next baby that we get, you are going to have their name. There we go. So we'll put those there. Stick a path there. And then those can be built. So our carrot warehouse is stocking up nicely. Did I doubt your plank making ability? Well, it's not that I doubted it, it's that the lumber mill was sat there on 13 out of 13 planks, meaning that your productivity of this building is 25%, which means 3/4 of the time it has been doing nothing. And the reason for that is because I haven't built anything apart from this bridge and those stairs that actually uses the planks that you have so lovingly crafted with your, well, beaver hands. So, yeah, you've just been sitting on a nice stockpile of planks and not actually having to make any more until now. Right. Demoistification, I need you to build more pine trees from the trees that whoever my Doofy and Greta have been farming. So that way they are replenished. And then this... it's not a crop, is it, if it's trees? Because it's a crop of carrots, but these trees, whenever they grow to maturity in, what, 54%, so that's about 5 to 6 days. We will then have a massive burst of wood, and we can actually start using that to expand our city a little bit. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, well in that case what I'm going to need to do... I'll build a second path going over here, because then we can maybe explore up there. And then I see a couple of messages in chat that I want to respond to, which I will get to momentarily. So let's demolish all of that. Because I'm impatient, let's set it to top priority, and then the first beaver that is available... Yeah, there we go. Right, while they're doing that, any ideas for what you'll cover after The Hobbit? Short answer, no. I might put it down to another poll. But honestly, I don't exactly know how long it will take me to finish the Hobbit series, because where are we now? End of March. So, best case scenario, realistically, is that we're done with the Hobbit by the end of May. Oh, well, no, because I've got to do the autopsy. So end of June, end of July kind of thing we're talking for the final Hobbit video, because there's going to be 4 videos, not 3. So... if something comes out in the meantime, or, you know, around that time that I want to cover, then probably that. Whether that will happen, though, I don't know. But, like, I feel like The Hobbit is... I feel like doing The Hobbit after doing Rings of Power is a good idea, and it obviously won the poll, which is why I did it. Because it's topically relevant to those of you who sub to the channel because of Rings of Power, which is going to be like 99% of you. So... it's going to be relevant to you. Plus, it's also less brutal of a teardown than Rings of Power was, but that said, it gets brutal in places because there is a lot of shit in those movies. But yeah, what I'm saying is that, like, The Hobbit is 10 years old at this point. Like, I don't think many people particularly care about The Hobbit, so I'm not expecting the videos to do as well as the Rings of Power ones did, because... Rings of Power is topical, whereas The Hobbit is not. But I enjoy making them. If you guys enjoy watching them, then yeah, that's why I'm going to do it. Wait, did Wyland die? Oh yeah, Wyland already died. I already said that. We do, however, have 2 new beaverlings. Are they pups? Well, truffle pups, obviously a pup. Who did I say? Oh no, chat, you're typing. Kathem Relag, I think. If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, please tell me. And Andrew V. Hello, and thank you for joining. Oh, Woodinator. You want to be called Woodinator? Alright, you can be Woodinator. Consider reviewing classic horror films. I mean, there are a fair few classic horror films that I like, although saying that, people are now unhappy. So I gotta pause this for a second, make sure that no one dies preemptively. So let's switch the water pump back on, because now our population is expanding. We need to be amplifying the amount that we're bringing in. So let's demolish those, although not that one. And then we're going to put new water tanks there. Food-wise, I think we're good. I think we're good for food for a little while. It's just, if they're not happy because they're not eating, then that's kind of their problem. Yeah, so like classic horror movies. Thing is, when we say classic, like I'm thinking 1970s onwards. There aren't very many films that I know pre-1970s. And most of the ones that I do know are not horror films. Like, I think the only pre-1970s horror film that I've seen is Psycho, which is really good, but yeah. I mean, I don't know, classic horror films. What do we got? We got Alien, which is one of my favorite movies, like, of all time, and I could definitely... Yeah, I could definitely do a video on that. I just don't know what angle I would take, because, like, my view on Alien is that it's basically perfect. But then, like, there's very, very minor things that are wrong with it, quote-unquote, but, like, we're talking in terms of, like, visual presentation. Like, the one example that I'm thinking of is when... everyone has seen Alien. I don't care about spoilers at this point. If you haven't seen Alien, mute this video for about 10 seconds. When Ash gets his head knocked off, and then they put it in the floor, and then there's a cut, and it is suddenly Ian Holm with his head poking up through the floor. Ooh, wife has brought me some Coke, and wife has brought me a glass. Thank you, wife.
Smells.
One moment, chat, one moment. Yeah, so if you've seen Alien, you know the scene that I'm talking about. And that is a bad edit. Like, there's no way to hide from that. Like, it just is. If that came out in a movie that was not Alien, then everyone, really, if you're going to be intellectually honest and consistent, you say that was a bad edit. Like, what are you doing? So the way you fix that is very easy. You show them putting the prop head on the floor, and then you cut away to something else, like a character's reaction to what's going on, and then you cut back to Ian Holm with his head coming up through the floor, which is where they did the switcheroo and where the prop became the actor. That's how you would do that, because then you're hiding what you've done. Whereas in the original cut, and I think the director's cut of the film, because I've seen both, it just goes from prop head to real head, and it's a bad edit. But that said, if you were to recut Alien, at that point, is it a perfect film? Like, if that's the only problem with it, then theoretically that would mean that it is possible to make a perfect film. Like, maybe there's another problem with Alien that I just can't think of right at this point in time, but, like, hopefully see my point. I'm going to check chat in a moment, because again, there's a couple of comments in there I want to speaky to, but I got to make sure everything's chugging along here. And make sure we're not capping on anything. No, we're not, but we're also not building anything, so let's get a couple more houses down. And then actually... oh, shit, no, we can't do that. We'll do it like that. Put a path there, and then we need a way to get on top. So we're going to do that, because then we can start building vertically. And what I am going to do preemptively is I'm going to build my path over here. which probably won't get me far enough. Meaning I will have to build another district. Temporarily, because I don't have to keep the district. Yeah, we can't do it. So that's as far as we got. So, what we're going to do, quickly, and then I will check in with you lovely folks in chat, is we're going to... You got to delete a piece of road. You got to put in a district gate, which acts as the border between the two districts. And then you place a district center. And there is no penalty to doing that, but you have to do it when you expand past a certain distance, as you have seen. So that's a pretty inefficient district because it isn't really connected to anything, but for now, we're going to do it. Then, what we're going to do is migrate a couple of people temporarily. We only really need one, actually. So who's it going to be? Wife. Okay, wife is an immigrant. Okay, so wife now lives here. I say lives, there is no house there. So once she's done with this, we're going to send her back. We are, however, going to tell her to demolish all of this. And this one, which will then allow the water to channel in. What that will do is it will then fill all of this up, and then we have more usable land. Problem... No, actually, that isn't a problem. Oh, shit, yes, it is a problem. Okay, this will take longer than I thought. Let's check in with chat quickly, and then I will do what I was going to do. Halloween series. So the only... No, actually, the only Halloween movies I've seen the first one, the classic one, which is really, really good. I haven't seen the Rob Zombie one. I did see, I think, all 3 of the newest ones, which are goddamn terrible. Obviously. But, yeah, I'm not sure I have much to say about Halloween, honestly. It's just a really solid horror movie. But, like, you know, slasher movies... The premise of a slasher movie doesn't do that much for me, I don't think. And, like, Alien is a slasher movie, but, like, there's a little bit more to it than that. You know, Alien and Halloween are pretty similar movies, honestly. But, like, I'm more of a sci-fi person than a horror person, so I think that might feed into why I prefer Alien. I have a set of really old classics, black and white, original Dracula and Swamp Thing. Which is the original Dracula? Are we talking Nosferatu? Or are we was the film even called Nosferatu? I forget. Because it was the dude on the stairs. Count Orlok? I can't remember. I know the image that I'm thinking of. Tell me if that's the one that you're talking about. Because there's been multiple versions of Dracula, and I can't remember. Happy Nihilist says, I will sneak into your house and watch the Hobbit video while you sleep. Please don't. But then, honestly, if you go to that amount of effort, then I might just let you. I was going to say, like, I could show you guys part of it now, but the problem with me doing that is that if I play part of it on stream, then it will be flagged for copyright, even though the video has been cleared of copyright. So there isn't really a way around that, because it would just be flagged immediately and the stream would go down. So, like, that's how it works. Unfortunately, there is no way around that. So, okay. Right, let's get back to wife clearing the waterways quickly, and then I'll come back to you, chat. So in order to get to that, we got to build stairs, which should then allow us to get to all of this, which means actually we don't need that one. We just need this one. So if wife can access this from there... No, it says that she can't. Okay. Well, then in that case, we can build a path, which will obviously get flooded. Oh, and also, you don't need to worry. I'm not killing my wife here, because obviously when she clears the dam, the water will, like, flow down here. Beavers like water. I can build a ladder and they can do stuff in water. You can plant crops underwater if it's the right kind of thing. It's not a case of go in the water and die. Which is rather good. But it does mean I have to build a road in the water, which is a bit strange. So anyway, just thinking, I don't think there's a way for me to do this. Yeah, no, there is a way for me to do this. Right, bear with me, and I'm going to do this. So, we're going to migrate wife back. Because basically my problem is, in order to transport resources over here that are necessary for me to build these wooden stairs, I need to unlock 2 buildings that are very expensive in science, and I can't afford them yet, and I also don't want to buy them yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that and delete that. We're going to rebuild the road, and we're going to build the ladder as close to this district as we can. Okay, bump that up to top priority, which means that they will use this district's resources to build this, to build these stairs, which is what I think Sea Kayak is currently doing. Good man, here we go. So yeah, this is why I don't really like the way the district system works, because you have to manually move resources around, which is, and also workers. You have to migrate workers around and everything else, which essentially means that when you're running with 3 districts, you're essentially running 3 totally separate cities, which I don't like that as much because it just triples the amount of busy work that you have to do. I would much rather have the beavers automatically migrate from district to district and have them automatically move resources as they are needed. Because what I could do is I could build a district here and tell them to send wood to tell them that, like, after we have more than 100 wood, which right now we have 40, so they wouldn't do it yet. But when we have 101 wood, that 1 extra wood goes over here. But the problem with that is that then I'm sending all my wood over here past a certain point, which means if I'm not building anything over here, then it's just sat here being wasted. So, okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to build a little road through here, and we'll dump the district somewhere in here. Apologies, chat, this is taking a moment. I will catch up with you in a second. Because it'll take a minute for it probably won't be wife now, but it'll take a minute for whoever it is to clear that blockade, so I can talk to you guys while that's happening. Alright, district center. Perfect. Okay, so we'll stick that there, build a road there, build a road there, and build a road there. So, now we're going to migrate whoever it is, and then... Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Depressed Optimist! Right. So now we're going to wait here and watch you, break the dam. Unleash the river, or what is it? Release the river! Okay. Ooh, right, we're on the whiskey now. It's that time of night. Okay. If you did classic horror, I would say prep them for around Halloween when interest might be at its highest and you can get max reach. That might be a good idea, actually, because I might do... again, I might not do Alien, we'll see, but an Alien video or a horror video at that point might be a good idea. Although, honestly, there's some good modern horror. Ari Aster and... what's the guy's name? I'm usually good with names, but not when I'm on stream. The guy that did... Robert Eggers, who did The Lighthouse and whatever the other one was called. The Witch, or The Witch. Both of them make really good movies, although Midsummer I wasn't a huge fan of, but everything else they've done was really good. Also, It Follows I thought was really good, although I forget who it is that directed that. So, yeah, there is some good horror. Like modern horror. You know, the shit that I cannot stand... which is why I would probably say that horror is probably my least favorite genre, is the quote-unquote trashy popcorn horror. And you know exactly what I mean when I describe that, hopefully. I don't think I need to elaborate. So, yeah, that kind of movie, to me, doesn't seem like it takes any effort to do. Because if you're in control of a camera... Now, you could do this with, like, your phone camera. It is very easy to scare someone. You can manufacture a jump scare by suddenly revealing a scary thing, or by turning off the light and then you turn it on and something's there that you weren't expecting. Like, all of that kind of thing is unbelievably easy to do. And these, like, popcorn horror type movies just rely on doing that over and over and over again, accompanied by a loud, obnoxious jump scare noise to tell you when to be scared in case you're not actually looking at the screen because you were bored of the movie. And, yeah, that kind of thing drives me fucking nuts. But good horror I can absolutely appreciate. Wicker Man. Yeah, I've seen... Well, Wicker Man, I've seen the Nicolas Cage one. I don't think I've seen the Christopher Lee one, although I might have years ago. I honestly don't remember. The Lighthouse is very good, but it's very strange. It's a kind of surreal, trippy horror movie. I'm not even really sure I'd call it horror, but then it was a while ago that I saw it. Any movie focused on home invasion freaks me out. That's my worst nightmare. What's the one I'm thinking of? Well, no, this isn't what I was thinking of, but I mean Panic Room. If home invasions freak you out, then maybe Panic Room is a horror movie. I mean, it's not really, but, well, it's not at all, but I could understand that freaking someone out. maybe don't watch that movie, actually. What else has Robert Eggers done other than The Lighthouse and The Vivitch? Because I really liked both of those, but oh, damn it, what's it called? The Northman. I haven't seen The Northman. Tell me I should see The Northman, and then I'll watch it. Because I missed it in the cinema. And if any of you guys have seen The Northman, then well, what should I expect? Is it at all similar to either of his other movies? Because it looks, I mean, it looks good, but like it also looks like the kind of film that could be totally different to his other stuff. Because it's like a, you know, it going from what it is about, it looks like it could be just a, I say just, it could be a fantasy epic. Or like a historical epic, which that's not really anything like his current films. But maybe he does it with a twist. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. John294, good evening to all beavers. Do we have any wee lads that we can name after, that we can name you as? We do. John294. If you want me to change that name to something else, please tell me. And I think that's everyone. Yes, it is. Oh, here we go. Wife has done... Wait, that's not Wife. That's Depressed Optimist. Okay, so Depressed Optimist has released to the river, which is good, because this is exactly what we wanted to happen. Are you going to go back and... Actually, maybe you don't need to. I'm gonna... Thing is, I don't want you to run out of water. Yeah, okay. So what we'll do, so that you don't... I do not want you to starve, or, you know... What's starving if you run out of water? Get uber dehydrated, I guess. So we're gonna send someone else here. You can go home, we'll send someone else. And hopefully you're gonna go home. Yes, you are. And who is your replacement? It is Wife. Again. Okay. Right, so let's bump up the priority on these, and hopefully... Nah, I can tell you why she's not doing it. It's because this building is flooded, and if this building is flooded, you won't... Is there a way around that? Yes, there is a way around that. I'm gonna cheese this. Right. Don't tell me this game isn't a puzzle game. Right, Wife, you're going back to Dam. We're now going to delete that. We're going to delete that. And that. And we are going to put another district gate there. See, this is why it's kind of abusable placing districts, because you can just move them whenever you like. So I really think the district system is kind of janky. Which now means that whoever comes to work here, which is going to be... Who's it going to be? Oh, it's Wife again. Okay, well done. Oh, just because she's still there. Okay, now she clears it because the building isn't flooded. Okay. And the reason we're clearing that is so we've got a nice, good, solid flow of water coming down here. Because we don't really want, like that, it's weak. We need the water to be of a certain depth. Okay. Right, back to chat. What did I miss? What is my opinion of the menu if I've seen it? I have not seen it. Who directed that? Was that one of the guys I mentioned, or is it someone else? Because I've heard that the menu is good, and it's got good actors in it, but I don't know anything about it, and I've not seen it yet, no. Panic Room I watched as a kid with my mum and sister. Pretty sure we all slept in the same bed that night. Yeah, like Panic Room I think is really good. It's just, I don't think it gets a fair shot because it was the film David Fincher did after Fight Club. And how the hell do you follow up Fight Club? But like, well, yeah. I'll say this without spoilers because I'm sure some of you haven't seen Panic Room. It's not a film that everyone has seen. My probably biggest issue with it, off the top of my head, is that a character sustains massive trauma to the head and is totally fine. I say totally fine. They're functional enough. That, to me, seemed very jarring because what we were seeing on screen was not... You know, it didn't match with our understanding of what that kind of blow should do. Let's put it that way. But what that actually leads to, I honestly don't remember. So, yeah, I don't know. But that's the kind of thing that you potentially could fix or alter. You don't have to change the script to do that. It's just like, don't have them get hit so hard, you know? So I don't know exactly why it was done that way. But, you know, in movies, there's always going to be a degree of cinema-y, well, cinema-y-ness to fight scenes. You know, people are going to be sustaining damage that they could not normally sustain. It's just that this wasn't, it wasn't like a fight scene. It was like, I was watching the scene, I was like, oh, so he's dead. And then he's not. So, yeah. Watch The Northman, best not to go in, no, best not to know anything going into it. It's like Mystical Viking. Yeah, I may well do that. Well, I say I may well. I definitely will. Whether I'll do it by my next stream, I'm not sure. Anya Taylor-Joy is good. Has anyone here seen, what's it called? Queen's Gambit? Because maybe I did... I'm not going to say I didn't like it, but it didn't really do much for me. It was fine. But... yeah, it's not really my kind of thing, honestly. But, yeah, it was okay. It's probably worth a watch. And she was really good at it, so, like... Should have cast the woman from The Northman as Galadriel. She really looks the part. Is that Anya Taylor-Joy? Or... because I don't know who's in The Northman apart from... Is it Alexander Skarsgård? I forget. Or what... Is it Robin Wright? Because she's, again, also good, but I can't remember. I don't know who's in The Northman. I've not seen it. Been married 26 years. Highly endorse it. Well, yeah, I've been married... How long have I been married? Damn it. Hopefully wife's not in chat or she'll slap me, because I should be able to just say straight away. 7 months, thereabouts. So, yeah, I think I can probably recommend marriage. It's quite fun. Although it's kind of the same as not being married, honestly. Do I advise you to get married? I advise you to get married if you want to get married. I think if you don't want to get married, then don't do it. You don't need to in this day and age. Like, there's no... You know, there are some reasons to do it that are not traditional reasons to do it. But yeah, I mean, if you don't want to do it and you're like, oh, should I? It's just kind of like, I feel like I should kind of do it because tradition or whatever, then don't do it. That's pretty much what I'd say. And Anya Taylor-Joy, Nicole Kidman. That's who I was getting mixed up with. I said Robin Wright. I meant to say Nicole Kidman. Ooh, right. Okay, so we have now flooded. We've made a good floody flood. So, wife can move back to district whatever it is. And we can bin all of this. And we'll probably... Actually, I don't know if we'll move over there next. We'll probably move over here. So how are our trees doing? 89%, which means probably... I'm going to have to preempt this. Because otherwise the buildings... They won't chop the trees if there's nowhere for them to go. No workers in district. That I don't believe. Maybe. Maybe that means we need more houses. Alright, large pile. This is for the wood. So the wood pile... Where's the best place to put the wood pile? Let's put it there because we can move it later when we upgrade it. Okay, is there anything else that I desperately need to do? Hauling post, no. Science, how are we doing on science? We're doing okay on science. Water's good, food's good. Metal we're not worrying about yet. Yeah, so what I'm thinking here is we stick a proper dam here. We bin this one and turn it into a bridge. Because now we have all of this usable land right here. And I can grow more trees over here and build more bridges. I can break that, but I don't think I will, because that will stop this from being usable land. And then what I'm probably thinking... Where's a nice flow? Okay, so we can manipulate the water flow using blockers. What are they called? Levees. So we can levy half of the river, which means that the half that is not blocked is flowing faster because something physics. And then what we do is we put a water wheel in there, which means that the water wheel will be rotating quicker and will therefore generate more power, which means that Joshua Vasek doesn't have to keep pedaling quite so fast. So what I'm probably going to do once I've set up the dams is I'm going to levy this here or here. Yeah, I'll probably do it here, and then I'll feed what are they called? Power shafts over here and power our industry up here. Building lacks power. Joshua has stopped pedaling. Oh well, he's allowed to go and eat. He went to eat some carrots. Still haven't seen Queen's Gambit, which is weird because I'm into chess. I kind of feel like if you're into chess, the Queen's Gambit won't do much for you. But, like, I know how to play chess, but I wouldn't say I'm into it. You know, I know what piece does what and that kind of thing. And the way that the Queen's Gambit... This isn't a spoiler because this happens very early on in the first episode. So, she takes a particular drug, I forget what it is, but it's like an antidepressant or something. And then the way that the show displays her working through stuff in her brain, because I think it's based on a book, correct me if I'm wrong. And obviously in a book you can just have an inner monologue, whereas you can't really have that in a TV show or in a film, unless you just have her say, move the king here, move the bishop here, do this with the rook and take that and all that. So what they do is they basically have her lie on her bed and hallucinate an upside-down chessboard on the ceiling, and she memorizes the various moves. And I thought that was a pretty reasonable way to do it, but, like, it's kind of nonsense. But yeah, maybe... I'm sure that all the chess-related stuff, like the jargon and, like, what move works where, and, you know, when you see a professional... Because she plays against various professional chess players... And I'm sure that when she does, they actually probably hired a professional chess player so that the moves that are being made are not amateurish moves. And so that all the boards you see are all realistic or plausible boards that could exist. They didn't just dump a load of... chess pieces onto the table and think no one would notice. But, like, honestly, that is the bar. Like, if you don't do that, then you've kind of failed, is my view. So it's a low bar, but they passed it there, I would say. What's the, I think this is I think I saw this on EFAP. I can't remember because it was a while ago. Was it, Army of the Dead, where they find, like, a hovel where someone has been surviving in the apocalypse, and there's, like, loads of, like, noughts and crosses, or tic-tac-toe on the wall that they've been playing. And the layout of the noughts and crosses board was just nonsense. Like, you could not end up there after having actually played a game. So the guys were saying, like, why they couldn't even be bothered to hire someone to play noughts and crosses on the wall to end up with a real board that could exist. They just drew noughts and crosses on the... Was it Black Widow? It was Black Widow, yes. Oh, that was hilarious. Because it's like, come on, this is the minimum bar. This is the lowest possible bar for effort. Yes, Gagalum, Army of the Dead is horrible. Do not watch it. I mean, it's not the worst movie I've ever seen. But it's not even the worst Zack Snyder movie I've ever seen. But yeah, it's bad. Like, it's a... Jesus, it's bad. Right, let me make sure everything is tic-tac-toeing along. Because then I kind of want to fast forward until we get our trees. Oh, 97. Ooh, 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 ooh. Right, so this is filling up, which means we need to spend it. So we need more houses. Yeah, so what we're going to do, we'll stick a platform there. This is usable space that we can end up turning into, because you can put things on the roof, not just houses. Actually, let's do that. Let's do that now. Let's put a teeth grindstone. Let's put 3 teeth grindstones, because if the beavers become injured and they hurt their teeths, their tooths, then their happiness drops, which affects how efficiently they will work. So, no, Joshua Fasek has died. So who's working? Oh shit, no. We've got no one peddling. Who else has died? Caden Wyatt's died. Trufflepup has grown up. Alright, I need some new names in chat. Let me queue up some things to build, and then I need some names in chat. Even if you are alive, just drop some names in chat so that I can... Because I'm not going to check if everyone's alive. Just give me some beaver names that you want to see. And we got to rename the younglings. Alright, we'll put a ladder there, which then lets them get up here if I decide to turn this into anything. But I don't really want to encroach anymore on this ground here, because that can be... I might actually turn that into my maple forest. What is it? I don't know if anyone here is going to know, because I don't. When you grow carrots, it becomes a crop of carrots, but that's not how it works with trees. What is it called when trees, like, ripen and become... harvestable? What's that called? It's not a crop of trees, is it? I say I can't remember. I don't actually think I know if it even has a word, or maybe it is a crop. I don't know. Right, we'll put that there. And we'll tell someone to clear out all the dead trees, because then we need to build a road. And if that's too far away, which I don't think it will be... then... yeah, then I can move it preemptively. Because right now it's saying that this forester can only forest up here. The only reason it's saying that is because I don't have a ladder. If I had a ladder, it could do the whole area. And we'll probably make a little bridge and go over there as well. Right, beaver names. There are no adult beavers that do not have names. Well, we only have one baby that doesn't have a name. Right, the first name that I see... as I look over to chat, Justin Beaver, for fuck's sake. God damn it. Alright, so this is Justin Beaver. We're gonna have an influx of other beavers, so any of the... I'll scroll up to where you guys have given me these beaver names, and I'll use some of these when we have more beavers. Because right now we have 13 empty beds, but none of them are making beaver babies. Are we? Am I missing one? Where's... Dorkaraz? That was on day 8. Oh, that was yesterday. I probably already renamed that person then. Okay, that's fine. Add me back in as Buck. Yes, I will add you back in. I think it's a crop if it's used for harvesting. Even for trees. That's interesting. I mean, I guess I believe you. I wouldn't know either way. I've just never heard trees be referred to as a crop. It wouldn't be a harvest, would it? Because harvest implies plants. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. So yeah, this is a bit patchy at the moment because these... whoever it is, Doofy and Greta, they're harvesting the trees that were already there, and then I'm going to slowly replace them with the pine trees that are better. Although I say that, they're actually not better than the chestnut trees. So the chestnut trees are... they give me more, but they take longer to grow. That's why I didn't plant them. Okay. Building lacks workers, so we don't have any sciencemen, and we don't have any gathermen. Which means we need babbies. We need the babbies to grow up. Whoever our babbies are. John, Justin, and Tathem, we need you to grow up so that you can work. Right. You do harvest the trees. Hello, Michael Hawkins. Glad you could make it. Yeah, I suppose you do harvest the trees, but I didn't really know what you would refer to the trees themselves as. Castor and Pollux. Is that a... See, I know exactly what that's a reference to. I just don't know why that's a reference to trees. Because Castor and Pollux are characters from Face Off, but do those, like, those are weird names anyway. Are those names of trees or something? Or am I unaware of some connection there? Are there pirate beavers? Mechanically, no. Thematically, I mean, we could name our next district, like, Pirate Beaver Land, if we wanted. But no, you can't. There are no other beavers on the map. It's like, this is just me here. Something they could do, actually. I don't know how feasible this would be, because obviously this game is still in early access. If they were to add in a multiplayer, even like a co-op version, and you both spawn on the map, and you're then at that point competing for resources. Or you could do some kind of... this has probably been done before, but some kind of collaborative co-op game where, like, you could have one guy on, you know, doing the trees, or one guy doing the crops, and one guy doing the water, and that kind of thing. StarCraft had a kind of similar mode where you both control the same player. So you're both literally controlling the same units. And if I say, go over here and kill this thing, and the guy I'm playing with says, no, don't do that, then they just react to whatever the most recent order was. So, yeah, that kind of thing's pretty fun to play with someone, because it also kind of balances it out, and there's only... It ups the skill floor for both teams when you do that. Because you could have one person, like, absolutely min-max the living shit out of gathering Vespene gas and minerals, and the other guy is doing the micro on, you know, kiting units with his marines or whatever. Yeah, I forget what that... I think Archon mode, that's what it was called, because Archons in StarCraft is when you combine two... not Zealots, I can't remember what they're called. I haven't played StarCraft in a while. Anyway, we have more babbies. Right, where are the beaver names? I gotta scroll up. Where was Justin Beaver, because that's the one that I used. There we go, okay. Ajin, you are now... Snack Attack. No, oh, that's not what that says. Snack Attack. Sharimara. Gurney, there we go, you can be Gurney. And Zolrea, you can be... Hawkbait. That's not... See, I'm not actually this broken in my head. I'm not looking. I'm looking at my other screen when I'm typing, and touch typing while alcoholing is difficult. Hawkbait. There we go, right. Yeah, we're good. So as long as I catch everything before I catch all the kids before they turn into adults, then we're good, because I ideally want everyone to be named after something. High Templars, that's what they are. High Templars are the ones that turn into, oh, who's this? Who hurt their... This little things like this, I just love in this game. So this Doofy's hurt her tooth, and now she's grinding it. Yeah. And there's, you can build... Where is it? You can make showers for them so that you can wet your beavers. Obviously, they weren't thinking when they made that. Shrines, so you can turn them into religious zealots. Lidos, so they can go swimming in the river. Temples, campfires, carousels, and mud baths. I've not actually built those, because those are pretty expensive. And then decoration, you can have scarecrows, you can have beaver idols that are, yeah, standing around, and yeah. Okay, anyway, the children have grown up to the point where now we have no job vacancies, so we're good. We're doing probably better than most countries on Earth right now. I'm leaving my current job. Sorry, can't super chat tonight for that reason. Hey, don't feel pressured to super chat at any point. Honestly, I don't do this for the super chats. I'm just doing this because it's fun, honestly, and because I like talking to you guys. I am curious, though, what, if you want to tell me, what was your job and why are you leaving? Hello, Krafork1. Yeah, I won't be obtuse. Kraken, I assume that says. Hello, sir or madam. I don't believe I have seen your name here before, but yes, thank you for joining. How sexy are beavers on average? It depends on the beaver, obviously, like most things. I mean, I'm sure you get some pretty nice ones and some pretty repulsive ones, but you know, I'm sure everyone here is a sexy beaver. Speaking of, we need more houses so we can make more beavers. Because I quite like that they actually won't make more beavers unless you have housing space for them. Because that means that I directly control the size of my population. Right, we don't want to do that because we want... No. Let's get rid of that. Let's go with those two for now, and then we've filled them up with babbies, and then we're good. A barber shop where they can get a shave. I don't think that's a thing. I haven't, because I played through to, I guess, the end game, because I had a lot of the end game text, but I don't think I saw a barber shop. But, I mean, yeah, again, this game is in early access, so, like, they are taking suggestions, and they have made, like, I found quite a few guides on this game that are completely out of date. So, like, one thing... Oh, shit, speaking of, my carrot stockpile is full. So these guys, Gaggalum and Trufflepup, have been working hard, and they have harvested all the carrots and filled up my goddamn warehouse, so we need another one. I can unlock the large warehouse, but I'm not going to do that yet. We'll go for another one of these, and we'll stick it there, why not? So... yeah, one of the things that used to be in the game, which it would have been easier, but I feel like I prefer the way it works now, is that you did not designate what resources go where. You build a warehouse, and they put whatever they have in it. So you could have a warehouse containing pine resin, cattail roots, wheat, and bread. That means that there's less micromanagement, but it would also mean that you could end up with like nowhere to put your very important resource because you haven't allocated anywhere for it to go. Because you couldn't allocate for it to go anywhere if the system worked like that. So that's something that they changed. And the game hasn't been in I think this was released in 2019, so it's been in early access for a little while, but honestly, it doesn't feel like an early access game. We're also full of water, and then I'm going to have another look at chat. Actually, 135 water is pretty low, so I'm going to build another pump. God, where do I put the pump? Because I need to maximize my space. But I want it to be upstream of the dam. For now, then, because we're doing alright on carrots, we are going to put it right there. And then we'll also get rid of those, because that is where the path will have to go. Because if it's not connected to a path, then no one will work there. Who's chopping these trees? Let's bump the priority on this so we can actually start expanding. Righty. Another honest day of work in the carrot fields with my good friend Trufflepup. What do you want more? Yeah, well, I mean, at some point I'm going to build another farmhouse, and there's going to be 4 of you. Because a little trick that you can use, because right now I've got you guys prioritizing planting. Which means if there is anywhere you can plant, you will do that before harvesting anything. But what you can do is you can have 2 farmhouses plowing the same fields, so to speak, and you set one to prioritize planting and the other to prioritize harvesting. Which means that as stuff is harvested, the other duo then go in and replant it, so you just get a constant cycle of income, really. I want to grow weed. That isn't an option. Your options are carrots, sunflower, potato, wheat, cattails, spadadoc. Potatoes are the way to go. Potatoes wheat and carrots are the ones I've played with, because wheat is useful because you can obviously turn it into bread, but that requires that you refine it like twice, so that's not an early game tech. Potatoes, you have to grill them, I think, which, again, that's why you go carrots early. You get as many carrots as possible to sustain your growing population. I should not watch this. I really want to play this, and only watched for 30 seconds. Yeah, if you're unsure, like, pick it up. Because again, I bought this, I think, very shortly after the first Frostpunk stream, because I knew that it looked like the kind of game that might be similar to Frostpunk and might be worth streaming. And it took a little bit of learning for me to work out how to actually do it, because this, if you hadn't guessed, you can fail at it pretty easily. Like, if I hadn't built those 4 water tanks, which the game doesn't tell you to do, then I would only have 15 water at any point. And then you get a drought, and you don't have a dam, and everyone dies. So, you know, it sounds obvious, but when you load in with all these options of things to build, it isn't necessarily that obvious. But yeah, it's a really fun game, and the fact that it's early access usually that kind of thing would scare me off, but it didn't, and I'm glad that it didn't, because it's a lot of fun. And it's very chill to play. Can you make beavers get high? Oh, what? Oh, sorry, Larry. I saw you ask that. I saw you ask what game it is. I didn't see your earlier message. This game is called Timberborn. It is currently in early access on Steam. Whether you can get it anywhere else, like Epic or Microsoft, I have no clue. But you need a you will need a PC to play it. But I mean, I don't think it's particularly high spec. Like, it's not particularly graphically complex. Like, yeah. Like, if anything, maybe it bottlenecks your RAM a bit. I would Control-Alt-Delete to check, but I don't want to screw anything up stream-wise. But yeah, I could imagine when you have a big city with 100 beavers doing different things, then it starts to get a bit hectic. Jeremy answered me, but did not tag me. Let me scroll up. Gas station, convenience store. Now that I stopped smoking pot, I have no patience for the rude customers. Interviewing for work as a farmhand on Monday. I mean, that sounds better. That sounds more rewarding, I guess. Like, I guess I'm lucky in that I've never worked retail. I think I'd be fucking useless at it, but you know, I've never like worked a till in a shop. I've never done that. Like, I've done like pizza delivery and that kind of thing, but like, I prefer that because it's less customer facing. And now I'm lucky enough to really not have to do any work that I don't want to do. So, yeah. Yeah, farmhand. Does that mean I need to build a farm for you here? Yeah, I'm not really sure what that would involve, because my only real understanding of farming is from watching Clarkson's Farm, which is excellent, honestly. So yeah, I'm curious what exactly that would involve. Yeah, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. I think I mentioned this 2 weeks ago when I was talking about the Oscars. I think I probably agree with Kraken. It is a little overrated, but it's still extremely good. You know, it's kind of like Everything Everywhere All at Once. Like, that movie is really, 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 really good. Is it 8 or 9 Oscars good? Probably not. But, you know, it's easily the best animated film that I've seen in the last couple of years. But is it, you know, it's not as good as, you know, the Pixar classics, for example, like WALL-E and Up. It's not as good as them. Let me make sure everything is working, and then I feel validated now. Oh, good, good. I hope everyone feels validated, honestly. How does slavery work for beavers? So, it depends on your perspective, because don't quote me on that. Slavery is a matter of perspective. So, all of the beavers in this game have to work. They have no choice. If they are born and there is nowhere for them to work, then they are unemployed. However, if I then build a workplace, they will then just work there. The only exception to that is if they refuse to work, and the only circumstances under which they will ever refuse to work that I have found is if they are extremely unhappy. So like if, for example, they're injured and I don't have a healing post or whatever they're called, then they'll just refuse to work, much like how Frostpunk works as well. So you could call it slavery, but I'd prefer to think of it as coercive employment, let's put it that way, because I make the people, or in this case the beavers, I make them happy, and they reward me with, you know, numbers go up, and I feel good. Ooh. Speaking of... Wait, what happened to... Did someone die? Justin Beaver is now working in the lumberjack... at the lumberjack flag. Rashi. Right. Beaver name. Who's in chat? Kraken, you're not. Why are there... Your name is an aneurysm. I'm terribly sorry, but you're now there. If you want me to change that, tell me, but for now, that's your name in this. Yeah, unpaid labor. Well, this is the thing, is... In the context of this game, it's not unpaid. I mean, it's unpaid in terms of money, because I don't pay the workforce. But I am providing them with food. And I am also providing them with gainful employment. And I'm providing them currently with teeth grindstones and a roof over their heads. So, what do they really have to complain about? Someone making $2 a day is not slavery. Again, it depends on context, because if you're saying... is this going to turn into a heavy discussion? So, part of it comes down to exchange rate, and it comes down to... If I'm chatting shit, by the way, tell me, because I talk about movies, like I don't know jack shit about like how the world works. But it comes down to like exchange rate and how much goods are worth in any particular country. So if you are earning $2 a day, but everything is a tenth of the price that it is in the UK, for example, then no, you're probably making quite a good living on $2 a day. You could move to the UK and earn however much more, like the minimum wage. There's a guy I know that I know him online who lives in South Africa at the moment, which is not a good place to be working at the moment, shall we put it that way. And the amount he earns is pitiful, honestly, which he's well aware of. So it's like, why not just come to, if not the UK, come to any developed country, or any more developed country, and you can do the same work for literally 10 to 20 times the money. But yeah, like as far as what specifically is going on in South Africa, I don't know. I've been to South Africa, but we're talking 20 years ago. And it was nice, but as a 10-year-old, maybe you don't notice if anything's wrong. I could well be completely off on that, but yeah. How's Woodinator doing? Woodinator, where? Oh, Woodinator's working the hamster wheel. How old? Because it tells me, I think it tells me how old everyone is. Well, okay, so it doesn't unless I click on them. So Woodinator is 12. Yeah, so I think beavers die when they're between 25 and 30. I can't quite remember. But yeah, it down here, if you hadn't noticed, it will tell you if someone is born or if someone dies. So Greta has died, which is why Justin Bieber has now replaced Greta. Mate's wife's brother lived in South Africa. He was a drug kingpin and was assassinated. Pretty freaky. Yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff happens... Even if you're not a drug dealer, that kind of stuff happens frequently in South Africa, which is pretty tragic, but I mean, yeah. Eastern Europe is pretty well off. I mean, it depends on what you're comparing it to. Like, I don't... you know, there's always a better country to live in, and there's always a worse country to live in, unless you're, you know, number 1 or number 200 and however many countries there are. 197, I think there were, last time I checked. But yeah, I mean, the question is, like, why, if you're a, I don't know, if you're an engineer, why do it for peanuts in one country when you can do it for a lot more in another country. And that obviously brings with it problems, but like that's kind of the way it is. So anyway, let's get back to the beaver game. Right, I'm going to demolish that and that because we don't need this anymore. And I think we're kind of getting to the point... Hold on, what building's lacking workers? That's lacking workers, but that's okay. Because we're doing okay on water until we start getting into... We've only got... How many beavers have we got? What's that, 19? No, 13. Oh, no, 19. Okay, plus the 6 children is 19. Okay. Speaking of 6 children, beaver names, have at it. No, wrong button, god damn it. 1, 2... I need 2 beaver names. Andrew V, you're already a beaver. Bot Pallet, you're not. Sea Kayak, you already are. Don Tree. No, I didn't name you already. I think you joined it. Oh god, Truffle Pup's starving. Well, Truffle Pup better eat some goddamn carrots. Don... What was it? Need to scroll up. Don Tree, that was it. That's a rather beavery name. Feed me. Yes, Truffle Pup, where are you? Oh, I think you're good. Yeah, so this is the thing, is if you, if your district is kind of a maze, which this is not particularly efficient as is, then the food, they have to get over here to the food stockpile. So whoever's working here, or like here, they have to move further to eat, which means that they will wait until they're starving to eat. Anyway, we got a whole load of science, courtesy of Wife and Tathim Rilag, which means we should probably be spending it right about now. So, yeah, we are going to... I don't think we need the level 3... Where is it? Honestly, we may as... Yeah, fuck it. I'm going for the level 2 floodgate. So that's overkill here, but later in the game I'm going to need it, and I can't be bothered to unlock level 1. So we're going to do that. Which will require us to do that. And that. So, as they clear a path, we can then build a path. Also for dams, we're going to have to build a ladder. Up, up, up the stairs we go. And I'm going to switch that off because we're good on water at the moment. And then I can finally get rid of this. Right, we need to spend more wood, which... Was it gears? I'm trying to remember what it is, what it was that was the next thing that you typically spend wood on, because I can build the larger lodges. I might go for the double lodge, actually. Yeah, let's do it. Because I've never done the double lodge. I've done the triple lodge, which is weird because it's a... Oh, god damn it, this one's the same. So, the entrance to this double lodge is not on the ground floor, which means you basically, unless you're going to build a bridge to it, it has to go on something else. Which is a really weird design, but, I mean, okay. I guess the beavers know more about how to build a house than I do. I don't know really anything about building a house. So we've got to do that, which means the path is then going to have to do that. And then we can have some more houses over there, and eventually that can be cleared. We have 3 beavers not doing anything. Well... That's already top priority. Why are you not... Oh, it's probably because it's out of range. Okay, so if we do that temporarily, they'll then go in and clear that. Yeah, there's a, I was going to say earlier when we were talking about jobs, so I used to work for, the closest thing to retail that I ever did was, technical support on in like a call center. And that was mind-numbing, because it was the same fucking thing every day. Like, every goddamn phone call, it was turn it off, turn it on again. It was the IT crowd meme, but almost literally that. And the reason why I bring that up is because you're talking about the geography of African countries at the moment. Sporkle was it was a godsend when I had that job, because you're on a computer and you can't play games because it's not work from home. This is pre-COVID. And I basically would just load up Sporkle and do quizzes. And there is a Sporkle quiz that I got, I want to say, relatively good at, which was a name the countries of the world quiz. And it basically just gives you the map of the world. And you don't have to say where each country is, you just have to type in as many names as you can. So if you know that, I see you talking about Eritrea, if you know that Eritrea is a country but you have no clue where it is, you just type it in and it'll mark it as correct. So it's a game of how many countries can you name of the 197 odd that there are. And I think my best was about 150. So if you're ever feeling bored, if you have a job that allows the use of a computer, but the somewhat limited use of a computer, and you don't actually have to necessarily use your brain or use all of your brain for that job, then yeah, check out Sporkle if you're unfamiliar with it. Gagalum, at some point I might give you a game of chess, because I know a couple of you guys in chat have mentioned chess, but I mean, I'm not going to be good at chess. Am I including Taiwan in that? Hey, well, I can check right now. Actually... oh, this might actually be an idea. I might do this in a little bit. You guys tell me what you think. I can pause... I can pause Timberborn, or I can leave it running and just have it going and have the beavers doing their thing for 15 minutes. And I can load up Sporkle, find that quiz, stream it to you guys, and we can see if collectively we can name all... if it is still 197, if we can name all 197 countries on Earth collectively. If you want to do that, then I'll do it, but I don't know how close we'll get, because, like, what, 6 years ago when not drinking, I could do, like, 140, maybe 150. Is that the case? Is it 196, like, officially, and then the +1 is Taiwan? Is that how that works? Because I know that there's the whole China thing about Taiwan, but, like, is it Taiwan that is the 197th? Romania is the 197th. Alright, okay. Then in that case, what I will do is I'll get through this drought, I'll go for a wee, I'll load up Sporkle, and we'll give it a go. But I'm gonna leave Timberborn playing in the background, so hopefully, if we have done this right, none of you will die. Because there is a time limit on this quiz. And it's, as far as I can remember, it's 15 minutes. So, as long as none of you die in 15 minutes of real time, we're good. But I don't want to come back to this and have you all be freaking dead. So, yeah, right. Let me build what I need to build, and then I'm going to go drain the lizard, and then we'll load up Sporkle. Okay, water we're good because we got the dam situation sorted. This needs to be done. Yeah, because okay, so I'm going to have to do this before we start, because I've got to demolish this in order to build the road. And if I don't build the road, they won't build this dam. And I need this dam built. Science-wise, we're good. Food-wise, we're good. Honestly, this can just keep ticking along. So what I'm actually going to do is to future-proof this. I'm going to build even more storage. So that way, if everything is ticking along nicely, which hopefully it is, then we can just stockpile resources. So yeah, this... James Darkness, I forget if it was... I swear you died. Or was it someone else that died? I can't remember. But, yeah, we're gonna... The productivity of that building has dropped even lower, so we're gonna build stockpiles for all of this, meaning that everything will hopefully fill up while we are doing our country quiz. Right, I'll be back in 30 seconds, guys, and then I will get it loaded up. Right, and we're back. Africa is hardest. I think the ones that are the hardest, I don't know what continent they actually count as being in, but the ones that I always found the hardest were the little random islands. I think it's the Pacific Islands, because there's like 20 of them. Caribbean as well, I forget those. Anyway, in case this goes terribly wrong, we're going to save so that we can load back if anything goes horribly wrong. Right. I am going to load up Sporkle, and then I'll share it with you guys once I've found the right one, because I forget which one it actually is. And I haven't been on Sporkle for a good while. Oh yeah, don't cheat. Please don't cheat. I mean, if you cheat, we end up winning, but yeah. Okay. Right, window capture. Let me make sure I do this right. Countries of the world. Oh, hold on. I need to switch off. There we go. Now let me just bump it below chat so you guys can still see what you're saying. Right, is there a way for me to... Yeah, there we go. All right, now... I'm trying to get it so that chat looks right. Yeah, there we go. Right, that'll work. We'll go with that for now. Is that big enough? And yes, there are 197, which I guess means Taiwan is a country. So what we're going to do is the first one we're going to do is Taiwan. So when I hit go on this, I'm going to do the really big ones because, I mean, I don't know how many of them I can just do on my own. But then I'm going to look at chat and I want you guys to just type in countries. And ideally don't type in ones that people have already typed in. So if you know any particularly obscure ones, then maybe type them in. All right. 3, 2, 1, let's go. So, Taiwan. Taiwan is a country. Oh my God. Right. France. While you guys are typing some, Canada, USA, England. Oh, well, no, it's not England. It's United UK. Russia, Australia, New Zealand, Brazil, Mexico. Okay, Angola. No, Gola. There we go. Lamau is not a country. Yeah, so it counts the United Kingdom as... Oh God, I'm going to have to hurry up. God, this was a mistake. Jesus Christ. Antigua and Barbuda. Barbuda, I don't think... Oh, that reminds me of Barbados. Okay. Madagascar. USA we've already got. I need to pause it for one moment. Sorry, chat. I'll be back at chat in one moment. I'm just changing something on the stream. Now, okay. Well, a side effect of what I was doing is that it restarted this. Okay, go again. Sorry. Let's go. USA, Canada, Brazil. Oh, CA? Oh, Central African Republic. Okay. Cameroon, China, Swaziland, South Africa, Argentina. Right, now I'm going to look at chat. Okay, Jamaica, Iran, Pakistan, Mexico, Mauritania? Am I spelling that correctly? I have not heard of that. Maybe I'm wrong there, but that isn't how you spell it. Chile is spelt with an E. Congo. Yeah, so Congo, this is the longest name for a country. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Congo is not the name of the country, which I did not know. Liechtenstein. Ireland. Jamaica. Oh, I already did Jamaica. Cuba. No, Crete's not a country. Italy. France. Germany. Moldova. Mauritania. Mongolia. Did I already do Mongolia? Oh, Mongolia. There we go. Right. Yeah, if you spell it wrong, it doesn't count. Fiji, yes. Uganda, Tibet. Oh, no, Tibet doesn't count. Taiwan, though, I forgot to... Which we already discovered as a country. Japan. North Korea. South Korea. Let's go with Europe. Let's try and keep it to Europe so that we can try and finish Europe, and then we'll move on to some of the others. Before we get the Europe ones, I'll type in the other ones that you guys are typing in. So Turkey is actually considered a European country, even though basically none of its population live in Europe. Vatican, yes. Which is the country with the smallest population, I think. It's like 60 people or something silly. Norway, Sweden, and Finland, and Denmark, which would be Scandinavia. Belgium, someone already said. Andorra. Italy, I think Italy already did. I don't know what that is. I don't think that's a country. Are you trolling me? Monaco, Morocco. What's the other one? San Marino, which is tiny. Croatia. I don't think Dingle is a... No, Dingle is not a country. Stop it. Spain. Portugal. Iceland. What's it? Belarus. Ukraine. I think we're doing pretty well on Europe. Luxembourg. Belgium, I think we're good. Greenland is not a country, it's a landmass. Iceland I've already got. Georgia. North Macedonia. Well, Macedonia I know counts. Because this is all coming back to me. North Macedonia I don't think is a thing. No, or at least not according to this quiz. Thailand, Lithuania. North Korea I've got. Laos I've got. Latvia. Lithuania have I got? Yes. Slovenia. Slovakia. Serbia. Chechnya. Oh, that is? Okay. Yeah, that one I don't think I've ever got. Okay, we got, I think that's 4 more possibly for Europe. So yeah, just have at it and go everywhere because we got 10 minutes to get through all of these. I think Greece we've already got. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yep. Micronesia, yes, I did not know that one. New Zealand. Malaysia. What's the other one? Papua New Guinea. Oh, I've already got that. Indonesia. Samoa. Mongolia, we've got. Panama. Honduras. Netherlands. Malaysia, we've got. Thailand. Palau? I've never even heard of that. How do you guys know these? Jesus Christ. Netherlands. Madagascar, yes. Hungary. Where is it? Romania. Botswana and Bolivia. Serbia, I've already got. Kiribati, yes. Jesus Christ. Eritrea, yes, there we go. Djibouti, one of only, I think, 3, possibly 2 countries that begins with a D. Sao Tome, and Jesus, okay, yep, that's a country. Ecuador, we've got Ecuador. That's right, yes, Sudan and South Sudan. Namibia, Peru, Colombia, Uruguay, Paraguay. Okay, I'm going to do the other handful that I know here. So the various stans, there's Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, or is it Kazakhstan, Tajikistan? What's the other one? Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, and there's one more. What's the other stan? Georgia, we've got Ghana, Gambia, Equatorial Guinea. Tajikistan, I think I typed that one in already. Saudi Arabia. Uzbekistan, we've got Vietnam. Iraq, Iran. No, Iran we've already got. UAE. What's it called? Yemen. There's another one. It's this one here. I know it. I just can't remember what it's called. Turkmenistan. Oman. That's it. Oman. Thank you. Kyrgyzstan is the one I was thinking. And yes, spelling that is a nightmare. Yep, there we go. Kuwait. Let's try and get some of the Caribbean islands because I don't know them. Or any of the Central American landmasses. Israel, Jordan, Syria. What's the other one that's in here? And that. We're also missing that. Haiti, Lebanon, Palestine, that's it. Qatar, yep. India, thank you. Sri Lanka. El Salvador. Right, we've got 6 minutes, we're on 125. Grenada. Cote d'Ivoire, which I only know because I previously have played this. Dominica and the Dominican... no, I spelled that wrong. Dominican Republic. Yep. UAE, we've already got. Estonia. Right. We have 5 minutes left, so just have at it. Anything else that you know? Mexico, we've already got. Did I do Panama? We've already got. Latvia, Lithuania, I think we've got. Yep. Yep. Philippines, yep. Togo, we've got Malta, we've got Burkina Faso. Oh, yeah, we've got all of this here. Liberia? What's this one? Algeria? Angola, no, Angola we don't have. I think someone mentioned it before. Anime Land, no. Nicaragua. Korea, we've already got. Costa Rica. Tibet is not a country according to this. Korea, we've got. Tunisia. Mali, thank you. Ethiopia, Gambia, we've already got. Shit, are we stuck? Greenland doesn't count, and Moldavia, is it Moldova? I think I've already done that one. Sierra Leone, Malawi, Chad, Liberia, I think I've done. Yep. Bend over. God damn it. Stop it. Congo, we've done. Central African Republic, we've done. Angola, we've done. Nope. South Africa, we've already got. Zimbabwe, have we got that? Zambia. Swaziland. Switzerland. Yeah, we've already got all of them. Lesotho, we don't have. Antigua and Barbuda. Nepal. Djibouti, I know we've got. Vanuatu, I've never even heard of that. I don't know how you guys know those islands. Unless you live there, maybe. Lesotho, we've got. Cote d'Ivoire, we've got. Aruba. Bangladesh. Do we have Nepal? We do. I think we've done pretty well. Gabon, is that a country? Evidently. Guinea, Ghana, and Gambia we've already got. No, Guinea we did not have, thank you. Suriname? I didn't know what that was. Oh, Jesus. I think I don't know any others. Is it Maldives? Yep, Maldives is one. Equatorial Guinea we've got. At least I think we've got. Yeah, we've got. I can see it. Sri Lanka, Venezuela, yes. Colombia we've got. No. Yeah, Colombia we did have. Bulgaria, I should have known that because I've been there. Right, we've got Europe. There are 2 countries left in Europe here that we don't have. We've got 2 minutes 20 to get, what, 20 more, 30 more. Armenia, yes. Laos, we've got. Mozambique, thank you. Bahamas, thank you. Yemen, no, we've got Yemen. Ukraine, I think we've already got, yes. Trinidad. Is Trinidad? I'm not sure. Maybe we already have that, or I'm not sure if Trinidad's an island or a city or whatever. Kosovo is the country, yes. St. Lucia. Marshall Islands, yep. Trinidad and Tobago, thank you. Myanmar. Yep, Cambodia. I'm not sure what Arawak is, but it's not recognizing it as a country. Managua, I don't know what that is. El Salvador. New Zealand we've got. Jamaica we've got. Yep. Bhutan, yes, thank you. Helvetia, I don't know what that is. I don't know if you're trolling me. Right, we've got a minute. Have at it. We're close. Algeria, we've got. Yes, Seychelles. Senegal, I think we've got. Gaul? No, not Gaul. God damn it. Honduras. That's one I know, but we've already typed it. Roman Empire, no. Somalia, we didn't type that. Tunisia, nope. Mauritius, thank you. Nope. Troll is not a country, I don't think. Roman Empire. Oh, did I do Vatican? Yes, I did. Chile, we've got. Paraguay, Uruguay. Yeah, 27 more countries. And there's going to be a whole bunch in here that we know. This was my experience of doing this anyway. Honestly, we've done pretty damn well there. Oh, no, hide this. Oh, sorry, guys. We've got to watch an ad for Spire Healthcare. For 7 more seconds. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Montenegro, I know that's a country. Tonga is a country. We didn't have either of those. Togo we did have. Sequiana and Tuco, I'm not sure of what those are. Yeah, boo ads. Right, here we go. Okay, so we missed St. Kitts and Nevis, Guatemala, Belize, St. Vincent Grenadines, Barbados. Someone said Barbados, so I must have just not typed it. Guyana, Libya, Guinea-Bissau I knew, Benin, Republic of Congo, and Democratic Republic of Congo. I should have remembered that. Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Kenya, Comoros, Montenegro. Someone said that. Cabo Verde, Azerbaijan. That's the other Stan-Jan that I forgot. Brunei, Singapore, Timor-Leste, Solomon Islands, Nauru, Tuvalu, and Tonga. So I think, with the ones I knew that you guys also typed, we had at least 5 more, but I think that's pretty good. I think Montenegro is not in Europe, is it? Because here on this map, I can't really tell, but I think we got everything in Europe, and we got basically everything in Asia. It's the little islands, it's the middle of Africa, and it's the Caribbean that we... Yeah, you said Tonga. I will have missed some, and I also knew Tonga existed. And the reason why I remember that is because it's a song by a guy called Jason Richardson, which is pretty goddamn heavy, and if you're unfamiliar with who Jason Richardson is, he'll blow your head off when you hear him play guitar for the first time. Montenegro was part of Yugoslavia. Okay, fair enough. Allobrosia? What the heck? What is Allobrosia? Or is that algebra, but spelt wrong? St. Kitts and Nevis. Yeah, again, there's some weird shit in here that I've just never heard of. Like, I only know that Côte d'Ivoire exists because of this game. Tonga time. Yeah, if I could play it for you, then I would. But yeah, if you want to listen to some heavy shit, look up Tonga by Jason Richardson. Right. Let's close that. And let's see how our beavers are doing. Who's dead? Oh my god, they've been multiplying like... Well, like beavers, I guess. Right, I need names. I need names. Is there anyone in chat who has died? Greyard 1? I don't think... You're not someone. None of the adults are... unnamed. Name one buck. Alright. Kraken, you're already somewhere. Yeah, you're here with all your numbers. Somalia. Alright, we're gonna... This one here is called Somalia. Can't believe we missed Atlantis. Yeah, that was... I'm surprised we got that many, honestly, but yeah. Call one Taiwan. Alright. Alright, last one. Bend over. Alright. That's it for naming. Okay, so what are we missing? Unconnected buildings. That's because this has not been built. So if we bump that up... That house is not being used because of that. That house is not being used because of that. We have 31 empty beds, which means they should start breeding soon. And once again, you farmers... Who are my farmers? Gagalum and Trufflepup. Still plugging away. Oh my god, Gagalum's 44! I thought you died at like 20! How the hell are you that old? Must be all the carrots. Trufflepup, you're only 19. You're just a wee lad. So Gagalum, you're on your way out pretty soon, I think. And you were a child when we started. So, I did not know that beavers could live that long. Maybe there's some degree of randomization. I have no idea. Anyway, we need more, storage for our carrots. $300 extra viewers from the CCP to log in. Hey, well, I don't know. Does China have its fingers in YouTube's pockets? Because if they do, then maybe. But, hey, I would welcome a Chinese audience. Oh my god. Have they... In that whole time, they didn't remove that? They did remove this, though. Okay. And that's what I said I would do before we started, and then I didn't, because I forgot. So they should now, hopefully, build this dam. And now I can start my maple. Yeah, it does reach all the way. Well, it doesn't reach there, but who cares, honestly? Yeah, so I know, like, most of you guys, I think, have been here for pretty much the entire time, but any of you who missed it, my next stream is going to be a week today, not 2 weeks, because I can't do 2 weeks, and we're going to be starting God of War 2018, which should be a lot of fun. Yeah, let's get another house there. Dad of Boy. Yes, Boy. That guy's Christopher Judge. He's the guy. His voice is incredible. Because I've heard his like voice acting in like games here and there. And yeah, he just has one of those voices. So does Lance Reddick, who you probably saw died like a few days ago. And I didn't realize how many games he had done voice acting for, because I also, like, in Horizon Zero Dawn, which I'm currently playing on and off, I've just got to the bit where Lance Reddick's character, like, I still don't know who his character is, but he's just, like, popped up in my ear, like, he hacks into your ear thingy, and he speaks to you, kind of like Morpheus in The Matrix, but I still have no clue who he is. But yeah, he's another guy who just has one of those voices. And then, yeah, obviously he's in John Wick, which I guess John Wick 4 would have been his last movie, probably, unless he's got something filming now that's not been released yet. Not entirely sure. And he was in... I've not played Destiny, but I know that he was a voice in Destiny. I don't know if I should play Destiny, because obviously it's free to play, so it's like, why not? But at the same time, is it worth my time? Because, like, looter shooters don't really do anything for me. The only one I've played that I liked was Borderlands, if you can even call it that. And, yeah, the idea of, you know, health bars being a thing in video games is probably a necessary evil. Because in something like WoW or whatever, or League of Legends, or, you know, anything like that, you're fighting a thing until the health bar is down. Whereas in something like... I never played it, but The Division sounded particularly egregious for this, because you fight man with beanie hat, and then you fight man with beanie hat who has a bigger health bar, and it takes you 500 rounds to kill him. Like, that kind of stuff is just immersion-breakingly awful. So, like, that I have no time for, and if that's not what Destiny is, then maybe I'll give it a go. Yeah, John Wick I'm kind of hit and miss on, because I haven't seen number 4. I think 1... This is the thing, it depends on how you judge them. The story of 1 is... Well, the story of 1 exists. The story of 2 and 3 is abject nonsense. And it seems to only exist to facilitate the fight scenes. That said, the fight scenes are extremely good. So, you know, it kind of... to me, it fills a gap. I had this discussion with a couple of friends in person the other day, actually. And I feel like the reason why John Wick has been so successful is because it fills a gap in the market that is not there. Because, like, some other examples that we came up with when we were chatting, like Taken, seems like that kind of film, in that it's like I guess a dad action film type movie, if you want to call it that. But the difference is that Taken doesn't have the Keanu Reeves factor. You've got Liam Neeson's great, but Liam Neeson looks like he's doing what he's doing because of the guys in the editing room. You know, you no doubt have seen the clip from Taken 2 where he jumps over a fence and it is cut into like 8 separate shots. Whereas Keanu Reeves actually put in a lot of effort, seemingly, to actually get like firearms training and martial arts and all the rest of it, so that way he could sell what he was doing on screen. And like, that's not a dig at Liam Neeson, but that's not what the Taken films are. The Taken films are, you know, they're totally different to the John Wick films. Like, the only thing I can think of that fills the same gap in the market that the John Wick movies do is the Raid movies, which I think are far superior to the John Wick movies, but they're also not English movies, or American movies. Well, it's a Welsh guy that directed them, and it's an Indonesian cast. So, Taken is really solid compared to John Wick. Yeah, I would say that John Wick is absolutely more impressive, but being impressive doesn't make it a better movie. And I think the first Taken is probably better than all of the John Wick movies. But I haven't seen... I've seen John Wick's 1, 2, and 3. I haven't seen Taken 2 and 3 or 4. Or 4? There is no 4. I haven't seen Taken's 2 and 3. So I can't really say. But yeah, like, Taken... It was simple and it was solid. Like, there's nothing really wrong with Taken from what I remember. But John Wick fills a different gap in the market to what Taken did. I think, at least. You know, you have other films like Atomic Blonde, which was the Charlize Theron one, which seemed like it was advertised as being that kind of thing, but it really isn't. Like, Atomic Blonde is okay, but it's not John Wick, but with boobs. Like, it's not that at all. It's a Cold War thriller with, I want to say, 2 extremely well done John Wick-esque fight sequences, if we want to call them that. And, like, those fight scenes are fantastic, but they account for, like, 1% of the movie. So the movie is a you know, a plot with action scenes, whereas I feel like the John Wick movies, particularly 2 and 3 and probably 4, are action scenes with a plot that's kind of incidental as a result of there being action scenes, you know? Speaking of Jason Statham, though, yeah, Crank. Crank is a movie that exists. Crank 2 I thought was trash, but Crank 1 was really good. It was really fun at the very least. I don't know if I could actually view it critically, but it's just so silly. It's a lot of fun to watch from what I remember. Right, I think... God, have they not built this yet? We need to get our planks up and running. So that way we can then harness this water. Oh, our dam is nearly done. So this is what I was talking about. You put a water wheel right there, and you're good. Yeah, let's do it. I'm feeling ambitious. Because that's a bit far from where I want my industry to be. Which is also going to necessitate... I don't want to dick around with districts tonight, though. God, don't make me do that. Let's do the water wheel thing, and we'll see if we have to dick around with districts. So if we put that there, we then have to build a platform so as to put that there. And then we have no choice but to demolish all of those resources. So that we can then... That's right, gears. We're going to need gears soon. We're going to need gears now, actually. So gears turn planks into gears, and... okay, this is going to be a temporary gear station. We're going to have to give you your own hamster wheel. And then I'm going to delete both of those and move them up here, because I'm wasting land that I could use for other things. So, hamster wheel. Who's currently running on our current hamster wheel? I hope you're working hard. Woodinator. Andrew V, thank you for joining, and good night. Jason Statham film where he fights 10 guys on slick oil while wearing bicycle pedals so he can stand up. What the hell is that? Yeah, for any of you guys who didn't know, I mean, this may not mean anything to those of you who aren't from the UK, but... oh, shit. No, we're okay. This pathway has flooded. The dam is currently not... Oh, no! Oh, shit, that does matter. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, gosh diddly darn it. Yeah, so when the buildings are flooded, they stop working, and that's a pretty severe flood. So, yeah, we'll open the dam and release the river, and this will then de-flood itself. Yeah, so while I fix this, Jason Statham, before he was an actor, he was a stuntman. And he had a job working at Legoland in Windsor, which is in the UK, if anyone is not from the UK. And he, like, I don't remember if I would have been there when he was there, but he was working there at the time when I was a child going to Legoland. So no doubt I saw him, you know, diving off lighthouses and whatever else it is, because they have like a lighthouse stunt show that they used to do at Legoland. And that's what he did. So, yeah, I may well have seen him when he was working there. Looked it up, the transporter. I've definitely seen the second transporter. I honestly can't remember. I like Jason Statham though. Like, he's kind of like a Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone type, where like he's not. Can you name a movie for me where he's actually acting? Like, not to be disparaging, but like where he's pushed to do something that isn't himself. Because, kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Stallone, like, they're entertaining because it's Jason Statham. But, like, you would never see Jason Statham doing Brendan Fraser, the Whale type role, as far as I'm aware. Maybe I'm missing one, but... Oh, Lockstock. Yeah, Lockstock he's excellent in. But again, he's still playing that kind of type. Yeah, Lockstock and Snatch, actually. Those are probably his two best, because I really love those movies. Yeah, I need to rewatch them, actually. Those movies are great. That should still be... Oh, God, no, you... Fuck. Okay. That's why. Okay, in that case, I now don't have a choice. Oh, wait, no, I do have a choice. I don't have to build another district. I've got to build this bridge. Okay, so in that case, we'll do that. And top priority it. Jeremy, if you liked Snatch... then watch Lockstock, because people... I don't know where I line up on this. I think I prefer Snatch, but most people, I think, hold that Lockstock is the superior film. Because Lockstock is kind of the same, but again, but, like, that's not to take anything away from Lockstock. Like, it is extremely good. But when you see... I think I said that backwards. Snatch is Lockstock, but again. And, when you see Lockstock, you will probably notice that there are a lot of similarities between Snatch and Lockstock. So it could be that Snatch is the film he wanted to make, but he couldn't, so he made Lockstock. But, like, both of them are excellent, I think. Like, Lockstock is simpler and more stripped down, whereas Snatch has some... It has bigger name actors, for one. It's got Brad Pitt in it. But also, like, some of the things that happen are not the kinds of things that could have maybe been possible in your first movie, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Lockstock was Guy Ritchie's first movie. Why are we talking about kidnap movies? Oh, Kraken's not doing well. Why is Kraken not doing well? Has Kraken died? Where's... There we go. No, Kraken's alive. You have a 6 happiness. Unless we're not talking about in-game. I hope you're doing okay, Kraken. Man on Fire is a really good movie. But I haven't seen it for a little while. And, Kurosagi, you're not a beaver. At least I don't think you're a beaver. No, you're not. Right. The Crank 3 conspiracy. You're gonna have to elaborate on that. And yeah, while you're doing that, let's see if Gagalum is still alive. Gagalum is alive. How old is he? He works at the farmhouse. Gagalum is 50. Right, I need to Google this. I've got to minimize this and just Google. How long do beavers live? If no need is satisfied, a beaver will live for 50 days and night cycles. A basic beaver lives for 41 days. House-only beavers die at 60. Okay, so that means if you're unemployed forever, you live until 60, so I assume... Gagalum, I'm sorry, but you were a wee lad. You're on your way out now. Rob Sanderson... I think you were an adult, so you're probably dead now. Yes, I'm afraid you're dead. If you want to give me another name to stick in here, then let me know. Oh, you're playing chess. I was going to say. Yeah, that, Gagalum's got great grand beavers. Yeah, so there's no, like, family tree type thing like there is in Frostpunk. Maybe that's something they could add or should add. Because, like, what I found from playing this through to, like, actually having a properly functional city, which this is reasonably functional, it's just that it's taken a while to grow, is, there isn't as much interest or focus on any one beaver. Like, you can see at this point here how many we've got. And they're going to keep coming, they're going to keep dying. And on like my main game, which I'll show you before when I say that I'm going to cut the stream, if I forget, please remind me in chat, and I will open my big city to show you guys. But I'm on about 200 beavers, I think, and they just come and go, and I can't keep track of their names because they just come and go. So I feel like having heritage or like maybe auto-naming the children so that there is some kind of family tree, that would add a bit of engagement and a bit of a reason to care for the individual beaver, maybe? But, you know, that isn't necessary. It's just a cool to have. But, like, you know, these kinds of games are typically filled with good to haves. Ooh, let's have a bit more whiskey. And with that, the Johnny Walker Black label is emptied. I've still got a cider to get through. Jesus, right, I need to... Hold on. Max amount of beavers. Gagalum died. No, Gagalum, no! He was so young. Gagalum died, no. Right, yeah, annoyingly I can't see on this menu here who the oldest is, because, like, Gagalum must have been the oldest, like, surely. Right. I lived a happy life. F. Okay, Gagalum, give me a name, and you're gonna be a kid. Or I could just make you Gagalum too, but, like, give me a name, and you can have your own beaverling. Truffle Pup, I think you're still working at the farm. I think. I will check in a moment. But then, yeah, we got a whole load of beavers here that don't have names. Gagalum 2. That's there we go. Right. So Stack. What? Stack Viz is. That sounds like a beaver name. Because, yeah, the beaver names in this game are very silly. Yeah, okay, so we're at the point where we have so many beavers that I haven't actually been able to rename them quickly enough. So. Next one should be called Chewy. Alright, hold on. Somalia is alive. Stackviz, you can be called Chewy, and you can work with Truffle Pup in the farm. Who else has died? Has anyone died? No, Greyard and Bot Pilot, you're still alive. Caden Wyatt, I think you're still alive. No? Caden Wyatt, you're dead. Give me a name, unless you want to be number 2. Which is entirely up to you. And then we'll have to see where you end up working. But yeah, we've got... So this icon here means that we have a lot of unemployed, so I'm going to have to start building some buildings, because right now it's just wasted... Well, manpower, beaver power, isn't it? Shadow Strike, right. Chewy, we've got... Where's Rooma? Right. Shadow Strike. Okay. I don't know where does Shadow Strike work? Let's check. and then we'll continue. Oh, you're my treeman. You're working in the forest there. Okay. Right, I need places for these beavers to work. God, they're not really building anything, are they? Oh, I know why. Yeah, it's because all the wood's stockpiling here. Yeah, okay, I know what we need to do. We need a hauling post. So the hauling post you don't build early, because if you do, then everyone will just start working at the hauling post. So what you do is you build it when you get to about this point, I think. He says. He's probably wrong, but we'll see. And then it will employ builders, or not builders, it will employ workers for the sole purpose of moving resources from A to B. So if food needs to be taken from Truffle Pup and Chewy's farmhouse, it will be taken by the haulers, not by them. And also the haulers can carry, I think, double the weight that... Yeah, carrying capacity increased by 100%. Game has a pretty aesthetic for sure. Yeah, man, just wait until I show you my, like, proper map, and you'll see what this game can look like, because I got robot beavers in that. It's so good. We need to finish building this, though, which means we need planks, which means we need gurney to continue... Oh no, we are starting to stockpile some planks, so we're okay. Thing is, we built arguably too many houses. We've got 9 unemployed and 22 empty beds, and I need to start giving them something to do. So what I think we'll do, because we're doing good on food, we're doing very good on food, actually. So let's stick... I haven't really thought this through. I can't build vertically here, because I don't have any way for them to get there. This I need to bump up in priority. Yeah, once we get the hauling post out, they'll start moving these around, because right now I've got 180 wood here, and we've got buildings that are not being built. Never enjoyed watching a stream this much. Well, thank you, sir. That does mean a lot, especially given that this is literally the 3rd stream I've ever done. So, yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, because I certainly am, and it's an excuse to drink some alcohol. Speaking of chin chin and... Let's get drunk. I don't want to get drunk today. I'm busy tomorrow. But at the same time, I've got bottles in front of me that contain fluids. Right, the pulp is empty. And we're now moving on to the Henry Weston's Cloudy Cider. Let's see how that goes. Too late. Well, hey, I'm not drunk yet. Well, I say I'm not drunk yet. I'm definitely not good to drive at the moment. I'm probably good to not have a hangover at the moment, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, if we're having fun, I'll keep drinking. Because, honestly, drinking is borrowing happiness from tomorrow. That's kind of the way I view it. Oh, that's good cider. There's a really nice pub near where I live that does this Henry Weston's cider on tap, and it's glorious. Rich, hi RFT. Hello, Rich. I don't know if you've been in stream before, but you are not a beaver. You have not been in stream today, which means you are now... You're a little baby beaver. A baby beaver. Welcome, if you have not been here before, and welcome back if you have. Right, what was I doing? And then I'll catch up with chat, because I feel like we're at a bottleneck. We've got 180 wooden logs right here that are not being used. So these... what I did here is I set up this forester to plant maple trees, but these take they take 30 days to build, but they give you a shitload of wood when they sprout, I guess is the word. So until they actually start being harvestable, I'm not going to put anyone here to actually gather them. Because there's no point. They'd just be sat there switched off, so yeah. This log pile here can empty this one once these two are built, and they are already on high priority, so I think we're good. Dam's doing okay, and then the water wheel can be built once that's done, so yeah, I think it's a case of wait until the bridge is built, because that's our bottleneck. Rich says, I haven't been on the stream, but I enjoy your videos. Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed my teardowns of Rings of Power, and no doubt that's where you discovered me. And I hope you enjoy the Hobbit video, which if you had not seen, is coming out. We're doing a premiere, which I've not done before, so hopefully it goes how I think it will go, on Sunday, so 2 days' time. And yes, rando. So you're now a rando, Rich. If you're in the chat, you're a rando. Nearly spilled some booze. Right, Gagalum says, can I rename you to Gagalum Jr.? Right, Benny, you are now... Oh, wait, no, hold on. Gagalum, I already renamed you, so... Or did I? Yes, I did. Gagalum 2. You're now Gagalum Jr. There we go. Yeah, so YouTube premieres... there's other channels that I watch, like most other channels that I typically watch every upload that they do as they come out. They use the YouTube Premiere system, and like I don't typically interact with it because, I you know, if I see a video that's come out, I'll add it to my watch later, and then I'll watch it when I'm in YouTube mode. I don't necessarily tune in to watch stuff live. I mean, if I can, then I do. But yeah, the way it works, my understanding of the way it works is that I've set the video to release at 4 o'clock on Sunday, UK time, which means that I don't actually have to do anything. The video will start playing as if it is a live stream, like right now, with a live chat at 4 o'clock on Sunday. And it will just go. And anyone that's there, if someone tunes in at, you know, an hour later, then they tune in an hour into the video, I think is how it works. And then once the video has aired in its entirety, at that point, it's a regular upload that anyone can just kind of watch. Like, I hope that that's how it works, and my current understanding is that that's exactly how it works. But the benefit of doing this is it means that you guys, if you want to, can arrive in chat, which is where I will be, and watch the video with me. So, yeah, hopefully there's some edgy jokes in there. Hopefully they're not too much, but, you know, there's nothing in there that'll get me demonetized, especially now that Warner Brothers has cleared it for copyright. $4 p.m. on Sunday is 3 p.m. our time. Whereabouts are you? Because I know a lot of you guys are in... yeah, that's right. A lot of you guys are in Germany, although I assume Rob Sanderson does not sound like a German name, so my guess is that you're not in Germany. Yeah, the reason why I put it then is because I didn't want to delay it until next week, and I'm busy later in the evening on Sunday. Lincolnshire. Okay, fair enough. Wait, what? Are you not on the same time zone as me? Surely you're in the same time zone as me. You must be. Unless I'm way off. Oh, clocks go... Oh, clocks go forward. When do the clocks go forward? Because I never pay attention to that. I just let my phone do it for me. Or do the clocks go forward for you at a different time? I'm on GMT. So it's... we're at, what, 11:30 GMT at the moment. Have the clocks already gone forwards? $6:33. Yeah, 6:33. So I Kraken, I assume you're somewhere in the States, because I think you're like 5 odd hours behind us. Lincolnshire is a day ahead. I did not know that. Is that... I can't tell if you guys are joking. Honestly, I don't know. I assumed that everywhere in the UK was on the same time zone. But yeah, either way, that's when I have the videos scheduled to come out. So any of you that can make it, please do, but if not, then, you know, I hope you enjoy the video either way, because I put quite a lot of work into it. Including risking my channel in order to contest copyright, because of course that's how YouTube works. So honestly, with the, with any future videos that I do, so, it obviously Desolation of Smaug and then Battle of the Five Armies, I'm not worrying about how long the clips are that I put in, because with the first Hobbit video, it was getting to the point where they were claiming anything that was longer than 5 seconds, which is insane. So what I'm going to do in future going ahead is I'm just going to edit the video to be as good as it can be, and then I will contest it as far as I can contest it, because obviously the robot will look at it and say, no, my lord, and then I'll contest it, a person will look at it and go, the fuck, this is obviously fair use, and then they'll say, yes, my lord. So, you know, if it delays it by a few days, you know, a week or so, had I contested it on day 1, I would have already released the Hobbit video. The reason why I didn't do that was because I didn't think that was an option. But now it evidently seems to be. Super chat from Wyland. Thank you for streaming. It's plain fun watching and listening. Thank you so much for your support, good sir or madam. I'm unsure. It's difficult. It's difficult with YouTube names. But yes, Wyland is on my Patreon as well. If any of you guys want to support me on Patreon, check the video description in any of my videos. Yeah, I'm not going to plug it for particularly long, but I mean, the reason why Patreon is useful is because theoretically, at any point, YouTube could demonetize any of my videos because they don't like me. Like, I highly doubt that that will happen because I'm, relatively speaking, a nobody on YouTube. But, you know, there's a reason why people are careful when they're earning a living on YouTube. There's a reason why they're careful. Good night, Greyard, by the way. Sorry, I missed your message. Good night. And good night, Kraken. Thank you for joining. Man, you guys are 16 and 17. You're 15 odd years younger than me. That's nuts. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, if I look at my like YouTube analytics, most people who watch my videos are older than me, which is interesting because I would have assumed they'd be younger than me. Like 20, I forget how YouTube splits it, but I think 25 to 35 is probably my most viewed, which actually that you know, that is me because I'm 31. So yeah, like I'd imagine YouTube's primary audience, because, you know, like the younger generation, as far as I would assume, you know, those of you who are 16, 17, typically are not YouTube's normal audience. You know, you've got other things like TikTok, and I know Rumble exists, but I don't really know anything about Rumble. I know that various controversial figures are now on Rumble as a result of YouTube being YouTube. You know, it's kind of the same as, what is it? What were the alternatives to Twitter before Musk took over? Gab? And what was the other one? Getter, that was it. Unless I'm forgetting another one. But yeah, like all that kind of thing, it seems it's never going to be as big as the original. Like if Twitter was deleted right now, then that doesn't necessarily, you know, Gab and Getter's audiences would go up. But they would never reach the heights that Twitter has reached. Because getting there first is so important. And like YouTube, I think, is the second biggest search engine next to Google. And obviously Google own YouTube. So, yeah. Sea Kayak is 56. Damn. Oh, you might be the oldest in here. Well, but yeah, that's the thing. So, I mean, YouTube has been around since... When did YouTube start? Because I know World of Warcraft is older than YouTube. So I think YouTube started in 2005. I think. Which means those of you who are like 15, 16 will obviously not remember a world without YouTube. But yeah. I remember when YouTube was just like... Because as a guitarist, like I would just look up... I would watch people playing guitar on YouTube and just kind of learn what they were doing. Like that was what I used YouTube for at the beginning. In those days... YouTube did not have any kind of prerequisite to be monetized, which meant that ads would run on every video, even if you're a guy with one sub, and you would earn an amount of money based on how many eyes go on that ad. But if you are the guy with one sub, then you're not earning very much. You're earning what, pennies every year, or you know, something silly like that. So yeah, it's kind of interesting how YouTube have changed, and honestly how, like, again, because for like my other job, the audio stuff that I do for self-employed, for freelancing, it deals with, I've kind of learned how like YouTube and Facebook work their advertising algorithms to some degree. Like it's very trial and error. I know you can pay people to like do this kind of shit for you, but I kind of want to learn it myself. And it's trial and error. You know, you feed in however much money and you get however much money back, and it's a game of trial and error. But yeah, you can absolutely, like, if you're, what was the Mr. Beast? I don't know if any, because I don't watch like any of these like massive Uber YouTubers typically, but you know, PewDiePie and Mr. Beast, that kind of thing. I stick them on every now and then because they pop up and it's like, oh, bot pilot's got to go. No problem, buddy. See you and thank you for tuning in. yeah, like, there was a Mr. Beast video that he uploaded where, like, he hired an assassin to try and, quote-unquote, kill him, and it was hideously expensive for him to do, because he, like, rented a hotel and rented a helicopter and spent, you know, massive amounts of money, but the number of views that video is going to get, he will have been able to pay for that. Like, you know, if he's running it like a business, then, you know, YouTube is it's a good way to earn some money, honestly. Yeah. Rob Sanderson. Oh, well, Rob Sanderson, that is a super chat without a message, but, I mean, thank you again so much for your support. Honestly, every little helps. And if you guys do have any questions at any point, then just chuck them in chat, and I'll answer them. Like, there's not really anything that I'm not going to answer unless it's a, you know, give me your address question, in which case I'll give you a stupid answer. Yeah, dial-up. So, I say I'm not that old. I might be older than most of you in chat, I don't know. But I remember dial-up. I remember the days of dial-up. I don't think that I ever used YouTube on dial-up. I can't remember, but like when I was like 10 or whatever, it would be a case of you can't use the phone because we're using the internet. And it shared a line, so yeah. Rob said, I deserve a quid for thinking I'm in a different time zone. Oh, Jesus. Well, so you were trolling me earlier. So, yeah, my knowledge of geography is not great. Like, I know that Map of the World quiz may have tricked you into thinking that I'm good at geography, but yeah, I'm unfamiliar with a lot of locations in the UK. Like, I've lived in a handful of them, but like I typically don't travel much within the UK. Rich says, RFT, what was the inspiration behind the Emperor's New Groove character? I thought it was fucking funny. Like, that's it. There was one of those like viral posts or whatever where it was like people's face, you know, what is it, Disney villains face swaps, and there was some really funny ones on there where it was like Mulan, who had been face swapped with whatever the guy's name is, the guy who has like yellow eyes and a hilarious mustache, and it was brilliant. And like, you know, I could have picked that because that's just fucking funny. But yeah, the Yzma Kronk one, I have a soft spot for the Emperor's New Groove. I think it is goddamn hilarious, and it absolutely just appeals to my sense of humor. So yeah, the face I copied. The face I did not invent. The various avatars that I kind of use in the videos, I did put those together, but like I'm not a... what's the word? Like a photo editor. That I use like free tools for all of that. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just doing enough to do what I want to do. And if it gets to the point where I can't do a thing that I want to do, then I'll probably, like at some, you know, all my video editing, if you've not been here before, you probably won't know, but I edit everything I do on iMovie, which is free, because I own an iMac, which is what I do all my work on, and it comes with iMovie. And like for my other job, like I know how to use iMovie. I'm pretty sure I know how to use iMovie better than most people, but it's a case of knowing its limitations. And as long as I'm not trying to do what it can't do, you're fine. But the moment, as you know, this is kind of typical of Apple, because I like Apple, but I also own a gaming PC for a reason, and that's because Apple are very good at some things and very bad at others. And if you try and do something that cannot be done, quote unquote, with a piece of Apple software, it will just be completely impossible. It's not like you can kind of gimp it and find a workaround. Whereas like Windows Gear and like on the PC, if I want to do something with my graphics card and make it, like I'm probably talking nonsense at this point, but like if I want to make my graphics card ramp the fans all the way up when I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2, but only Red Dead Redemption 2, I can probably do that. I can probably find a way to do that. There is no fucking way I'm able to do that on a Mac. Or if I can, then it's not obvious how I do that. So, like, Apple products, generally speaking, like, Apple products are idiot-proof, kind of. In that they're... Oh, shit. No, I just minimized. No, don't do that. We're gonna have a flash. Shit. No. Oh, God, everything's going wrong. Everything's gone wrong. Right. Desync that. Switch that on. Okay. Yeah, so Apple products, generally speaking, and I speak as someone who is a fan of Apple. I own an iPhone. I don't have an iPad because I don't see the point, but I also own an iMac, which I've had for years. Like, the products typically speaking, just kind of work, and for the kind of stuff that I do on my Mac, they are exactly right for it. But at some point, possibly soon, honestly, it depends on how this YouTube thing ends up going for me. I may end up buying some actual proper video editing software and doing the editing on my gaming PC. Because my gaming PC, no doubt, is more powerful than my iMac. Like, I haven't checked, I honestly don't know, but at the moment, my iMac's running fine. And because most of what I do on it is like audio work, and I'm a lot more at home editing audio than I am editing video. Like the video stuff, I'm only really doing to, well, really to facilitate the YouTube stuff. Like, I kind of don't see the point of uploading, like, the Hobbit video, because I think someone mentioned this in a comment, and I don't, whoever that is, I don't know if you're in chat, but if you are, it's an interesting point, but I'll respond to it. Is this person had suggested using still images instead of using clips from the films, because that would obviously get around YouTube's copyright system, and it would mean that you know, I'm not risking my channel to upload anything. And that's exactly what I did for the Last of Us podcast video that's going to be up at some point. Is the whole thing is just still images, just to provide a point of reference for what we're talking about. But when we're talking like a properly analytical mainline in-depth video, I want it to be as good as it can be. I don't want to be talking for 5 minutes about why did Gandalf do this in this scene and just show you an image of Ian McKellen. Like, that to me seems lazy. Like, it's obviously easier, which I guess is why it's lazy, but you know, thing is, saying that it's lazy is kind of harsh, because like if someone did that, I wouldn't necessarily fault them. Because at the end of the day, they've got to have their video up, and they've got to bypass YouTube's bullshit system. But like, I guess I would rather the video be delayed and have it be as good as it can be than have it out every Friday, for example. Like, that's why I don't typically stick to a schedule. Although, when I do these live streams, that's why I like doing these live streams, is I can then tell you guys what I'm thinking of doing, but like, it's not directly a schedule, because obviously videos get delayed, which isn't necessarily my fault, or maybe I was slow on editing something, or something came up, or whatever it might be. Right, anyway, I'm gonna check chat, because I see some messages are whizzing past. The gear factory, or the gear workshop, is not built yet. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to tell this to be built, because you need gears in order to do the level change. And then I am going to... yeah, so I can tell all of this to be built, and then when I have the mats to build it, it will just happen. So I don't need to worry about the fact that I can't actually build it yet. And then I can just have a chat with you guys, which is honestly the point of all of this. So, yeah, I mean, at some point I'll come back to Timberborn. Because it's a lot of fun. It's a pretty chill game. Right. I'm going to keep this going at double speed. Hold on. Fucking hell. Who's in the... Bend over and tap them relag. So, you guys have been... plugging away, and we need to spend some of that there science. So what are we going to spend it on? And then I'm going to check chat. Don't need the bridges, don't need the houses. We don't yet need anything else for food, although we do have quite a few beavers. Actually, yeah, this beaver stockpile has gone all the way down. So what we're going to do... yeah, let's pause and do this quickly, and then I'll check chat. So, we're going to demolish... let's put it right there, actually. And we'll bump the priority on that. And then I'm going to build a second farmhouse to harvest. However, we are going to need more food, and I'm thinking I'm going to stick it up here because I want all of this to be wood. So... yeah, okay. So, clear... no? Yep, clear all of that. Right. And then we're gonna have to build another farmhouse up here because... yeah, those ones are out of range. That doesn't really help us. So we'll stick a farmhouse right there, and that is going to be growing potatoes. And in order to use potatoes, you need a grill. So we'll put the grill right next to the farmhouse. And when we have potatoes, we stick the potatoes in the grill. And then we probably need a warehouse for the potatoes, and the beavers can come up here and eat the potatoes. So we'll set this to grilled potatoes, and then when we have... So the potatoes take a little while to plant and grow and all the rest of it. But yeah, for now, we'll leave that where it is. Water, I think we're good for, because we can close this dam whenever, which means we have infinite water, so I just don't care. Anyway, let's check chat. What are we missing? God, y'all have been chatting away. The villains in The Emperor's New Groove are hilarious. Yeah, they're just so good. Eartha Kitt and Patrick Warburton. So good. So fucking good. And at some point, I'll probably do a video on them. On the movie, because it's just unlike any other... Not any other movie, really, because like the style of humor is not really anywhere else in Disney films. Even the Disney films of that era, because that was the era where Disney was trying... well, random bullshit. And none of it did very well. The Emperor's New Groove did not do very well. But it did particularly well on, like, VHS or DVD, I guess it would have been, 2001. I forget. Right, I need to make sure I hit this at the right time, because I don't want to flood anything, but at the same time I got to close this dam for the drought. So let's close it now, and hope that we do not flood anything. There we go, drought started, so we should be good, because the water is coming from, like, miles away. And as long as this doesn't flood anything, we're good. Gagalum says clips are better than still images. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, I don't... The only reason why I use still images for the Last of Us thing is because it was a, again, podcast-type video. And the point of the still images was so that myself and Ryan had something to work with when we were talking about a thing. Because, like, I didn't want to be in a circumstance where I said, they could have just done this. And then he says, well, no, they couldn't. And then we have to then look up a video, or look up, like, okay, well, let's check the scene. You know, I wanted to have it on screen so that we're both working with the same information. But yeah, like, I for my mainline videos, I would absolutely go with clips over images. Especially because, again, I know how fair use works, and as long as I can tell a multi-billion-dollar corporation how fair use works, then we're good. It helps that you aren't working, Rob Sanderson says, it helps that you aren't working on a set schedule and... Sorry, it helps that you aren't working on videos and uploading them to a set schedule too. I think if you were, you'd probably be looking at the editing software sooner rather than later. Yeah, if I ever feel choked by the fact that I'm using iMovie, if I want to do something that I can't do, then I will, straight away, I'll just buy, like, Adobe, whatever it is, Adobe thingy majig, and I'll just do it, because I'm sure I can work it out. Like, it's not going to be that difficult. Because, like, I'm used to using, like, Pro Tools for audio, so there's only so complex it can be. I'm just not going to do that until iMovie is incapable of doing what I need it to do. But, yeah, you know, the guys who actually... Because there's plenty of YouTubers who treat this like a job, which... like, I'm, like, not faulting them in the slightest. But when you're doing that, you have to stick to some kind of schedule. Even if it's a schedule of live streams. You know, if you release a video every, what, 3 months, so 4 videos a year, and you live stream every week in between that, that's still a schedule. And I don't usually like schedules because I don't like promising things and then cancelling them, which is why I don't, like, unless there's an emergency, I don't ever plan on cancelling anything. But, you know, if I say I'm going to live stream next Friday, I've kind of got to be there, because otherwise you guys are, you know, if nothing else, you're like, oh, I guess there's no live stream. In which case, you know, 1, it makes me look bad, and 2, it means that we don't get to do a live stream. So, yeah, I feel like not promising anything and doing a surprise live stream is probably better, but that's why I'm only really going to promise anything Well, no, I'll rephrase. I'm never going to promise anything. I'm just going to tell you what I'm doing and what will probably happen. So that way I kind of cover all my bases. And yes, Jeremy, it's definitely better that I make the videos at my own pace, because at the end of the day, like at this point, I am making them for myself, because again, I do have, if I didn't have anything to say about The Hobbit, then I wouldn't have done The Hobbit, even though it won the poll. I would have done something else. But at the same time, like, I do have an audience now. Like, when I started doing the Rings of Power stuff, I didn't. And now I do. So I'm aware of the fact that I am not the only person watching my videos. So, you know, as long as it's entertaining for those of you who have already seen my existing content, then, well, then win-win, honestly, because I get to do stuff for someone else and make something of a living doing it. But yeah, as soon as you start scheduling things, then it becomes that much more stressful. And I don't need to do that at this point. And I also don't really want to. So I would rather release one exceptionally good video every year than release one a week. Because, like, again, not taking it away from them, but there's plenty of YouTubers that I watch on various topics that do, like, the breaking news type thing, where it's like, this thing has happened, we'll upload a video about it. Like, well, I'm not going to name names, but, you know, YouTube reviewers who, like, every film that comes out, they see it on day one in the cinema and they upload a 5-minute video saying, I like it, thumbs up. Like, that is to some degree useful, but I don't really have any interest in doing that, because I figure it doesn't really make any sense to say, I liked The Northman, like and subscribe, you know? If I have something to say about it beyond I like it, then I'll say it. And fucking Jesus Christ, we have a flood. Shit. Shit! Fucking god dogs. Shit. Yeah, okay, so the reason why that happened and I just flooded everything is because the drought ended, the water kept on chugging along, and my dam was closed, so we now gotta wait for a minute while this opens. Okay, right, hold on, so we'll close that, and then I had a super chat I need to read. Give me a sec, please. Again, it's a good thing the beavers like water. Anyway, we have a whole load of unemployed. We're gonna have to fix that in a minute. So, Nikola Abradovich says, when Bulgarians nod, they actually mean no instead of yes. Only people in the world who do that. Yeah, so I've been to Bulgaria, and I feel like someone in Bulgaria told me that. Because it's a bit weird. Like, it's, you know, different cultures have different things, but it's interesting that it's literally the opposite of everywhere else. Yes, thank you for your super chat, good sir. There is someone called Bend Over. Yeah, that wasn't me. Someone else did that. I didn't do that. You missed the part where I said Frostpunk is a bit more chill than Timberborn, but that's just me. I am hilarious. Well, yeah, I mean, it's literally more chill, but yeah, Timberborn, you can fail at. You can absolutely fail at it, but it's definitely less punishing than Frostpunk. Like, Frostpunk, I love Frostpunk, but I feel like I couldn't switch it on for, 100 hours or something like that. You kind of have to be in a certain mindset to play it. Right. We need to plant a couple of maple trees there, and how is our maple doing it? See, the maple is only on 48-odd%, so we need to kind of be fast-forwarding through this. And we also have 14 unemployeds, so we're going to have to do something with them. And 600-odd science, right. Okay, I've nearly finished my second bottle of cider. I gotta go and have a wee. Good night, Sea Kayak, if you have departed. Sorry I missed your chat. Good night, and I hope you have a good evening. I'll be back in a moment, and then we're gonna try and get the rest of you back to work. And I'll catch up on chat. Back in a sec. Right, and we're back. So let's get everyone to work, and then I will catch up on chat, because when everyone is working, they can continue working while I'm looking at chat. 16 unemployed people, and no one is clearing this. Okay, I think we need to. In that case, we'll bump the priority on this, so that way anyone who is unemployed will jump to and sort it out. Because I say we're running low on food, we're not, but this warehouse was full, which means the number of beavers that we have now is not sustained by the amount of food that we're currently growing, so we got to get some other food up in here. 17 unemployed. What can we make you do? We probably need some more water. Oh, okay. So the gear workshop is up. So in that case, we're going to unlock the large water tank. We'll stick it there. And that takes gears to build, as does the planks over here. The gear system over here. So I'm also going to bump that up. And hopefully that will then be cleared. Just in case, we'll do that. And then when that's cleared, we're going to get our power up here so we can then build all our tech buildings up here. Okay, chat, let me catch up. The Great Mouse Detective, Jeremy says he loves. I don't actually think I've seen that. Basil the Great Mouse Detective. I don't think I've seen it. I've seen most of the classic Disney films. I think I've seen most of the Disney films, period, honestly, because, like, everyone has, but that is one that I never actually got around to seeing. But yeah, I may well watch that at some point. I mean, I have Disney Plus. I say I have Disney Plus. I have access to Disney Plus. So, yeah. Rich, loved my Blade Runner video. Thank you, good sir. So, yeah, that was my first, like, proper... I say proper in-depth. It's barely over an hour long, but yeah, you see what I mean. Basically, what I was arguing in that at that point was that 2049 is, like, exceptionally good, I think. But I am unsure how good of a sequel to Blade Runner it is. Because it contradicts things, it recontextualizes things. And I think that 2049 is a better movie if you ignore the fact that the original Blade Runner existed. Because, like, I figure 2049 makes sense on its own, and you don't need the original. And I actually think that 2049 is better than the original, which is possibly heretical to say, but who knows. So, yeah, but the problem with that, which I haven't entirely got my head round, is take something like The Force Awakens, which a massive chunk of the problems with that movie, speaking as someone who, when it first came out, I loved that movie, and now I have soured on it almost completely. But a massive chunk of its problems are that it is part 7 in a 9-part series. So if you take it as just movie, you know, just a movie on its own, like it's not attached to anything, a good chunk of the problems go away. So, but I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about that, because I don't feel like it's fair to say that if you disregard Blade Runner, then 2049 is a masterpiece, because Blade Runner exists, and it's canonical, it exists within the universe, which means that actually 2049 is at fault for changing or recontextualizing anything that the original did. But if 2049 is better, which I believe that it is, then does that matter? That's kind of where my head's at with it, but I haven't entirely worked out how to, like, I guess, articulate how that works in my head, because I don't really know. Dan Dare, I think... Welcome, sir. Yeah, I don't think I've seen you in chat before. You are now going to be the name of a beaver. Kitrua, right. Dan Dare, you are now a beaver. Why is this guy unhappy? Because he hasn't eaten. Right, okay. You should definitely watch it if you like Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, I mean, what I'll probably do Nikola Bradovich says best villain in a Disney movie. Are you guys all talking about? Yeah, you are. Ratigan in Great Mouse Detective. All right. I was going to say I think I'll probably do this at some point, but I'm thinking I will watch The Great Mouse Detective by my next live stream, so next week. So I feel like I could make this a thing, honestly, because if you guys just kind of vote on a film throughout the stream, like unofficially, I don't want to like put a poll up or whatever. And if I'm able to watch it in like the week or two in between streams, then I'll absolutely do that. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes, I'm kind of hit and miss on Sherlock Holmes, because the only... excuse me, the only Sherlock Holmes that I've really seen is the Benedict Cumberbatch stuff. And that is, again, very hit and miss. Like, some episodes are exceptionally good, but some of them are just trash. Particularly season 4 was almost unwatchably bad. But, yeah. That style of movie, I don't have a problem with at all. Like, so yeah, maybe I will like The Great Mouse Detective. We'll see. But I'm gonna make a note of that on my phone, and I will watch it for you guys before next Friday. Don't expect like a full-on analysis, but I will watch it. Rescuers Down Under. I remember that, but I don't think I ever actually saw the original, because I didn't realize at the time, when I was like 10 or 8 or whatever it was, I didn't realize that The Rescuers Down Under was a sequel. I thought it was just, it's The Rescuers. Like, yeah, so I think I never even saw the original. But yeah, that's a pretty good movie. Guys, just a wild thought, but OG Ariel with Colt single-action army, revolver rifle, and trusty one-eyed rat as a sidekick. Ariel as in the Little Mermaid. That's a... Okay. What the fuck? Alright, I'll wait for your response. Kurosagi, have you played There Is No Game? I have not, so you're going to have to elaborate on that. And Rich asks, what did you think of Hot Fuzz? So Hot Fuzz is one of my favorite movies. I adore it. I think it is the best of the Cornetto trilogy. I think it's better than Shaun of the Dead. Which might be a hot take. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? Yeah, it was 2008. So yeah, I saw that in the cinema. Because I was born in 92, so that would have been one of the first 15 rated movies that I saw in the cinema, because where I lived, they actually checked your ID, or, you know, when you're 15, you don't necessarily have ID, but point is, it was one of the first, like, age-restricted movies I was actually able to go and see. And I loved it, and I still watch it semi-regularly. I absolutely adore that movie. I think it's fantastic. Truffle Pup, I had a discussion with one of my mates over Hot Fuzz after a lot of wine, and we are now utterly convinced that it may just be a perfect movie. I think that is an argument there to be made. Absolutely. If you guys haven't seen it, there is yeah, Critical Drinker did an open bar with Mauler, and the way Drinker's open bars work, as far as I am aware, is his guests pick a movie, and then Drinker watches them if he hasn't already, and then they discuss them for however long it is. And the movie Mauler picked was Hot Fuzz. So it's basically them praising the living shit out of Hot Fuzz for about 3 hours, and it's glorious, because, I mean, yeah, Hot Fuzz is fantastic. There's just so much in it. It's excellent. And like that's kind of what I think with... So, what I said earlier about horror movies, in that it's easy to scare someone. You could also argue that it's easy to make someone laugh. Like, there's a little bit more to it because, you know, sense of humor factors in. But, you know, telling a joke, you know, I could find a funny joke online and read it to you guys and you'd all laugh, and it's like, okay, but I didn't actually do anything. I just kind of read someone else's joke. So, my thoughts on, like, whether a comedy movie or a horror movie is good kind of boils down to whether it would remain good if it didn't make me laugh or if it didn't scare me. Because, like, Alien is an exceptionally good movie even if you don't find it scary. Hot Fuzz is an exceptionally good movie even if it doesn't make you laugh. A Fish Called Wanda is... well, it's up there with Hot Fuzz. I don't know which is better off the top of my head, but that is an exceptionally good movie even if it doesn't make you laugh. Whereas, you know, I'm not sure if there's many other genres where I'd apply that to. Because you've got, you know, a... Oh, hold on, I need to press play on that, otherwise we're going to run out of water. I don't want that to happen. Shit. Oh, we have 17 unemployed. Did this get built? Okay, so we'll fill that out. All of y'all are in there. Working at the hauling post. No recipe is selected. Okay, so this has been built. So we're gonna... So grilled potatoes, and we can tell who's working here. Uzik Khan and Seji. Neither of you are there. But then I do see some names. Uzik Khan, you are now... Oh, I'm pretty sure I didn't name anyone Nikola Bradovich, but also I'm pretty sure... Eki Lux, I don't recognize your name. Welcome to the stream if you are new. You two are now working in the farmhouse. So, I can now bin that, because I don't need it. And then we can plant more potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. And then we're going to build a road down there so they can demolish that. So this is my potato farm that is going to then grill the potatoes, store them in there, and feed everyone. So we're hopefully good. Tension is key for a good horror movie. Yeah, definitely. Because if it's just like all out like the whole time, then it's not really horror. But then this is the thing, is like it's not a fine line because Aliens as opposed to Alien. Half of that movie is... Well, I'm not going to say nothing happening, but like there is no... the cork doesn't pop until halfway through that movie. Literally the first half of the movie is people talking and exposition and character building and all the rest of it. And then, what, 80 minutes into that movie, 90 minutes into that movie, the shit hits the fan and they go into the nest. So, you know, the first half of Aliens, I think you could absolutely argue is still horror. But then it's kind of the difference between horror and terror. And I don't think it's a fine line. I think there's elements of both. Aerial with a cult would be awesome. Yeah, this is kind of strange, but... Yeah, I guess if you gave Ariel a gun, it would make the movie better. Anyway, I got to let this keep running because we've got some chatlings I got to respond to. So, where are we? Gagalum, you've probably seen Mad Max Fury Road. What's your opinion on that movie? I love it. Whether it makes complete sense, I honestly don't really care. I haven't looked at it particularly critically. I'm sure there's some stuff in that seems retarded, like them emptying all the water at the end, but like you don't necessarily know. I think ER had a video on Mad Max that I watched, and I agreed with a fair bunch of what he said, but some of it I'm pretty sure I could counter. But yeah, I really like it. But maybe my view of that film is clouded by how goddamn entertaining it is, because I think Mad Max Fury Road is the movie that George Miller wanted to make in the 1980s when he made Mad Max 2, whatever it was called. Because I've seen all of the Mad Max movies. I think the first one is Blair. I think the second one is very good, but definitely dated. And I think the third one is trash. I think the third one is the worst one. The Tina Turner Thunderdome one. It was almost unwatchably bad. But yeah, the new one is exceptional, I think. But yeah, haven't looked at it critically, and you could throw me on that if you had particularly good points as to why it isn't very good. Yes, I have actually seen the Robert Downey Jr. Guy Ritchie Sherlock Holmes movies. I have seen them. I didn't think much of them. I thought they were okay. So I probably prefer the Bandersnatch Cumberbund version, as you put it. Baby fart custard bath. Speaking of, Benedict Cumberbatch as Smaug in Desolation of Smaug. Like, holy shit, that is good. Like, as you'll see eventually when I finish editing the Desolation of Smaug video, I don't have much to criticize about Smaug. Like, other than criticisms that I would make of the movie in general. Like, the entire chase sequence with the dwarves after the Bilbo scene, where he's talking to Smaug, and then they have the cartoon chase sequence, and then the plot can continue. Like, if you cut that cartoon chase sequence, the character of Smaug is, at the moment at least, probably the best character in the films. From my view, at least. Because he's intelligent. This is the problem with the goddamn Hobbit movies, is you can't look at it like you do with something like Rings of Power, because what I'm having to say, essentially, is that if you remove 5 minutes of the movie, of the Desolation of Smaug, then Smaug becomes a good character. But the problem is that that 5 minutes is in the movie, which means it has to inform what we get. And maybe you can argue that to some degree by saying it was a deleted scene, but like, because when I'm covering the Hobbit videos, I'm doing the Hobbit movies, I'm doing the extended versions, which until now I had never seen. So it's my first viewing of the extended versions. So you can argue it by saying like, oh, well, it was an extended scene that was cut, but I know for a fact, because I saw it in the cinema, that the cartoon chase sequence with Smaug in the Forge is not an extended scene. That was thrown in there because we need a third act action scene to end the film on. And it's pretty goddamn awful, but the scenes either side of that are really good. So it's going to be a bit of a discussion for the final autopsy, because for the like mainline videos for each of the films, I'm kind of going through them as you might expect, like I did with the Rings of Power ones. But for the final autopsy ones, I'm going to approach it in a different way to how I did the Rings of Power one, because Rings of Power is bad in a different way to the way that The Hobbit is bad. They're barely comparable. Right. Anyway, Jesus, we got a whole load of chats I got to keep up on. Jeremy got Mauler to shout me out a few weeks back. Well, thank you, sir. I may have seen that, because I've seen, I think, one shout out on EFAP, because I typically don't watch EFAP live, but like when I'm catching up, I was like, woo, go me. But yeah, if that was you that did the super chat, then I should be thanking you, really, because yeah, that's pretty nuts that I even get mentioned on there. Tension is the key for a good horror film. Yeah, you're absolutely right, which is why the whole popcorn horror thing, where it becomes formulaic and you have the spooky scene where they do the setup and then they pay, you know, it is set up. Like, I'm trying to think of an example of a bad horror film at the moment, but there's just so many, where you take it as an isolated 5-minute sequence where you set up the tension and then you do the scary, the spooky, the jump scare and all that, and then it's done and then you move on. Like, that doesn't really do anything for me, because it might be an exercise in a good short film, but it doesn't work if you, or it doesn't work as well as it could if you're talking about a whole movie. Which is why something like Alien works so goddamn well, because there are jump scares in Alien, but it's not just jump scares. How can you not laugh when the piano kills the dog in Fish Called Wonder? Fish Called Wonder is probably the funniest movie that I've ever seen. Like, there is so much in that movie that is just laugh out loud. What do you think about Blackadder? I've seen bits of it. I haven't seen enough of it to actually properly give you my opinion on it. But I mean, I like Rowan Atkinson, and I like, who is it? Hugh Laurie, Stephen Fry. I'm probably forgetting someone, but yeah, I mean, I like all of them. They're typically good, although I fucking hate Stephen Fry in The Desolation of Smaug. But that's not his fault. Like, that's, you know, I like the actor, I despise the character. Yeah, I can't really say too much about Blackadder. Little Platoon exploded, no reason RFT doesn't. I mean, we can hope. Like, what actually happened to Little Platoon? Because I first heard of him on EFAP, but like I saw on his Twitter that he blew up to like 10,000 subs in like a year. Like, I'm going to hazard a guess that that isn't normal, but, like, maybe you guys can tell me, because I didn't watch his stuff before. I have seen some of his videos now, but I only discovered him as a result of EFAP. I will continue in chat in a moment. Let me just make sure everything's chugging along. So our maple is on 69%. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, this has been built. Right, good. Kill him, Anakin. Kill him. Right, so we're going to put a new gear workshop there, and we're going to put a lumber mill right there. And then... Did we... Yeah, we did build the gears. Okay. So our gears are actually being made. So we're basically feeding our power to these buildings, and so buildings share power. When they're touching, they share them. Which means as long as all my other buildings are touching this, I don't need to worry about moving all of the power shafts to connect. Although I do want to be economical with my space. Alright, yeah, we'll do it like that. Okay, now we are going to have to demolish all of that. Top priority all of that, because I'm impatient. And then we'll build our road when that is done. Where were we? Fish Called Wonder is a classic I didn't expect to hear here. Well, there's a couple of my videos where I use clips from them. From that film, because there's so many good one-liners in that movie. Yeah, I mean... it's just so good. I'm okay with being a farmhand, yep. And, Eki Lux says you have to earn the payoff. I assume you're referring to horror and... I mean, honestly, that applies to both horror and comedy. Ooh, shit, hold on. I need to demolish that. Because, yeah, with horror and comedy, if it's, like, set up and pay... Honestly, it's really with everything. If you set something up and pay it off, like, 30 seconds later, then it's like... Why did you not set this up earlier? Because... I mean, it's a discussion to be had. It's not like a clear-cut, this is bad type deal, but I feel like if you set up that this character might betray this other character... and then 30 seconds later this character betrays this other character, then you're not really planting any seeds. You're just... You may as well have not set anything up and had it be a surprise. Whereas if you lay the seeds earlier in the movie that this character maybe doesn't like this other character and that they have reason to... You know, it's like a good twist in a movie, kind of makes you rethink what you've seen, and you're like, oh, of course that makes sense. Like the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. That was obviously going to happen. But the genius of it is that you're not expecting it when it does happen. So, yeah, had the Red Wedding not been set up, it would be like, oh, okay, this is violent, I guess. Oh, this is good cider. I hope we are enjoying our various beverages, my fellow randos. I'll come back to chat in one moment. I need to plant some potatoes, though, because we have some open space. Demolish that one. I'm kind of... apprehensive maybe isn't the word, but I am not going to be able to drink as much as I have been when I'm doing God of War, because I do not want to be in a situation where I am failing for an hour on a boss fight because I've drunk too much fucking whiskey. So I'm kind of going to have to be intelligent with how much I drink. There. Anyway, let's scroll through. I find Little Platoon and RFT are two halves of a perfect whole. Well, thank you. I mean, Little Platoon is great. Like, particularly what he said about Rings of Power, and again, his Avatar 2 video is extremely good. And, yeah, I mean, if you guys think I'm anywhere near as good as he is, then I seem to be doing something right. Rich says, I always enjoy the first 70% of horrors. The ends are always disappointing. I think that varies, honestly. But I totally agree with you that if you find the ending to be disappointing, then, you know, you've kind of wasted your time. which I think is something I probably talked about with Rings of Power. Like, yeah, mystery films, like mystery boxes. If the payoff for the mystery box is shit, then you've basically wasted your time. And I think that's the case with horror movies as well. If you do the build-up to the spooky, and then it's shit, then why did you waste anyone's time with the build-up? So, yeah, and it's kind of it's the same with comedy. Like, horror and comedy have a lot in common, because with comedy, you tell the joke, and the punchline, if the punchline is bad, then no one will laugh. Like, the setup can be as good as possible. I mean, anti-jokes are a thing, obviously, but like that doesn't really translate one-to-one into film, so I feel like that's an anomaly. Because, like, with anti-jokes, the point of it is that it isn't funny, but, you know, that doesn't mean, that doesn't change the fact that it isn't funny, so... okay, I need to build a road down here, and then I will catch up on chat, because I do love responding to you guys. Okay, our happiness is peaking. We're doing alright. Are we struggling with anything? No, we're not. We're doing good. Okay. Fury Road is sensational. Yeah, Fury Road's an anomaly because it is that much better than the originals. I can't think of another movie. I mean, well, Blade Runner, but then the original Blade Runner is much better than any of the original Mad Max movies, at least in my view. So, like, in terms of a disparity of quality, I cannot think of anything that comes close to Fury Road versus the original Mad Max movies. Like, imagine if the OT for Star Wars was trash, and then you have the sequels that are exceptional. Like, that just doesn't happen. I don't know why that doesn't happen, but it just doesn't happen. Shufflepup says, I think that was the first film where the editor was a female Oscar winner. Yeah, because for Fury Road, I don't know a huge amount about this, but I know that Fury Road, George Miller, who directed it, his wife, whose name I don't know, edited the film. And I'm going to assume, although I actually don't know off the top of my head, that she is a film editor. She wasn't just, hey wife, here's a film, edit it, please. And the reason why he said that he wanted her to edit it is because he wanted it to... He figured if he hires Hollywood edit man number 3, then Fury Road would end up looking like every other action film. And action films typically have a very particular visual style, shall we say. For better or worse. Mostly for worse. And, yeah, I think what he did paid off, because obviously it ended up with an Oscar, which doesn't necessarily mean that much, but, like, here, wife, edit this movie. Okay. And it's fantastically well edited, and it ends up winning an Oscar. Like, you know, what more can you ask for at that point? Like, I feel like he made absolutely the right call. Because, man, there's a couple of videos, maybe one particular video on YouTube. I'll see if I can find it. Obviously, that will have to mute while I do this, because I want to tell you guys the name of the right video. Mad Max Fury Road editing. And it basically goes into... Okay, I can't remember the name, because there's loads of videos here when I search this, but if you're curious, if you've seen Mad Max and you like it, and you're like, this was good, but I don't really know why, go on YouTube, search Mad Max editing, and watch some of those videos. Because, yeah, again, the way it was edited to make the action comprehensible, because there's some insane shit that goes on in that movie. It's pretty nuts, and it kind of shows you how important editing is. Rich says, my all-time favorite action film is Pacific Rim. Yeah, Pacific Rim I have a soft spot for it. I don't necessarily think it's that good, but I fucking love it. The sequel is garbage, which is disappointing because it was Stephen DeKnight who did Spartacus, which again, I love. But the first Pacific Rim, I adore it. I really, really enjoy it. Obviously, it has problems, but I just don't care. And I think it doesn't get the... well, respect. I don't care how much respect it gets, but, like, I don't think it gets the chance that it deserves because it's giant robots. Like, compare that to Transformers 10 or whatever it is that we're on now. Like, it's just, there's no difference. There's no comparison, I should say. Anyway, sorry for the late mention of the super chat. Nikola Badovich says, since you are a fellow 40k degenerate, watch What If Emperor Had Text-to-Speech Device. Sadly on hiatus, thanks Games Workshop, you will thank me later. I have heard of this. I have not watched this, but yes, thank you Games Workshop. Supposedly it's very funny. I've seen some clips of the, what's his name? Kaldor Drago of the Grey Knights clips on that, and they made me cackle. Because there's a guy that, what's his name? Lord Voldemort, I think is his name, on YouTube, who does like 40k lore videos, where he talks about a particular character in the lore for like an hour at a time. And yeah, he played a couple of clips in his Kaldor Drago video of the text-to-speech version of Kaldor Drago, and it was fucking funny. It's brilliant. But I never actually checked it out, but yeah, I will do. And thank you again for your super chat. Right, we got to catch up with the super chats. God, oh, well, I say super chats, the non-super chats, but you're all super to me. I really love Terminator up to number 3, which minus the dumb humor I enjoyed, then they fell off a bloody cliff. I haven't seen Terminator 3 for years, but I remember thinking it was good, but honestly it's just a worse version of Terminator 2. Like, number 1 is great, number 2 is masterpiece, number 3 is the second one but worse, number 4 isn't really a Terminator movie, but it's fine, he says without having seen it for 10 years. Genesis is one of the worst pieces of garbage that I have ever seen. And then Dark Fate is bad, but not as bad as Genesis. So, yeah, the Terminator franchise, they have not... I would be happy to concede that they have not released a good movie since 1991, which is before I was born, so 32 years. And that's the thing, like, Terminator is... There's only so many ways you can tell that story, and like, Terminator 1 is the story. Terminator 2 does something pretty cool to kind of bolt on to it, and ends up actually being better, I think. And then since then, they've just been doing the same thing again. But it's interesting, because, like, you could probably argue that Fury Road is the same as Mad Max 2, but again, with better visual effects and stunt work and, you know, non-1980s budget constraints. And I feel like if you... I mean, theoretically, if you remade T2 now, you could make it better. But then, like, I don't know what you would change other than updating the visual effects, because, like, the visual effects still stand out to this day. Like, they stand out as in good, not bad. You know, the visual effects in Dark Fate, quote-unquote, look better, but they're fucking worse, because the whole film is just an overblown mess. So, yeah. That's the thing, that's kind of what I found with doing the Hobbit analyses, is the visual effects in The Lord of the Rings are not necessarily that good in isolation, but in the context of the film and the quality of everything else that you're seeing, they're fucking phenomenal. Like, they still hold up. Absolutely. Maybe there's a couple of shots that don't, but, like, who cares? So, like, the cave troll in Moria does not look as good, quote-unquote, as the frost troll in episode 1 of Rings of Power. But no one gives a shit. And the reason why no one gives a shit is because there is so much more content, like story and character content, in the cave troll sequence in Moria than there is in the frost troll sequence in Rings of Power. So, like, honestly, that just goes to show you that visual effects are there to tell a story. Like, it's the same as the argument of, like, Star Wars. Like, the OT unedited Star Wars trilogy, like, what, the opening shot of A New Hope looks really good. It doesn't look as good as some of the visual effects in Revenge of the Sith, but it looks really good. But, like, I feel like people maybe overblow that to be like, this looks real. Like, it doesn't look real, but, like, in context of the film, it absolutely looks, well, good enough sounds like I'm disparaging it. It looks phenomenal. Whereas in Revenge of the Sith, whether you like it or not, there is so much going on in that movie, visually, that it's just a mess, honestly. Anyway, let's keep going, because we have... I'm still trying to catch up on the chats, come on. I like Terminator 3 because... Oh, God, no, the message just disappeared. Where's it gone? I like Terminator 3 because it used the internet to make Skynet work. I found that incredibly creative. Maybe I need to rewatch that movie because I barely remember it. Like, I saw it in the cinema, but when I saw it, I had not seen the originals. So I saw T3 before I saw either of the other two. Which is probably a stupid decision, but T3 came out in 02, 03, 04, so I was 10, 11, 12, maybe. So I went to see it in the cinema with my dad. Because I don't know how age ratings work where you guys are, but this is kind of an interesting discussion, actually. I'll do this quickly. So, Terminator 3 is a 12-rated movie in the UK. And the way 12-rated movies work in the UK is it's 12A, which means that you cannot see it if you are under the age of 12 unless you are accompanied by an adult, which I was. However, that same movie is rated R in the US, which means that you can't see it if you're unless you're accompanied by someone who's under 18, unless... No, not unless. But, yeah, so one for one, like, if you're comparing them, the R rating in the US typically mirrors 15 or 18 rated movies in the UK. Like, most, apart from the harshest of 18 rated movies in the UK, you're typically talking about an R rated movie in the US. But T3 was a 12 in the UK and an R in the US. To go back to an earlier point of conversation, Taken is PG-13 in the US. However, it is an 18 in the UK. And I have absolutely no idea why. So essentially, Taken is 1 rating lower than T3 in the US, but it's 2 ratings higher than T3 in the UK. And I have absolutely no idea why, because, like, to me, they're comparable. Like, if anything, I'd probably say that T3 is, I guess, less suitable for a child, because you've got multiple F-bombs and you've got some pretty substantial blood and guts, but, like, it's not anything too extreme. But yeah, I find it interesting how different ratings boards rate different movies, honestly. We got some brand new baby beavers. You're right, we do. We got 57 now. So if any of you guys have beaver names, when I catch up, I will rename them. Right, where are we in chat? Fan edits of The Hobbit, where it's just one film, cuts the unnecessary stuff, but I've never seen them. I never have either. I'm aware of 2 specific edits from different people that supposedly cut out most of the bullshit, but I have, again, not seen them. But, like, while watching them, I could, and this is something I'll go over in my final autopsy, like, I could very clearly select scenes to cut. And if not entire scenes, lines. And it's rare that that happens. Like, how often do you see a movie and think that entire scene should not be here? There is no reason for it to exist. In The Hobbit, at least 30-40% of the scenes in the movie shouldn't be there. But this is why it isn't as binary as maybe you might expect, because it's like, you know, I watched a scene with Legolas and Lady Elf talking about something, and I'm like, why do these characters exist? And, like, okay, there is a reason for them to exist. They do, technically speaking, serve a purpose within the plot of Desolation of Smaug. And I know I'm jumping ahead, but Desolation of Smaug is where my head is at, because I'm currently editing that video. But if you draw the story back to its roots, which becomes an adaptation argument, why is Legolas in The Hobbit? Like, he wasn't in the book. Like, okay, fine, but Legolas is a Mirkwood elf, so his presence in the film is justified. I have no issue with Legolas being in the film. The issue I have is that they didn't really do anything with him other than the fucking love triangle. So, you know, I feel like this is the problem I have with adaptation arguments. If Legolas if Legolas had a purpose in the films beyond the love triangle, and it was an extremely thought-provoking and intelligent, character-driven plot with Legolas where he does a thing that wasn't in the book and they just added that because people like Legolas, but it ended up being really good, then no one Or, you know, I could count on one hand the number of people that would be complaining, oh, he wasn't in the book. But, like, who gives a shit if he's in the book? Like, this is an adaptation. It's a totally different product. You can do whatever you want. And saying it wasn't in the book on its own, I don't think is a valid point of criticism. Saying this was added for no reason, I think is absolutely a valid form of criticism, which is where a lot of my criticism lies when we're talking about the fucking Hobbit. Right, anyway, let's continue, because we got... I need to catch up on these chats. Because y'all have been chatting a bit. Ekilux, again, if I'm mispronouncing your name, please correct me. There are structural analyses of plots and story that you might find interesting. I'm a big fan of Vladimir Prop's morphology of fairy tales. Might be applicable to your tastes. Please tag me in on YouTube chat for when I scroll down. Excuse me, the whiskey's making me burp. And yeah, tag me in chat now. And when I scroll down, I'll see it. If that's on YouTube, I'll add it to my watch later, and I'll absolutely have a look at it. Because, yeah, honestly, fantasy, including sci-fi, because sci-fi is, you know, space fantasy. That kind of thing is what I find the most interesting. Like, plenty of my favorite movies are, like, The Departed, for example. Like, The Departed is not a fantasy movie, it's just a grounded story about people doing things, you know, if you want to draw it down to its like most base form. Like, it could happen in a town near you, but like aesthetically what I like the most is the creativity that's on display in fantasy movies, even if they're bad. Like, what was... You guys are gonna have to remind me now, and I won't see it until I scroll down, but the I want to say it was called Quarantine. It was a sci-fi movie with Ben... What was his name? Ben Foster, I think is his name. The guy that was in Lone Survivor. And again, I really like him. He was also in I can't remember what it was called. Same writer. Anyway. Hell or High Water, that's what it's called. Ben Foster, I'm pretty sure, is the guy's name. And it was a sci-fi movie that was basically... You could dumb it down to alien but bad. But I really liked it. Like, I thought it was pretty good. So, you know, aesthetically, there's a lot you can do. Even if you discard writing and you're like, it's all trash. And again, this is why I appreciate the Hobbit movies so much more than Rings of Power. Even if the writing is not good in places, frequently it's not good in places, aesthetically, it does a huge amount. But again, there's a lot in the Hobbit that looks like shit. But, yeah, I won't spoil anything. Anyway... Chatty chat, let's keep going. The only horror film that genuinely scared me is The Conjuring, because I watched it with my girlfriend and accidentally elbowed her in the face when that thing was hiding above the wardrobe. So I don't remember that exact scene, but yeah, The Conjuring is a good film. The Conjuring 2 I really did not like, but The Conjuring I thought was a decent modern-day horror film. Speaking of, our maple seedlings are about to sprout. So let's slow down the game speed. Mark them for demolition, and we're gonna... Bump the priority, and we're gonna put some gatherers here, because when these start sprouting, they're all gonna sprout, and we gotta have somewhere to put them. Which means we're gonna need more storage. My god, who are our scientists? Jack? Okay, it's none of you guys, I don't think. So we can actually unlock the underground pile, which requires a whole load of gears. Let's do that, actually. Let's put it there. So this is going to take a long time to build, probably, because it requires gears that require planks, that require wood. So we are bottlenecked by our wood, but we're about to get a whole load of wood. So we should be okay. Water we're good, wood we're good, food we're good. Oh, the potatoes. How is them taters doing? Very good. Right, okay. In that case, we're going to get to verticaling that there storage. So we'll bin that, bump the priority again, so that when I come back to this, we can build a little ladder going to up there. And what's going on over here? Oh my god, that's also done. Jesus, okay. Right, let's let that chug along for a bit and let's catch up in chat. God of Drunken War would be funny. Yeah, it might be funny, but this is the thing. With God of War, I actually have to be functional. And I'm pretty functional at the moment. I could boot up God of War and give it a good old whacking, but you know, it requires things like reaction time, which means I can't be smashed when I'm doing it. Because I'm not good enough at those kinds of games to be able to just do it. Right, hold on. So I'm going to play it through on normal, whatever the God of War-esque equivalent is for that. Because I don't want to play it on easy, because I don't want it to be a cakewalk, and I think I'm good enough at video games to where I can handle normal difficulty, quote-unquote. But I'm not going to do it on hard, because, again, I do not want to risk being stuck for like an hour, because that's not fun for me, it's not entertaining for you guys, and kind of the point of me doing it is so that we can all experience the story for the first time. Because I have no clue where that story goes, and from the first hour I am hooked. So I am really looking forward to playing it. Right, chatty chat. How I Met Your Mother is the prime example of if the payoff is bad, don't waste my time with the build-up. I've not seen How I Met Your Mother, but I have heard that before, definitely. I imagine New Line Cinema, topsy-turvy Peter Jackson with The Hobbit. I think he wanted to make 2 movies, but they made him make 3. Yeah. This is something that I've avoided with my what I've done so far of the Hobbit movies, is there is a lot of behind-the-scenes bullshit with the Hobbit movies, and I am ignoring all of it. The reason why I'm doing that is because I am trying to be as focused as I can on the dialogue and visual content of each scene. Because if you end up talking about, you guys probably know this, Ian McKellen was not happy at all with how he was, how he had to act on set, where he was man in box with green screen and photo of Martin Freeman, and he was at one point reduced to tears because he was like, this isn't why I became an actor. But that doesn't actually affect what is on camera, like what is in the movie. If he gives a really good performance while being thoroughly depressed, then I will critique the thoroughly good performance that he gives. How, what went into making it, I'm less worried about. And if you guys have not seen, I don't know if any of you guys watch Lindsay Ellis. She did a particularly good, I think, series of videos on The Hobbit, and she actually interviews one of the guys that played one of the dwarves. I can't remember who. And they were, compared to Lord of the Rings, they were fucking screwed by the studio. Like, hold on, I need to build more carrot storage. They were, the actors who played the dwarves were not invited to the premiere of the film, if I remember her video correctly, which is unfucking forgivable. Because, again, I have my criticisms of the movie, and let's I don't think this, but let's just say that the movies are fucking garbage. That is no excuse for what happened. And I forget, she went over it in her video, in her interviews, she went over why that happened, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but essentially it, from memory, boiled down to the Hobbit movies being more of a commercial product than the Lord of the Rings ever was. And but again, that doesn't, it can be more of a commercial product. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. So what I'm trying to do is ignore all of that as much as I can and just go with, okay, what is on camera? Like, what's in the movie? Like, I don't care how faithful it is to the book. I care whether it's good. By my own criteria, which I hope that I have laid out sufficiently. Right, anyway, let's continue with chat, because we're still catching up. Voldemort is amazing. Yeah, man, he's so good. I only discovered him a couple of months ago. He's fantastic. His voice. Again, he's one of those guys I could listen to describing how he cleans a toilet. He's just incredible. He's so good. Truffle Pup says, Fury Road, I think the director's choice was that he didn't want the film to feel like every other action film, so he chose his wife as he knew she would have a unique view of it. Yeah, that's what he said. I think pretty much word for word, that's what he said. And evidently it paid off. But yeah, what I was unsure of, which I could check now, but I'm not going to, is I assume that she is an editor. She's not just his wife. Like, she actually is able to edit. That wasn't her first movie that she edited. I have to assume that, because otherwise, holy shit. Anyway, let's keep going. I'm always curious to see whether a person hates Genesis or Dark Fate more. Genesis is the worst movie. I think I don't know how anyone could say that Genesis is better than Dark Fate, although I could totally understand someone preferring Genesis to Dark Fate. Like, you know, thinking Genesis is more entertaining, but I forget the guy, Jai Courtney, the guy's name, who he plays Kyle Reese in Genesis. He also plays John McClane's son in Terminator, what's it called? Die Hard 5, which is, again, it's pretty much on par with Terminator Genesis. It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen. But he's in season 1 of Spartacus. And I haven't seen it for a good long while, but I remember particularly his character, I think, is excellent. So anyone who's like, man can't act, it's like, all right, watch Spartacus. And maybe he can't act, who knows? But the character I really like. So I'll probably have a critical reviewing of Spartacus at some point. Kraken says, what do you think of the new Fortnite season, lol? So this is how I can tell that you're like 16 or 17 or whatever it was that you said earlier. I have never played Fortnite. I mean, the two games that I go back to when I'm not playing other things is League of Legends and World of Warcraft. You know, I break from each of them for a year at a time, but Fortnite I have never played. I have never felt any desire to play Fortnite. Whether that might be amusing content for you guys is a different question. Because, you know, looter shooters, if that's what it is, battle royales. I don't actually think I've ever played a battle royale, because I never played PUBG either. But, like, the idea of a battle royale, I could see that as being interesting. It's just I've never played one. Like, it's not fundamentally unappealing to me, I guess is what I'm saying. But, yeah, I've never played it. One thing I'll give The Hobbit over The Lord of the Rings is that from what I remember, Bilbo is a more active character than Frodo. You are probably correct. However, Frodo is a more consistent character than Bilbo. Bilbo has at least 2 or 3 moments where it's like, you are fucking suicidal. Like, you know. You know, but again, it's a case of, okay, if you delete those scenes, then Bilbo's I'm being hyperbolic, but 10 out of 10 character. And then you include those scenes and he drops all the way down to like a 3 or 4 out of 10 character. So that's kind of my view on it so far. It's like Martin Freeman as Bilbo, I really, really like. But every now and then he does something fucking stupid. And it's not like, I think it's fucking stupid. It's like, no, you, good luck defending this. The expansion is looking good. Oh, Tank Imperator, you're back. Hey, man. So, yeah, we're doing okay here. And again, before I stop, because we're nearly at 1 a.m. UK time, I'm going to, assuming that I remember and you guys remind me, I will load up my other city. Maybe I'll give it like 20 minutes on that one so I can show you how like endgame looks. And you can see where we get to. Because again, as you can probably tell, a lot of this game is waiting, which is why I'm fast forwarding. And as long as we're not capping on any resources, he says as we're capping on water, then you can absolutely play the game in triple speed. I'm just not doing that because I don't want everyone to die. But yeah, I've also not made another district yet. And we have some science that we can spend on a district, so hold on. What I'm thinking... yeah, let's do it. Okay. We're going to jump in here. I say at the deep end, we've been doing this for Tell me, OBS, how long have we been streaming for? Nearly 5 hours. All right, 5 hours is enough time to drop another district. So we delete that road. We drop a district gate. We drop a district. No, a district. Here we go. We build a road. Oh, okay. Whoops, I did that wrong. Let's go. Let's go district there, road there, and then we can build it there, and then we're good. So now all of that is the district. This is kind of inefficient. I might move it later, but we'll see. So what we need... I'm going to undo what I just did. And the reason I'm going to undo what I just did is because I just noticed how much science we have. So I want these two buildings to continue production. And in order to move resources from District 1 to District 2... I need a distribution post and a drop-off point, which means I need 500 science collectively, and I only have 213. So we're just going to leave that as is for now. Right, swiggy swiggy, chin chin, drink some more booze, gentlemen, if you have it. Right, I think I'm caught up. Is there a beaver for you? Well, Tank Imperator, if there was, he's probably dead. Yeah, we got a lot. Right. Tank Imperator, you are now Beaver Child. You're 99% of the way to an adult, so you're good. But, yeah, we'll see. I don't know if anyone will... Truffle Pup has died of old age? No! Who else has died recently? Who else has died? Depressed Optimist. Alright, Truffle Pup and Depressed Optimist. If either of you guys are still in chat, I know Depressed Optimist wasn't actually your name. I forget what it actually was. If you're in chat, give me another name, and I will rename one of the other beavers to you. Gagglem and I are underage, we ain't drinking booze. Well, whether you're underage is a matter of perspective. It kind of depends on what country you're living in. But, I mean, yeah, if you're in the US, then most likely you're underage if you're 16, 17. But yeah, here in the UK, when you're 18, you're good. And honestly, if you're in your own home, I think, as far as I'm aware, if you're in your own home, you're allowed to drink when you're 16. But I might be wrong with that. I can't remember. It's been a little while since I was 16. German age limit for drinking. 16? Okay, interesting. Truffle Puppy. Right, okay, Truffle Puppy. Ebba Clax or something, so Truffle Puppy. No, there we go, right, the booze is... The longer it takes me to type, the more booze I've had. So you're working at the gathering posts, and you're gathering them their logs. Okay, I got a thing of cognac. Good man, good man. We have 20 unemployed and 1 spare bed. Okay. Ooh, here we go. Okay, so they've cleared this, so now we're getting into our double stacking of resources. So we build that there, we build a platform there, and we dump a road there, which means I can then do the same around the front, and we can, I think, go infinitely high, but I might be wrong. Anyway, potatoes are particularly good because if they just live on carrots, they get 1 happiness. If they have potatoes, they get +2 to that, so +3 total. And then when we get bread, we get even more, and then you have chestnuts, crackers, and then the various underwater foods, which we have not got to yet. Honestly, at this point, it's going pretty swimmingly, and I feel like I could just leave it pressing play. Although, there is a drought about to happen. So when it happens, I'm going to close the floodgates. And hopefully not flood anyone, or everyone. Right, close the floodgates. Yeah, I'm curious, have any of you guys not drunk booze before? I guess if some of you are like 15, 16, 17, you probably haven't. Had booze before, never drunk. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, your first experience actually getting, well, drunk or blackout drunk. You know, when you're drunk, you know you're drunk. Like, right now, I'm definitely too drunk to drive, but, like, I have a few more in me before I feel like I'm drunk. when you can't remember what happened the previous evening, it, you know, hedge your bets, it was probably a good evening. Also, drink responsibly, gentlemen and ladies. Was the necromancer that Gandalf and Radagast the Brown go after Sauron in the book? I'm not going to speak to the book because I have read it, but we're talking 25 years ago or something stupid. 20 years ago. I don't know. I can't remember. But in the film, the necromancer is Sauron. And Gandalf learns of the necromancer's evil plan. But again, I can't remember, because I have seen the Battle of the Five Armies years ago, and I don't remember it. I don't remember how it ends. So at this point, unless the Battle of the Five Armies ends with Gandalf believing that Sauron is defeated completely, his actions in The Lord of the Rings no longer make sense given the context of the Hobbit movies. Because he learns who Sauron is. Well, I mean, okay, he knows who Sauron is already. He learns that Sauron has returned. He obviously knows of the One Ring, but doesn't do anything about it. Even though, if I remember correctly, he is aware that Bilbo has a magical ring, but he just doesn't check it for 60 years. And then he waits until Bilbo puts it on and becomes invisible, and at that point in Fellowship, he then is like, ah, maybe this is the One Ring. So that's an example. Again, if I remember correctly, I may revise my opinion once I rewatch Battle of the Five Armies, of the Hobbit trilogy making The Lord of the Rings worse. Right. I've got to go drain the old lizard. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Have fun, and any questions that you'll want to ask me, have at it in chat. Back in a sec. Righty, we're back. So, yeah, while I'm catching up on chatlings... oh, Rich is off to bed. Thank you, Rich. Thank you for joining. Hope to see you again soon. Gagalum, what are we talking about? What's your bench PR? What? What are we saying? What is this question? Oh, bench pressing. I see. Sorry. I was unsure of what you meant. I don't know. I haven't gymmed for a little while. I worked out a bit at home a little while ago. Yeah, kind of the way I do it, which is not the way to do it, is I wait until the scales say higher than they should, and then I binge for a couple of months, knock off 10 kilos or so, and then pretty much do what I want for for a year. And then I get back to work when the scales say more than they should. But, you know, I'm typically pretty active. But no, benching, I couldn't tell you what I could do. I do have a question for you guys, though. Those of you who have seen The Last of Us, because I'm curious, the TV show. Give me a number out of 10. How good do you think the show is? Because I'm not going to reveal what I think yet, because my view may well change after I finish recording these podcasts with Ryan. Meanwhile, because of the drought, we ended up losing a whole load of potatoes, which is annoying. But these ones are on their way to growing, and we're honestly doing good for food. So I'm actually going to build another... Jesus Christ, we are doing well for food. 17 unemployed. This will not do. Okay. Where is it? Labor. So drop-off point, we'll research the drop-off point, and then we need to research the other one, the distribution post. So we're going to dump 2 drop-off points. It's kind of weird that you need both, but I guess they are separate buildings. And then we're going to put our town center like here, which will... Oh shit, we're flooding. Open. No, stop it. God damn it. This is why we can't have nice things. Wow, Tank Imperator, you 3 out of 10 for The Last of Us. That's harsh, but okay. 6.5 out of 10, okay. 7 out of 10, 6 or 7. Interesting, so there's none of you guys here that seemingly really like it. That's interesting. Because my, like, impression was that most people like it, but... You know, I was kind of expecting that maybe I would be more positive, more negative on it than most people, but compared to you guys, I might actually be arguing that it's better than you think. So, yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, I'm looking forward to releasing that video because it's a pretty good discussion, and I'm looking forward to you guys listening to it. When I end up releasing it, though, is a different question, because we've got Hobbit coming out on Sunday. We've got God of War livestream number 1 on Friday. I'm probably not going to release it in between the two, so I might leave it until the following Friday, and then I'll go boom, 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 1 week at a time for each of the 3 parts. Okay, so Truffle Pup, I have only seen Season 1 of The Witcher. And by all accounts, Season 1 of The Witcher is the best season. But I would say that The Last of Us Season 1 is far and beyond better than The Witcher. So, like, whether or not you've played the games, I think I would probably recommend The Witcher. The Witcher? The Last of Us. I think it's good enough. Whether it's as good as the games, you know, totally separate discussion, but I think it's good enough and it's entertaining enough. Unconnected buildings, so yeah, the reason for that is because we haven't built our city center, which is fine. Gears are still going, and we got planks, and we got building lacks materials. That's because the potatoes all died. Okay, so we're still doing alright. We're still doing alright. And how's this doing? So we're supplying 87 out of 100 okay, hold on. So if I close that... It slows down because of the water flow, but it should hopefully then speed up. Because the amount of power that this is generating affects how quickly these 2 buildings can work. And this is why I don't like the district system, because I've got this over here generating shit, and if I split this into a separate district, I have to then tell my distribution post to send the gears and the planks over here so that I can build a thingy that needs gears and planks. Like, I don't particularly like that, but I guess what's the alternative? I don't really know. Right, chatty chat, how are we doing? Don't know if you saw my tag. Props Morphology has very few videos. The PDF is free. It's basically an examination of story blueprints. Let me look that up on YouTube, because I remember asking you about this, and I want to save it if I can. That's weird. My own live stream has appeared under my suggested videos. That's... okay. Props Morphology. Yeah, there's a handful of videos here. I'll keep that open on a window, and I'll check that out probably tomorrow. I think the flashbacks didn't serve The Last of Us well. Broadly speaking, I would agree, but you're going to have to wait until... Because Ryan, the guy that I recorded the podcast with, he thinks that episode 7 is one of the best of the series, if not the best, whereas I think it's one of the worst. However, I'm not going to chat it through with you guys, so don't tempt me, Frodo. we have not yet discussed that. So when we record that podcast, it will be the first time we've actually hashed that out. But the thing that I think will be quite interesting is that he isn't making an adaptation argument. His view at the moment, as far as I'm aware, is that episode 7 is one of the best in the show, regardless of the content of the games. Whereas my view is it's probably the worst. Right, anyway, what did you think of Arcane? Arcane is fantastic. I'm not going to say 10 out of 10, but I mean, it's unbelievably good. It's so much better than it had any right to be. It is it is definitely my favorite animated series of all time. It's probably my favorite animated form of entertainment of all time. I think it's better than, or at least I prefer it to any animated movie that I have ever seen. And at some point I would love to do a video on it, whether it will be a video or a podcast type back and forth, I honestly don't know, but Arcane I think is excellent, and I think I have a fair bit to say about it. I gave up on The Witcher very early into Season 2. I gave up on The Witcher by the finale of Season 1. I never watched Season 2. Now we're on to the weird questions. Alright, would you feel bad if you ate humans in a human apocalypse? If I knew that it was... That's a cop-out. I mean, the obvious answer is yes, but because if I knew that it was that I was eating human, then yes. Even if I had to do it to survive, I would still feel bad. If I didn't know that it was human, then I mean, at that point it's an irrelevant question because I'm, you know, ignorance is bliss. But yeah, I would not be one of those guys eating people during the apocalypse and feeling good about it, or feeling anything other than bad about it, because, you know, I kind of get that in certain contexts, such as The Last of Us, it might be necessary to do that. But that, just because something is a necessary evil doesn't mean that it's not evil. I think, at least. Truffle Pup, I have too many good memories of playing The Last of Us. I can't bring myself to watch the adaptation. Okay, if you love the game... Well, I don't know. So I don't know what to say with this, because I might want to recommend that you watch the podcast that I put up. If you don't want to know what happens in the show, then don't, because we go through it in detail. And if you don't want to know and you just want to have the game and that's it, then don't watch the podcast that I put up. But Ryan, my friend who I recorded this with, is in the same boat as you, in that I don't want to speak for him, but The Last of Us 1, and he really likes The Last of Us 2, but like The Last of Us 1 is probably his favorite game ever. Like maybe it's like 2 or 3, but it's, as far as I'm aware, it's one of his favorite games ever made. So there was a higher bar for it to pass than it was for me. So if you want to know what a guy who really, really likes the game thinks, then check out the podcast. But at the same time, if you don't want to know what happens in the show, then don't watch it, because we're going to spoil everything. So it's up to you. It's totally up to you. Avatar: The Last Airbender is the best animated series. I die on that hill. I've seen episode 1, like, years ago. I have never seen any more. I don't really do anime, but maybe I'll like it. I don't know. If enough of you guys want me to watch it, then I might check it out. But I have absolutely no comments on Avatar: The Last Airbender. Apart from the fact that they use the word bender a lot, which in being someone who is from the UK, Bender has... Justin Bieber has died of old age. Okay, we're now into the... Most of the adults here are not going to be adults. Anyway, are not going to be you guys in chat. Anyway, yeah, Avatar: The Last Airbender, I find it funny that they use the word bender, which in British has other meanings, but that's really all I have to say on it. Like, I've never seen it, and I don't really have an opinion on it, honestly. Human tastes like pork. Maybe. I don't know. I've never tried it. I mean, I feel like... Here's a question for you, maybe. So, if you go to a restaurant and it's like, I don't know if anyone's seen Hannibal, the TV show, because I really like that show for all 3 seasons that it ran before it was cancelled. And it's reminded me of this. Has reminded me of it. So, would you, if you went to a restaurant, eat, like, say that it was a starter that was prepared properly by a chef, containing meat that is human, and let's say that you remove the moral conundrum of the person whose meat it is consented to their meat being, you know, sold in this particular restaurant. So it's ethically gathered, it's all the rest of it, and it's cooked properly. Would you try it? Because whether I actually would when sat there in the chair looking at the menu, I can't say, but, like, as long as the person whose meat it was like, yeah, man, go ahead. This is what I want to do with my body. I feel like I'd probably try a nibble. RFT called it anime, that's why I said that. Oh, did I refer to something as... It's not anime. Alright, you're going to have to clarify then. Because when I use anime, I'm using it in the normie sense. I mean anything that is vaguely Asian in its animation. I'm referring... That's what I mean by anime. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Because I don't watch anime. I'm unfamiliar with anime. Yeah. Okay, why is The Last Bender... The Last Bender... Fuck you, Whiskey. Why is The Last Airbender not anime? Because I genuinely don't know. I'm unfamiliar with Eastern animation. Like, I went through it before when I was heavily inebriated. That I watched a handful of Studio Ghibli films and I referred to them as anime, but I don't know if that's technically speaking correct. Avatar The Last Airbender is heavily inspired by anime, but it isn't anime. Okay, so what makes something anime as opposed to animation? Like, is Japanese animation inherently anime, or am I wrong? Favorite anime is Death Note. Yeah, Kraken, look it up, because I'm genuinely curious. Jeremy Gernhalder says, my favorite anime is Death Note. So, I haven't seen Death Note. However, I did with Ryan, the guy that I recorded the Last of Us thing with, that will be released to you guys soon. He... every now and then we kind of alternate movies, and he wanted me to watch the Death Note movie, the original, not the American version, which I had already seen, and I thought it was fucking garbage. And I watched it, and I didn't particularly like it. The live action, I want to say, I assume it was Japanese, but I honestly don't remember. I didn't particularly like it, but then we discussed it kind of in detail. And most of the problems I had with it were problems with my own perception of what was going on. It was not what was happening. It was because to me it seemed like the rules of the Death Note book itself were just bullshit that was contrived so as to make the plot happen. But that was not, from discussing it with him, that was not the case at all. But no, the anime itself, if it is actually an anime, I don't want to call it anime when it's not. That is not the case. The Western, I assume American anime, not anime, the American live action version of Death Note is garbage, but I barely remember it. And honestly, what I'm considering is to make him watch it, to make Ryan watch it, because he's never seen it, and he really likes the original live action Death Note movie. So I think it would be interesting to get his take on why the new one is so bad, if indeed he does actually think that it's that bad. Because to me, I watched it with no context, and I was like, this is shit. Like, you know, I don't even know how to articulate it, because it was so long ago that I actually watched it. Ekilux says, Japanese animation is anime. So my understanding was that that was the case. Like, anime refers to Japanese animation. That's one for one what it means. But if I'm wrong, then... Anime is Japanese. The last Avatar, The Last Airbender, I assume you're referring to, is American, not anime. I didn't think that the last Avatar... God damn it, the last Airbender was American, but if it is, then fair enough. If the last Airbender is not Japanese animation, then I'm happy to, I guess, concede that it's not anime. But I don't know enough about it. I've not seen it. I don't know. A style of television animation typically aimed at adults as well as children. Yeah, to me, anime, rightly or wrongly, has connotations of being aimed at adults. But again, whether that's my own preconceptions factoring in, I don't know. Because, you know, a kid's film, like some Studio Ghibli films are absolutely for kids. And I'm not entirely sure I'd call them anime. But again, you're kind of splitting hairs at that point. It's like, what's anime and what's not? Like, who gives a shit? It's just, it's an animated medium. But yeah, broadly speaking, when people say anime, I feel like they mean Japanese animation. But if there is an actual alternative definition that is not that, then I'm all ears and I'm ready and willing to correct myself. Right, we have 308 science. So let's do this, and then we'll jump back in to chat. See you later, Tank. Thank you for joining. So the distribution post. Okay, so the distribution... This is getting into the bit that I don't like about the way that this game functions in particular. So we have to research and make a distribution post. We then have to split this road here right before the end. I mean, we could do it wherever we want, but we're going to do it there for efficiency's sake. Which means that everything up to this district gate is the original dam district. Everything past that is not. So I can set up another district right now, but the problem is that it won't have any resources in it. In order to get resources to it, I have to build the distribution post, employ a whole bunch of you guys, and then manually send water and food and all the rest. Because, like, if I build a district here, they're not going to have access to water unless I go all the way over here, which I like. That's kind of more effort than it's worth to build a water gatherer here, a water pump here. So I'll probably just be feeding off of the water gathered from elsewhere, which means I need to manually say, "Bring me water," which I don't particularly like, but again, when you guys see how exactly it works, maybe you'll tell me I'm wrong and that actually I'm doing it wrong. I don't know. So we're going to build a district center right there. We're going to connect it. Where's the door? There's the door right there, and we have our district. So this... Okay. Yeah, okay, so once we have fed enough resources and beavers into this district, we're going to bin this and we're going to stick it there so that these two buildings are part of this district. Because I'm going to be expanding my buildings across here, and I don't want half of them to be in one district and half of them not. Right, well, this district... Oh my god, that district is built rather quickly. Let's bump that up, and let's set up some routes, and then I'm going to check chat. So, we're going to send some water. Let's pause, actually. We're going to send... What do we have in the way of food? Carrots. We have loads of carrots, so we got shitloads of carrots. And then we're also going to send wood to the second one. So, the reason why we have two... what did I say? Wood. Logs. There we go. The reason why we're going to send... The reason why we have two drop-off points is because I believe the cap is 100. Oh, it's 300. And if you fill that up with water, they can't receive wood. So what we're going to do is we're going to send the food and water to one of them, and we're going to send the wood and planks to another. Because otherwise you fill it up with one resource and then you can't receive any more. So we'll send that there, and the district supply limits, here we go. So the way this works is I can say, in terms of planks, do not send to me if I have more than 50, do not send me logs if I have more than 100, which is fine. And everything else we can do. So the reason I changed that is because I don't want all 146 planks to come over here. That doesn't help me, because then I'll have to send them back. And that's the bit I don't really like about districts. So we'll wait for that to happen, and let me catch up with chat. How are we doing? Well, we have another swig of booze, and I'm running dangerously low on booze. I'm going to have to go get some more. Right, tank left, that's right. And then, where are we? Anime isn't bad, weebs are bad. Maybe? I don't know. I've never seen any weeby activity or anything that's been referred to as weeby activity that I haven't actually liked or approved of. It seems to be incredibly strange. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you know, you can like I like Slipknot in moderation. Like, there are other bands I like a lot more than Slipknot, but like Slipknot fans, typically speaking, I don't like. You know, there are other bands like that, you know, I could say the same thing about, but, you know, the fan base of something doesn't necessarily reflect what it actually is. Like, whether someone likes you guys, who are my fans, so to speak, it doesn't necessarily reflect whether or not people would like me. Like, I like to think that, like, if someone showed up in chat who was just a complete dick, I might not like them, but I also like to think that you guys might not like them as well. But, you know, when you're dealing with, like, an audience of, you know, say 1,000 people, there's going to be some douchebags show up in that 1,000 people. Like, that's inevitable. So I feel like judging the artist by the audience, if quote-unquote calling me an artist there, but like judging a band by their fans, I think is very silly. Jesus. Otherwise, were you in... I swear you were in Frostpunk. I honestly can't remember, but Negax, you are now... Otherwise. So Otherwise says... Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Chatty chat, you're moving too fast for me. Card Captors was anime, as is Pokemon and Digimon. So Card Captors, I had not remembered that existed until right fucking now. I used to watch that when I was... however old I was when it came out. I used to watch it. Yeah, Pokemon, Digimon, as far as I was aware, they're both anime. I used to collect Pokemon cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! I assume that's anime. I used to collect Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards as well. Digimon I always preferred, but like the card game I never got into. But yeah, Card Captors, I don't remember anything about that. I just remember the name. I think I remember the theme song. Which is taking me back a little bit. Alright, where are we? So, Kraken says, anime is a particular animation style based on facial expression to show thought rather than directly saying, and is usually based on issues with human emotion, and is usually 22 to 25 minutes long. That's a very specific definition. I feel like you could have something that ostensibly seems to be anime without adhering to that definition. But I mean, if that's the definition, then fair dues. Like, fair enough. Yeah, like... colloquially, at least to me, anime is, if not Japanese, then Japanese-inspired. And if not aimed at adults, then suitable for adults. So if it's like a cartoon for babies, then it's probably not anime. But then, you know, you have things like, well... Pokemon's not aimed at babies, but obviously it's aimed at children. Like, I feel like if I was to watch an episode of Pokemon right now, I'd probably be like, what? There is nothing here for me. But that doesn't necessarily tell you of its quality, and it probably doesn't tell you as to whether or not it's anime. So, you know, that's the thing with definitions, is words mean what we use them to mean. So you can say... Yeah, we can say that, like, anime is this, this, and that, but, like, if no one uses it to mean that, then... Yeah. It's kind of the same as, what's the example I'm thinking of? I guess horror movies, because horror is to some degree subjective, but when I say horror movie, you guys know what I mean. Whether or not you find the movie scary is a totally separate question. But when I say I watched a horror movie last week, you know what I mean. So, yeah, I feel like there is definitely a degree of overlap with these genres. It's not even genre, because anime isn't a genre. It's a, I guess, medium? I don't know even how you would describe it. But then anime, I am absolutely a normie when it comes to anime, so I'm more than happy to concede that I'm wrong on all of this. Was Cardcaptors anime or anime inspired? Because that was definitely aimed more at kids, I would say. Cardcaptors was anime. Yes, this is the thing, is even within my own chat, plus myself, and we're like, what, 20-odd people? Like, we're not entirely agreeing on the definitions of things, so... Janderson, wait, hold on. Stop it, chat! You're making chat scroll up, and I gotta scroll up to find it. Where's the chat gone? Where's it gone? Hello from Brazil. I've been watching your channel since the first video about Rings of Power. Well, thank you, good sir or madam. Going by your avatar, I'm assuming you're a sir, but correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for watching my Rings of Power videos. I hope you have enjoyed them, and hello from the UK. I've never been to Brazil. Some parts of it look lovely, some parts of it less so, but hopefully you live in one of the nicer parts. Yeah, anyway, let's name a beaver after you, because you're new in chat. Hype 2, you are now Janderson. There we go. Speaking of, actually, before I catch up on chat, because there's a lot more chat messages than there usually are, which means I'm not used to keeping up on this. Why is Chewie unhappy? Why indeed? Chewie is really thirsty. Okay, but then Chewie's a douchebag because there's water everywhere, so why... Okay. Sorry, Chewie. Whoever Chewie was, I can't remember. It was one of you guys died and became Chewie. I honestly can't remember, but yeah, one of you is unhappy because there's no water, even though there's, you know, water. Right. Hey, Janderson, welcome to the League of Randos. Yeah, there we go. So, you're now a rando. You're in chat. You're a rando. Right. I'm gonna swig this last bezoozles, and then I gotta go get myself some more. Because my 2 bottles of cider and my bottle of whiskey are empty. Right, next time I want to swig, I'm gonna have to leave you guys for 30 seconds or so, while I go and acquire some more. I still collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards, not to play, but I love building the decks. I have 37 currently. 37 decks, fucking hell. Because I used to collect... I say collect them. I used to have some decks to play with friends 15, 20 years ago, or whenever it was. And, Ryan, who I recorded The Last of Us with, I believe he bought some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like, just on the cheap, just bought, like, however many Yu-Gi-Oh cards. At some point, we'll probably play them. Like, from what I remember, Yu-Gi-Oh was genuinely a good card game, whereas Pokemon was a card game that existed because it's the TV show and you gotta have a card game for the TV show. Like, again, maybe I'm wrong there, in which case correct me. Maybe it was always intended to be a card game. I have no idea, but Yu-Gi-Oh to me seemed to be a better card game. And I remember, like, when I was a kid, there was the nerd shop, and the what's it called, the like legendary Yu-Gi-Oh cards. What were they called? Because you had Exodia, where you needed the 2 arms, the head, and the legs. And then you had the Egyptian god cards. That was it. God, it was all coming back to me. And they were selling those cards for like £15. I don't know how much that is in you guys' currency, but, you know, back in 2002 or whatever it was, 2003, when you're a wee lad with no job, and it's like, wow, if only I could afford Exodia. Yeah, I really wanted those cards. I never had them, but yeah, I definitely remember a whole bunch of those cards. And it's a good game, honestly. I'm kind of looking forward to playing it. The only like game that I play to that point where I collect it is Warhammer, which obviously it's an entirely different kettle of fish, really. And I just realized kettle of fish may not mean anything to those of you who are not native English speakers. Yeah, it's a completely different ballpark, would be another idiom, I guess. I don't know how often English idioms are used outside of the UK. Anyway, it's, because with Warhammer, it's almost a completely, I don't want to say lifestyle, but there's so much to it. You gotta build the army like you might build a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. And then you gotta buy the army, and obviously that's not cheap. Or print the army if you're using a 3D printer. And then you gotta paint the army, which takes a lot of time, but it's very therapeutic, I guess. You know, a lot of my YouTube watch hours is while painting. And then eventually you play the army. And you find out that what you just played is shit. And it loses. And that's the situation I've been in, because I own 3 armies, 3.5 armies, so 3 functional armies. And I have only just started beating Steve, the guy that I play with. I have only just... I won my first game against him last weekend. And, you know, there's multiple factors for that, because it's not, I don't think, as simple as balancing a video game or something like Yu-Gi-Oh! Because with Yu-Gi-Oh! You have a limited number of cards. And with a video game like Timberborn, you have like, okay, the maple tree is worth X amount of wood. Whereas with Warhammer, it changes fairly frequently. You have so many factions and so many units and so many special rules. So it isn't just a case of one army being stronger than the other, because take an army that is quote-unquote stronger than the other, and then you play a suboptimal version of that army. And then you play that suboptimal version of that army really fucking well, you're going to win some games. So that's why it's so in-depth, because I feel like the army I've been playing against him recently has been Tau. And Tau have been sort of mid-tier in terms of how good armies are. My list has not been a particularly meta list. So it has been... It makes it difficult to gauge whether I'm actually playing the game correctly, or... I say correctly, optimally, to like score all the points and all the rest of it, using my fluffy army. Because, you know, I pick what I want to use. Honestly, we both pick what we want to use based on whether we like the model. Because I don't understand the point of playing an army, you know, spending however much money and painting an army that is just, oh, the book says it's good today. Because tomorrow the book might say that it's not good. So I go for the models that I like, and I play them, and I practice them, and that's what we both do. And with Yu-Gi-Oh, my guess is that it's the same thing. Right, give me a sec, because we're starting to fill up our capacity. We don't have any homeless, but they have nothing to do. Okay, so in that case, what we're going to do, we're going to bin that, and we're going to put another district right about there. So now, all of this is the same district, which means I need a distribution post here to send the planks and gears over here if I need them. So it's not guaranteed, because we can set it up manually. And I do like in this, I said it was janky, but I said I like that you can set it up manually if you want to. So we'll go distribution post. Where would be a good place to put it? Let's go right there. And while that's building, let's have a sneaky peek at Chatty Chat. Where was I up to? Anime is a medium. Yeah, going back to anime, I think I would probably agree for now that it's a medium. It's not a genre, because you can do pretty much whatever the hell you want with... Like, again, Arcane. Obviously that's not anime, but it is animation. But that doesn't mean it's appropriate for children. Like, the fact that it's animation does not mean that it isn't for adults. Or that it isn't suitable for adults. Yeah. The only anime I watched was Seven Deadly Sins and Naruto. I have heard of Naruto, but I have never watched either of them. Can you name a beaver... Beavery Afraid? I can, yes, hold on. Ditruka, you are now... Fuck you, alcohol. Be very afraid. No, I misspelled it. God damn it. Be very afraid. There we go. Okay. The only anime film worth watching, in my opinion, is Ninja Scroll. I love samurai stuff. If you're into reading, check out Shogun by James Clavell. It will blow your mind. Let me look up Ninja Scroll. Again, sorry for pausing the music right here because, again, Frostpunk doesn't handle this. I gotta look up Ninja Scroll on IMDb. Yeah, there we go. I've got it. All right, I'm going to watch that. Watch that to my ad later. I'm going to add that to my watch later. A vagabond swordsman is aided by a kunoichi and a spy in battling a demon clan of killers, led by a ghost from his past who are bent on overthrowing the Tokugawa shogunate. I mean, if it's good, I'll probably watch it at some point, but we'll see. It's on my watch list. Random, how much longer do you think you'll stream for? Well, okay, so we're at 1:40 a.m. my time. I'm not going to go past 3 a.m., but I probably don't think I'll go that far. I'll probably go for 20 more minutes, and then I will show you guys my big dick city so that you can see it, and then I'll probably kill the stream right about there. Because I got to be somewhat functional tomorrow, because I am doing things tomorrow, he says, while looking at his empty bottle of whiskey. Pokemon card game was an afterthought. That doesn't surprise me, but again, I barely remember. I don't know. Hello, Doofy. Doofy's in chat. Doofy, it's 1:41 a.m. What are you doing in chat? She says, I paint my armies very well. Well, thank you. And thank you for joining chat. You were one of my beavers. However, you died because beavers only live for however long. So you are now Doofy2 fuck it. I'm not going to type that because I'm of the alcohols. So you're now Doofy2. And where do you work? Where do you work? You're one of my scientists. As is Shamra, who is, again, someone else who's not from chat. Alright. What limitations are there to build an army? If you're referring to Warhammer, there's... I mean... If we're assuming that you have infinite money, then the limitations are... what you can fit in any particular detachment. So you can't, for example, take an army of 20 different commanders. You're not allowed to do that. The current way that the detachments work, which changes every year or so, is that you have to take a HQ choice of some kind, which is the commander. You can take more, but it costs you incrementally more if you do that. And then you choose what your primary type of unit is going to be. So if you want it to be fast attack, which is typically models that are relatively easy to kill, but they move very quickly, you could, if you wanted, take you could take, 12 different fast attack units and then just fill out the rest with the other stuff. That might not be optimal, but you could do that, and the fact that it's flexible, I think, is really good, because it means really that you can play whatever you want. Right. Distribution limit. Oh, okay. Drop-off points. Let's put one there and one there. Because now what we're doing is we're distributing planks and gears back to District 1. So we'll... Where is it? Planks will go there, and gears will go there. Okay. Now we set the limits, so we are not going to accept... How do we do it again? So we have 50. We don't... Because the thing is, we don't want to send 50 over here and then send 50 back and just keep people moving stuff. There's no point. So I believe if we set the minimum to 50, then anything over 50, we will send back. And let's set this to 20 so that that way we always have 20 gears in this district, assuming that they have been built. And that they have been manufactured or manufactured, depending on who's working there. Who is working there? Kuro Usagi and Benny. Alright. Alright. Chatty chat, where are we? I'm trying to catch up. Does my card collecting put me in the weeb category? I would say not, because if it does, then my Warhammer collecting puts me in the weeb category. And I don't think I'm a weeb, but maybe. Yeah, I'm a beaver. Yeah, there we go. I just got my butt kicked on Resident Evil 4 Remake. Oh dear. Well, I hope it wasn't just die, die, die on repeat, but then I've never played Resident Evil, like, properly. I played number 5 briefly. So I don't really know how hard Resident Evil is. But, yeah, Resident Evil Remake I might play at some point. I don't know. Happy Born Day Doofy. Yes. And Kraken, it's your Born Day too. Wait, you were born a while ago. Don Tree and Bot Palette. Don Tree and Bot Palette, if y'all are still in chat, tell me. And, because you just died. Because you only live for, like, 30 or 40 days. So please tell me if you're still in chat and I'll name someone else after you. Good night, Kraken. Thank you for joining. And, see you sometime soon. And Truffle Pup. Truffle Pup is leaving? GTA? GTA? I assume that's GTG. See you later, Truffle Pup, if you have left. And, yeah. Oh, Kraken's back. Alright, we're good. Jeremy is out. Well, thank you for tuning in, Jeremy. Are you alive? Hold on. Because if you're not alive... What was the name that you gave me? I feel like it began with G. Jeremy, give me another name before you duck out, if you are still there. And I will name one of these beavers after you. Truffle Puppy and Gagglem 2. I will check those in one moment. Gurney. Gurney was your old name. Yeah, you're not here, which I think means you're dead. So now let's do that and then we're good. Okay, thank you for joining, Jeremy. And hopefully see you in the next stream, or possibly on Sunday when we're doing the premiere of The Hobbit. Right, Truffle Puppy, you're alive and you're working in the lumberjack farm. And Gagglem 2, where is Gagglem 2? I think Gagglem 2 is dead. Oh no, Gagglem Jr. Yeah, okay, so Gagglem Jr. is planting the trees for Truffle Pup 2 to harvest. All right. Okay. Go with Umbara for my next one. All right, let me rename Jeremy's. Here we go. Umbara. There we go. Hopefully, Umbara will be alive by the time we do our next stream. Because honestly, if I get really hooked on God of War next week, then I might not come back to Timberborn for a little while. But honestly, I really like this game. It's pretty fun to just play it, honestly. Demoistification. Oh no, it seems I also died. You might have. I might have missed it. Okay, give me another name. Fucking hell, we've got a lot of children. Right, demoistification. Give me a name. Give me a name, and you can be reborn as whatever that is. And, yeah, then we're gonna have to check... then we're gonna have to check who's working in the farm. As long as you don't come on my back, we're good. Well, let's leave that right there. Depressed Optimist Prime. Are you dead? Hold on. No, you're still alive. Hold on, how old are you? You're 38. You'll die soon. You can rename someone when you die. Relatively soon. Demoistification the second. Right, hold on. We'll make you a little babby so that way you survive longer. Hold on, am I misspelling your name? I don't want to do that. Demosification. The second. There we go, right. So you're there, you're a babby, and you're 34% on your way to becoming an adult. Clint Beaverwood. Alright, you've convinced me. Okay. So it's getting to 10 to 2 where I am. I'm also out of alcohol. You guys tell me, because I can see how many of y'all there are in chat, but I don't want to crack open a cold one if we're going to be killing the stream in 10 minutes or so. So, any of you guys who are down for another half hour or so, let me know in chat, please. And if there's, well, if there's enough of you, I will go and grab another bottle of cider. Or some more whiskey, we'll see. Probably whiskey. Truffle Pup says, we ride. Well, I'm waiting for responses. Caden Wyatt says, what film are you looking forward to most this year? That has not come out yet. Well, so that I can actually be comprehensive with this, 2023 film releases. Because the only one I am actually looking forward to is June Part 2. But I think that's coming out in late 2024. So we got John Wick Chapter 4. I'll watch it, but I don't really care. Dungeons and Dragons, again, I'll watch it, but I don't really care. There's a whole load of movies here that I've never even heard of. Jesus. Super Mario Brothers movie, I will watch it, but I don't really care. Nothing here. What the fuck? Once Upon a Time in Ukraine. What the hell is that? A Ukrainian serf named Teras teams up with the samurai Akayo to get revenge for Akayo's master and free his beloved Maria from a slave master. I am adding the shit out of that to my watch list. What a weird sounding movie. Holy shit. And I just Googled, like, this is on movieinsider.com, so I've got to believe that this exists. June 2 is November this year, so that would surprise me, but if you're right, then great, because I'm really looking forward to June Part 2. Gagalum won't be able to watch the premiere tomorrow. The premiere's on Sunday, but I mean, if you can't make it, then, like, you know, it doesn't, I'm not bothered, obviously. You know, if you can make it, then make it, otherwise check it out in your own time. But yeah, Creed 3 is supposed to be pretty good. I haven't watched the second one. The first one was alright. But then, honestly, like, in terms of movies that I've never watched that I probably should have, Rocky is probably number 1. Because, have at it, I've never watched Rocky. I've never seen Rocky. Anyway, let's continue with what is coming out. Oh, Oppenheimer. That's it. Oppenheimer, the new Nolan film. That I'll watch. Because I typically watch everything Nolan. Fast and Furious 10 I will watch out of sheer morbid curiosity. Barbie, it exists, I guess. So Barbie, like, I'm kind of... Either it's going to be trash or it's going to be quite good. I feel like there's no middle ground with Barbie because, like, who the fuck makes a Barbie movie? But then at the same time, I feel like back in 2014 or whenever it was, people would have said the exact same thing about who the fuck makes a Lego movie. And the Lego movie's pretty damn good. So, like, if they go in a particular direction with the Barbie movie, I feel like it could unironically be pretty good. But at the same time, it could also be trash. Right, we got enough people who I think are good to go for probably another half hour to an hour. So, Fast and Furious 10, no way they made it to 10. Hey, so they haven't announced this yet, but they are missing a trick if the tagline for Fast 10 is anything other than Fast 10 your seatbelts. And with that, I'm going to head downstairs and grab myself some booze. So I've the joys of a wireless headset. I'm bringing you guys downstairs with me. Question is, can I get to my booze before we run out of signal? So what do we got? What have we picked up? Honestly, if I keep doing this live streaming thing, I'm gonna need a mini fridge for my whiskey and my ciders. So what have we picked up? We have picked up Hague Club, which is, I mean, it's like David Beckham's signature whiskey or something. I have no idea. I don't care at all about football. I've watched about 3 football games in my entire life. But at the same time, someone bought me a bottle of Hague Club, and it's not bad. So I cannot complain. If they make Barbie as an utter piss take, it could be hilarious. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but then at the same time, the Lego movie was not a complete piss take, but at the same time, it was very meta and very funny. So, yeah, I see what you mean. You know, the direction they go in absolutely will affect... If they play it straight, it will fucking fail. But I don't know. Like, what story is there to Barbie? You know, you're going to have to do something semi-meta anyway. So, yeah, I honestly have no idea. There's another Transformers. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's Michael Bay, because Michael Bay didn't do the Bumblebee movie. But then the Bumblebee movie wasn't as successful as the others, so I don't know. Another Indiana Jones movie, obviously. That's happening. Harrison Ford, no doubt, will die during the movie because he's sick of it, and he'll be replaced by Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Maybe, probably, possibly. I've got no idea. I don't know why they're making it, because, again, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I didn't actually finish because it was trash. But, like, no one wanted that movie. No one liked that movie, so why are they doing another one? Indiana Jones is a trilogy from, like, what, the 80s? I think The Last Crusade was 89, I think, and this might be a hot take. I think The Last Crusade is the best Indiana Jones film. I've heard Barbie will be political. I mean, I think it could very easily be political. Whether it will be, I don't know, but, like, why? Because apart from, like, girl power, woo, like, what have you got there? Like, what are you going to inject into that movie to make it political? I don't really know. But, I mean, I don't really pay attention to that kind of thing anyway, because I don't really care. So, I'm mildly curious. Right, let's check our resources. Nearly capping out on food. Let's get another warehouse in for the potatoes. And then let's actually stick another storage over here. Not an underground storage, just a regular pile. Actually, hold on. Let's do that. So that way we're not wasting space. And then we'll put wood there. Barbie will be the movie of the decade. Hey, it might be, honestly. Like, again, maybe it's an unfair comparison, but the Lego movie is really, really good. And maybe that's because I have a soft spot for Lego, but, like, it's really good. And I feel like they could theoretically do the same thing with the Barbie movie. I don't know. It's like such a stupid idea that it might actually be good. You know, who knows? I wanted to ask you earlier, but I forgot. Will you play Diablo 4 beta this weekend? So, I might try Diablo 4. I've never... I played Diablo 3. I think I had the demo for Diablo 3, and it didn't do anything for me. Like, I like Blizzard's games. I play WoW. I played StarCraft. I have played Overwatch, although not since Overwatch 2 came out. And Diablo 3 demo, at least, didn't do anything for me because I guess I didn't get to the point where the gameplay loop was anything engaging whatsoever. Because my experience of Diablo 3 was click on the thing until it's dead. Okay, good. Now click on this thing until it's dead. And it was that for about 20 minutes. And I was like, why am I playing this? So I switched it off and jumped back on StarCraft. But like that kind of game, like Torchlight 2, I played all the way through with a friend. And like Torchlight 2 I really liked. And from what I've heard, it's very similar to Diablo. So whether I just picked the wrong class, or I didn't play enough, or if Diablo 4 is a lot better than Diablo 3, I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, I'm open to playing Diablo 4. Because again, I feel like it's the kind of game I might like. I just have a sour taste in my mouth from the Diablo 3 demo. Right, we're capped on water. That is nicht sehr gut. Are we sending water? Yes, we are. Okay. 70 odd beavers is. So in that case, I think I need to... That won't work. Shit. Shit. No, don't demolish that. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Rich, stop it. No. Okay, right. Yeah, because if I build the thing there, it won't actually gather water. We're going to have to build it here. Or... No, I don't want to destroy the maple. Okay. We'll demolish this. And we'll bump the priority so it happens immediately because I am an impatient god. And then we'll build a water pump right there. Right. Yeah, Diablo 2 is supposed to be very good, but like I feel like it's maybe too dated for me to actually give it a shot. Like, maybe I really should give it a shot, because, like, I have the same thing with Baldur's Gate. I fucking love Divinity Original Sin 2, and that is, quote-unquote, spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate. I have not played Divinity 1. I have not played Baldur's Gate 1 or 2. However, Baldur's Gate 3 is coming out soon from the same studio that did Divinity 2. So I will absolutely be checking out Baldur's Gate 3 when it comes out, but, like... The problem with games like that I have, which is why I really liked Divinity 2, that's partly why I really liked Divinity 2, is it's all fully voice acted. It's all... You can play it essentially as if it's a modern game. You don't have to scroll through walls of text to find out what each character is thinking or whatever. And... Well, maybe this is unfair, but like if I have to read a book to play your game, I'm probably not going to play your game. Like, there's a market for that, absolutely, but I feel like that isn't... You know, I'm far more about, like, the visual side of video games and the mechanical side of video games, because, like, this game isn't Timberborn. It's not, like, look at that. It's not particularly advanced visually, but mechanically it's interesting. If I had to read 10 pages of text to learn how to play the game, I probably wouldn't play it. I'd play something else. Yeah, maybe that's short-sighted, I don't know. Also, we're in a drought, and I didn't close the dam. Which is why my maple trees are dying out. Okay, they're good. They'll survive 16 or 14 days. Right. Problem with Diablo 2 is it devolves into very low drop rates for notable equipment before long. Yeah, like the gear grind I am used to from WoW, but you know, with WoW, the mechanics of how you play it is why I enjoy it. If it's left click until thing is dead and then get gear, like, I don't care. So, you know, if Diablo 4 is not that, and if Diablo 3 is not that, then correct me. But my half-hour or an hour experience of Diablo 3 was precisely that. Heroes of the Storm is pretty fun, though. As is League of Legends, honestly. Like, I play both every now and then. And they're very different games, but I think they both have a lot... They both have a lot of value. There's a lot of overlap between how good each one is. Anyway, we're nearly full of potatoes. We don't actually have enough people. Let's build some more houses. And then I will check back in with Chatty Chat. Because we have a whole load of self-employed... Self-employed? Unemployed. And I got to do something with them. And then we also have 500 odd signs. Let's get another signs building out, actually. I should have done that earlier. Whoever's currently working in the laboratory needs Chimera and Doofy 2. Wait, why is it Doofy 2? Oh yeah, because the first Doofy died. Also, all my potatoes died out. So I need to... Well, we're doing alright on food, so I'm not particularly worried. But every now and then, yes, our potato farm will die. Right, where are we with chat? More houses, more beavers, time for a fight club. I don't think that exists in this game. Honestly, though, I wish it did. Yes, Doofy, rip old you. So, yeah, you... I named one after you because I was naming all the children, like the beaver children, when I started the map. And I remembered that you and Gagalum were both children, so I just named them after you. And then you grew old and died, and then you joined the stream. So, oh shit, hold on, I need to open the dam. So now we have Doofy 2. There we go. Right, that should be okay. So you'll notice, hopefully, that... because there was no flow on this water wheel, these two buildings were not actually doing anything because they need power to operate, which means that Kuro Usagi and Benny from, I guess, the Mummy, they weren't doing anything. They were sat there with their feet up, not producing anything. Right. We have 240 odd planks. We definitely need more signs. I think we're going to build another science building, actually. We want to get 2 of them going. And then I think we need to be expanding. Yeah. Okay. So, I will check in with you, chat, in a momento. We're going to demolish those potatoes. And we're going to build a double fluidicate. As long as I build it in the right place. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And in order for them to build that, we're going to need stairs. And then there we go. So that, if I dam that slightly and let it kind of trickle over into down here, that should mean that these potatoes don't die every time there's a drought. Righty. What gets you... Alright, yeah, I'm going to pose this question to chat. What gets you further in beaver society? Being a curvy beaver or being a petite beaver? I feel like there's pluses to both. But I mean, this is the thing. Until you guys see the robot beavers, you don't know where... You don't... You know, there's a third option to that question that you guys just haven't seen yet. Tank Imperator has returned with beef jerky. Alright. See, I kind of feel like a sandwich right now. As in, I feel like eating a sandwich right now, but I also don't want to... I don't want to go and make a sandwich. It's also 2 AM here, so... I'll probably just wait until tomorrow morning, and then I'll have a sandwich. So anyway, if we build this dam, we build a path here... And then we can also build an underwater path, as I did before, and then they can build that dam, which I can turn on and off as and when I want. Right, what do we need next? Are we anywhere near any steel? Because when we get dynamite, and oh yes, dynamite is definitely a thing in this game, then it becomes... well, it becomes a little bit different. So there's some steel there, but that's kind of too far away from where I am. Ideally, I want to gather what I can gather with this. All right. Yeah, if we squash that, we then get water running down here, which makes this all usable land. Yeah, let's do that. All right, let's do that. So... we got to build a bridge, and we got to build a ladder, and then we can say... dismantle them there trees. And we can also say... oh, wait, okay, yeah, we need a... there we go. Ooh, oh, actually, yeah, okay, so we can unlock level 2. Thank you, thank you, science boys. Wait, I actually didn't need to do that. Thank you, science boys, you researched something that I didn't actually need, but still, thank you. We can then build this here, which means we can access this. Once those trees are gone. So... once the hobbitses are dead... Gollum in the first Hobbit movie is probably the best character. Because he's really fucking good. And Smaug in the second Hobbit movie is probably the best character. And I feel like it is definitely no coincidence that they mostly kept the Riddles in the Dark sequence and the Bilbo chat with Smaug sequence pretty much entirely intact from the book. That ain't no coincidence. Anyway, where are we, chat? Well, we're building them there bridges. Cold pizza. Man, you're making me hungry. I want to order a pizza, but I can't. Well, I mean, I can. I absolutely can, but then I've got to stay awake and wait for it. 2 a.m. sandwiches are the best sandwiches. Yeah, the problem is that when I... well, the problem is when I go and make a 2 a.m. sandwich, I've got to leave the game just sat like that for you guys to watch nothing happening for a couple of minutes. So I don't really want to do that. Because also I can't see chat. Wake up when the doorbell rings. Yeah... I could do that. Anyway, we're building our dam. Yeah, I think I'll probably leave this here at about 2:30, so we got about 20 minutes left. When we get to 2:15, so 3 minutes or so, I'm going to save this, and I'm going to load into my other map, so that way you guys can see it in all its glory. Which... like I said earlier, kept me sane during the whole Hobbit upload, re-upload bullshittery. Courtesy of YouTube and Warner Brothers. Thank you. Yeah, wife is good at making sandwiches. The problem is it's, again, 2:15 a.m. and I'm pretty sure she's asleep at this point. And I'm pretty sure I'd come out bruised if I woke her up and asked her to make me a sandwich. So, yeah, let's not wake the sleeping dragon. And she's gonna be told about that in the next stream. Right, okay. So we're still capped on water. There's our water pump. We need another water... fucking hell, 29 gears. Okay, we need... let's build a water tank over here. Because again, we need one. So, again, this is the problem I have with districts, is they will not build that water tank until I manually send gears over here. Which I really don't like doing, because then I say, like, okay, well, do we send 10? And then there's 10 sat here doing nothing? Yeah. So district supply limits, we will keep... How many do we have? 19. So let's keep 10. And then they're going to shuttle... Who is this? Zulbabla. So, yeah, Zulbabla is on his way over here to transport some gears. And then we can build our water tank. And then we're good. And actually, what I think I'll do is I'll probably carve a way through this. Because this has been here forever. And no one's eating the berries because everyone's eating the carrots and the potatoes. So, let's demolish all of that. No. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Right, let's try again. Let's demolish all of that. And we're going to build another road going to District 2. By the way, District 2, give me a name. Chatty chat. For those of you who are still in chat, give me a name. Because we had some good beaver puns earlier, and now we have a second district. Bendover is the name of a beaver. We're not calling the district Bendover. Right, where were we? I have no wife and desire no sandwich. Well, okay, when you desire a sandwich, you will desire a wife. You're technically not eating a sandwich if you just snack on the ingredient. That's true. I could just have a spoonful of Marmite, I suppose, but then I would hate myself. Nortooth, I'll be damned. Beaverevement. Mike Hawkslong. Yeah, that's good, but that's not very beavery. I feel like, how many have we lost? How many? There's no beaver cemetery, so I can't see how many beavers we've lost for beaverevement. We'll go with I'll be damned, because our first district is called Dam, and we'll call this one I'll be damned. Have any of you guys played, by the way? Let me find what it's called, because I played it relatively recently, and I might stream it at some... Because I could... You can finish the game in like 2 hours, is why I mention it. What Remains of Edith Finch? Is anyone familiar with that game? Because, again, I've played it through twice. Or, well, I've played it through once, and I watched the wife play it through once. It takes 2 to 3 hours to finish, and it is fantastic. It's basically, like, mechanically there's not much there, but it's a story game. So if I just load it up, hit go, and go for 2 to 3 hours, you guys will get the whole thing. And it's depressing as fucking balls, but it's also a really good game. Like, it's a really good story, even confined into that amount of time. Inglorious Beavers. Well, if I hadn't already named it, I would name it Inglorious Beavers. Yeah, What Remains of Edith Finch I will do at some point, probably as filler after I do God of War, but honestly, we'll see. Oh shit, are we full of potatoes? I think we're full of potatoes. Okay, right. Anyway, it's 2:18. I'm gonna save. Streamy stream. We're gonna save this right here. And I'm gonna show you guys... how do I find it? Was it dong or was it boob? I can't remember. I think it was boob. Let's load that. I'm gonna show you guys kind of mid to late game Timberborn, so that way you can at least see it before I jump off. And I will keep that save game, and we will continue it at some point. Well, I said I wasn't going to drink too much tonight, and I've drunk a reasonable amount. Yeah, kind of got to get some more. I'm running low on bottles downstairs. Right, here we go. So I'm going to hit pause. So this particular map is like ocean everywhere. It's like a bunch of islands. So here I have 3 districts going on, and I have my little beaver town right here with all the different ladders going into the different houses. And it's really nice having the different ladders. It's fun to make. Yeah, and as you will see, as I mentioned, the Triple Lodge is a giant house that has an entrance on its upper door, which is weird. So it has to go on top of something else. So here's my wheat, which is turning into bread. Here's my carrots that everyone is using. We got some trees over here, and we got some bridges. I haven't done anything with this. And then we have our, well, as Saruman might say, fires of industry. So we have a whole load of water wheels going through a dam. And they are carrying power over here. All the way up into this. And, yeah, as you can see, I sent power all the way through here, which maybe was pretty inefficient, but we're powering a whole load. We're powering a paper mill, a gear workshop, a smelter, a grist mill, a bakery, all of that. It's all being powered. We got a couple of, what are these? Windmills as well. And we've also dammed off everything, although, obviously, that only comes into play when we have the actual dam. We're gathering some metal. We have giant, here we go, if I hit this button. We have giant water holding facilities. Yeah, this is about, I don't know, again, like how long I've played this game doesn't necessarily explain it, but this is probably 10 hours in, and on our current map we're like, tell me OBS, fucking hell, we're 6.5 hours in. Alright, well, I guess I played this quicker. So we got a little accommodation area, we got a campfire for the little beavers. We got potatoes being grown here, we got wheat being grown here. And we got the distribution post carrying the potatoes and the wheat over to district number 2, which is over here. So that they can turn it into bread. And then the haulers are taking the bread everywhere, honestly. So everyone is living on bread and everyone's doing pretty good. So what I mentioned before, this right here is where we're building the robots. So we got to build bot heads, we got to build bot limbs, bot chassis, and then biofuel, because biofuel is necessary to build the robots. So we've got 4 different factories there with, or just all piled on top of themselves. And the reason I did that is so that they were all receiving power from the same system, which is currently not giving us enough power, but oh well. And then we have the workplace, which is 24% of the way to giving us a robot. So we're going to wait right here until we get a little robot, and you can see what I was referring to earlier. Because the various buildings share power with themselves, so the power might only be going into the lumber mill, but the lumber mill is sharing the power with all of this and all of this and all the rest of it before then going over here. So, yeah. This took a little while to make, and we're going to see what a little beaver bot looks like. Anyway, let's check chatty chat. How are we doing? I'm not even slurring. Again, I'm pretty sure I'm slurring at this point because I've drunk quite a lot of booze. And again, it's 2:23 a.m. And tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, probably tomorrow, I'm probably recording a part 2 of the Last of Us podcast. I know, like, again, if you weren't here for the beginning, part 1 isn't out yet. I'm going to stagger that with The Hobbit, but it's been very interesting to hash out my thoughts on the show with Ryan, who's my friend who I'm recording the podcast with. And it's ended up basically becoming 3 episodes because we spent a lot of time talking about episode 1, like nearly 3 hours talking about episode 1. And I feel like there's a lot to go into, as hopefully you will agree when you listen to the podcast. Name a beaver Orville. Right, this isn't our original city, but alright, you can be... Ooh, no, hold on, alcohol, come on, Orville, there we go. Alright, you can be Orville. Someone somewhere is Orville. and I'm keeping it on triple speed while I talk so that we can get a robot and y'all can see him. There will be no dam for men. Lord of the Rings is so good. So, I'll tell those of you who have stuck around this long, I'll tell you guys now. But I was going to just release it as a photo. Because I'm a goddamn nerd and my wife is awesome. So for my birthday, she got me a belated birthday present. And the only reason it was belated is because it was... the present itself was like on back order. And... well, I have started building the present. And I actually guessed what it was before she gave it to me because I was like, I feel like I know what this might be. And it turned out that I was correct. It's the Ultimate Collector's Edition Lego set of Rivendell. And I'm about maybe a third of the way through building it, and it is fucking glorious. It's massive. There are so many minifigs. There's the entire Fellowship in there, plus a whole load of, you know, elves and like Elrond's in there and all the rest of it. So it's not just the Fellowship. And I was going to wait until I took a photo to just post it and be like, hey guys, look at this. This is amazing. Like, the model is brilliant. It's so good. And like, again, building it is so much fun. So, you know, I just take an hour here and there to chip away at it. I'm on, because any of you who don't like build Lego sets, they come in typically, like the collector's Lego sets, the display pieces, come in bags. And they're numbered, obviously, so you do them one by one. This particular box, the Rivendell box, is like 49 bags, and I'm on, I think, bag 21. And I've spent about 5 or 6 hours on it so far. It's a long haul. But, yeah, I bought some shelves to stick it on along with my other collector's Lego sets. Because I've got the Lego Space Station, the Saturn V rocket, some of the Star Wars brickheads from the OT, the Stormtrooper, the Darth Vader, and the Scout Trooper, because I just really like them as display pieces. Yeah. So Lego's pretty cool. It's not cheap, but it's pretty cool to have every now and then, especially as display pieces. See you later, Kraken. If I'm too late, then I'm sorry, but yes, see you later. I missed your message. Where are you going to display it? Yeah, so I've bought some shelves that I'm going to stick in my office, which is where I am now, where I have my gaming computer and my iMac, where I do my editing. And I'm going to stick it over here, like kind of above my gaming computer. I'll take a photo of it all once it's done. And I'm going to put my other Lego, like, collector's display pieces, like the Saturn V rocket and the space station, on a second shelf that goes above it, so it'll be like a proper display shelf, which I'm really looking forward to do. Because right now they're just kind of downstairs in the lounge, just taking up shelf space. And it's like, why is there Lego everywhere? But yeah, you know, I want them to be in my office because they're really cool pieces. And in particular, I've also got like 3 Lord of the Rings, not vinyls, what are they called? Canvas, that's what they're called. Like canvas prints, like one from each of the film. And they're not particularly big, but they're pretty cool collector's pieces that I really, really like, and I wanna mount those at some point. I just haven't got around to it yet. $49 bags, holy shit, back in my day, you had about 5. Yeah, the Rivendell piece, the Rivendell set is, I think, the 3rd or 4th largest set they've ever done. It's about 6,500 pieces. It's not small. So I'm not going to rush it, because it's a lot of fun to build, and I've got, like, Warhammer that I'm working on at the same time. Plus, obviously, working on videos for you guys, and doing audio shit, and, you know, streaming. So, what does that do? Oh, unlock it for bots. I did not know you could do that. Okay. Yeah, so I don't want to rush it. You know, I feel like it's going to probably take me a couple of weeks to build at least, but I've finished one of the 3 segments that the Rivendell set comes in, and it is glorious. It's amazing. Like, maybe that's the nerdiest thing ever, but I don't give a shit. It looks brilliant. I really enjoyed building it, so yeah. Yeah, the price in dollars, $560. Jesus. Oh, the Lego Star Destroyer, $560. Yeah, I'm not particularly good with exchange rates because, again, they, or at least in the last couple of years, they seem to have changed all the time. But, yeah, Lego ain't cheap, but at the same time, if it functions as a thing that you build that takes you a few weeks and it then functions as a display piece, then I feel like it's pretty good value. Like, I don't own the, you know, Ultimate Collector's Edition's, what's it called? Millennium Falcon set that they did, which is, I think, the second biggest set they have ever done. But I mean, I really like it. And I've seen some people, like, turn that into a coffee table and all that kind of thing, and yeah, like, I've just got bits and bobs of Lego. Like, on my wedding cake, we had a bride and groom Lego set. Oh my god, my happiness is at 18. What the hell? Jesus. Okay, I need to double check. I need to check this in a minute once I'm done talking. Yeah, so on my wedding cake, we had a Lego bride and groom, which we were bought by Ryan and Doofy. Thank you so much. Again. And yeah, I swapped the heads on them because I thought it was funny. So we had, like, guy with a mustache wearing a wedding dress, which I thought was pretty funny. But yeah, yeah, I really like Lego. I think, especially for kids, like, I don't have any children, but, like, I feel like that is a good thing for kids to be into. Because it encourages creativity. It also makes, you know, good display pieces. And it's, oh my god, 26%. Right, we've lost someone. I need to find, where is Robot? Because the reason why I was focusing on this is to show you, or was to show you, Robot. Where is Robot? Timberbot, here we go. Right, where's Timberbot? There's Timberbot. No, wait, no, that's not, here we go, here's Timberbot. If we hit that, here we go. Look at him go. He's just a little Timberbot. No. Camera, why won't you follow Timberbot? Oh, there was a way to do this before, but for some reason it's not working. Alright, if I do that and I don't press anything. Yeah, so it's a little... Yeah, there we go. It's a little beaver bot, and I believe they don't consume water, they don't eat food. I guess they consume nuclear waste, whatever that it was, I can't remember. But yeah, you can just build them. They're difficult to build. They take a lot of prep to build. But, yeah, they can, I assume, man buildings just night and day. And I currently have 2, but I'm building more because I've got all these warehouses here that store the arms, legs, and chassis, torso, or heads, or whatever it is, I forget. Which means that we're just pumping out robots right here. Beaver Uprising now. Yeah, man. So this is... I'm kind of curious because theoretically speaking, I could staff all of my buildings with beaver bots. Which at that point would mean that I could make more beaver bots with beaver bots. Which would mean that they no longer reproduce. I no longer have to build houses for them to reproduce. I no longer need any of this bullshit. I can just collect the resources necessary to, well, to produce them in the factory. And then store them in the warehouse and then pump them out right here. Like, I mean, theoretically, that lands you on an infinitely scaling endgame, but I'm not there yet. I only just unlocked this building at this point when I saved it. Yeah, there's a Terminator apocalypse if I ever heard one. Right, I'm gonna go drain my bladder, and then I'm gonna finish up, and we'll probably shut down the stream in probably 10-15 minutes or so. I'll be back in a moment. Righty, we're back, and we've got a glass of whiskey to get through. So, yeah, we're gonna keep the stream going until me glass is empty. Because again, I gotta save some for tomorrow, depending on what I am doing. Beavers will live in the pods, eat the bugs, own nothing, and be happy. Oh god, not that again. Klaus Schwab, god damn it, no. Get away, get out of my beaver utopia. Although saying that, when you play as when you hit level 15 well-being, you unlock the Iron Teeth, who I have not yet played as, because I didn't want to do it first time on stream. And one of the major differences with how they reproduce is that they literally birth baby beavers in like birthing pods, rather than doing it au naturel in houses. But you got to feed resources into the birthing pods in order for them to actually grow. So yeah, I've not played them yet. I might do it some other time. We will have to see what happens. He says after 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago, yeah, these streams have a habit of going on for longer than maybe I intend. But honestly, if you guys are still here, it's like, why not continue? I still have alcohol in my glass, and you guys are still in chat, so why the devil not? By the way, so the aquatic farmhouse, of which I have a couple, the way these work is you literally plant the, in this case, spadadoc, under the water, and they have to go down the bridge, go down the ladder to get there. But then they gather that, you can then cook it, and it becomes another form of food that the beavers can eat. So currently they're on, well, I have 90 beavers. I swear I had more than 90 beavers. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they all died. They're doing good on carrots, grilled potatoes, bread, and grilled spadadoc. So I could do chestnuts, but I have no access to chestnuts, I don't think. Cattails I haven't done yet, and maple pastries. I think maple pastries require that I milk the trees for maple syrup or something. Maybe if any of you guys are in Canada, you can tell me how exactly that works, because I don't have a fucking clue. But, yeah, that's basically how it works. And if you diversify your food, then, like here I've got 4 different types of food, then everyone will get happier and happier, and eventually will just, I guess, die from extreme happiness. I don't really know. Otherwise says, I might really have to spring for the Star Destroyer soon. If it's retired, it's only going to get harder to obtain and more expensive. Yeah. I mean, I feel like if you're going to do it, you should probably do it, because it's not going to get any cheaper. That's the thing. It will only get more expensive. Like, at least Lego, as opposed to Warhammer, doesn't typically get more expensive. It's just that each set they release might get more expensive. Whereas Warhammer, they bump their prices like every year, or whatever it is. So, you know, if you see a piece that you really want, buy it. Is kind of my view. Because if you really want it, you're not going to not want it in a year's time. So, yeah, take the time, take your time, build it, stick it up as a display piece, and enjoy your money well spent. But yeah, like there's some of the larger Lego sets that I just don't like. There's the Eiffel Tower Lego set. I don't think I have any interest in that, because I don't really care about the Eiffel Tower. They've got a Colosseum one, which I just don't really care about. And obviously there's like Star Wars ones that are from the Mandalorian series and the sequel trilogy, which I quite obviously don't give a shit about. But yeah, any of the OT stuff, like the Stormtrooper, the Scout Trooper, Darth Vader, like all of that, I'm all in for that. I'll pick it up and I'll buy it and I'll display it and build it, and it's all good. I like it. It's worth the money, because it's not that expensive given what it is. But if you're buying it just to build it, but you don't care about displaying it, then yeah, it's hideously expensive. But if you want to display it for however many years, then yeah, it's not that expensive. You know, compared to like a nice coffee table, it's not that expensive. Trufflepup says, this is starting to look like Technoshitlan. Am I mispronouncing that? I'm familiar with that name because I have played Civ 6. Yeah, it's looking rather Aztec-y, isn't it? But that's probably because I'm stacking all my buildings on top of each other. They look a little bit like pyramids, even though they're maybe not. But yeah, this was my main game that I was playing, and I spread out across the 3 districts. And I honestly feel like I could put this on triple speed and just leave it for a day, and everything would probably be fine. Because I feel like, where else would I expect? You know, I'd come over here and chop these trees, or come over here and expand to more houses, or I guess, yeah, I'd come here and I'd gather this metal. But I don't need more metal. I'm still gathering this, and my metal production is still... where's the refinery? Yeah, the smelter is... We're still good on metal. So we're doing alright. I don't feel the need to expand just yet. Caden White says, what other YouTubers do you watch? Well, let me have a look. We're going to have to mute this for a second. Again, it's recommending my own live stream to me. Let's have a look at my YouTube history. So, obviously Warhammer, because Warhammer. Belluar for Warcraft, Art of War for 40k, Morty and Glory is good, Metal Commander, obviously Metal, you guys will know from EFAP. I watch him every now and then. Shad, I watched actually before he appeared on EFAP. I think, I can't remember how I discovered him, but yeah, I really like Shad. I like his videos a lot. Auspex Tactics for Warhammer, Maelstrom Gaming Studios for Warhammer. Freedom Tunes because they're goddamn hilarious. What else? Mr. Beast I mentioned earlier. Where else are we? What else have I watched recently? Eons of Battle, again, Warhammer. A lot of this is stuff that I watch while doing other things, like editing or painting or building Lego or doing whatever childish adult activities it is that I do. Rakita Law is alright. Linus Tech Tips. Yeah, I mean, that's... We're kind of going back now to... What day are we on now? Friday, so Tuesday. Yeah, this last week, that's what I've watched. And then every now and then I watch... Because, like, Little Platoon, obviously, is on there. His live stream that he did earlier, I watched him. Major Kill... For Warhammer. Nerdrotic, I watch every now and then. Spiffing Brit is hilarious. Yeah, we'll leave it there for now. But yeah, it depends on what mood I'm in. But you know, 5-hour live streams I'll typically have on in the background, like this kind of thing. If I was an audience member for my own content, then you know, I would have it on in the background while I'm doing something else. I wouldn't sit and watch it for 7 hours. But that said, if any of you guys are literally sat watching for 7 hours, then all I can do is thank you. But yeah, my presumption is that most of you guys are doing something else and listening to my voice talk about beavers. Yeah, right. What else do we got? Because I'm going to kill the stream. Jesus Christ, it's got to 2:44 a.m. So 15 minutes. I'm going to kill the stream definitely. But for now, I'll catch up on YouTube. Spiffing Brit is pretty damn funny. No wonder I ended up finding you. Yeah, Spiffing Brit is hilarious, and I like a lot of the games that he plays. But he's fantastic. His whole shtick is hilarious. I really like it. Good night, Gagalum. See you later. And thank you for joining. Fair and balanced as all things should be. Yeah, that's Spiffing Brit to a T. I don't think he's done a Timberborn video, but no doubt he could find some ridiculous exploit. Why isn't that connected? That should be connected. No doubt he's found some ridiculous exploit. because I think the most recent one I watched of his was his City Skylines video, which I used to play City Skylines a fair bit, where he charged people a hell of a lot of money for living there so that he could then manipulate the in-game stock market and like invest into the water company, and then he would cut off the water so that the stock tanks, and then he'd buy it and then give everyone free water for a week, and then basically have infinite money. And I don't know if that was because of a like an expansion that he had, because I think I only have the vanilla game. But yeah, it was hilarious. Honestly, yeah, the way he does his videos, they're hilarious. Demystification, what was this thing? Yeah, Yorkshire tea is part of his shtick, but yeah, it's I just really, you know, you stick him on for 20 minutes and it's like, this is funny. You know, I can watch this and give it my full attention. Go to bed. Yes, it is definitely nearly bedtime. I will probably wait until 3 a.m, at which point I will be seeing you guys when I do God of War on, well, a week today, won't it be? I haven't been doing anything else except watching and chatting with your live streams, which has become a highlight of my Fridays. Well, I'm glad you have enjoyed the live streams, and I'm glad you've enjoyed chatting, because, again, I very much enjoy chatting with you guys. Like, if there was none of you in chat, then I'd probably just kind of end the stream basically straight away. It's like, what's the point? But, because, you know, it's fun to do, but primarily at this point, the point of me doing this is so I can speak with you guys, because I do genuinely appreciate you and I do like talking with you. Because I like chatting about random shit. You know, it's funny. Whether it's films or games or whatever else, anime. I know jack shit about anime, but it's interesting to hear about anime from people who actually know what they're talking about. Or even who don't know what you're talking about. It's still fun to talk with you guys. Yeah, when I do God of War, it's going to be a little bit different, because I'm not going to be able to interact with you guys as much as I am, although I will try my best to do so. Because in a game like God of War, there isn't really any downtime, apart from, you know, the cinematics, obviously, which, you know, there are going to be some. And the game, from what I have seen and what I have heard, is very story-driven, which means that there will be a fair amount that we can actually talk about, coming from, you know, analysis of how to tell a story, that kind of thing. But yeah, in terms of, like, actually how to critique a video game, I'm not really sure that I'm the best person to do that. Because, I don't know. I guess, you know, I've played video games for a long time, but I feel like the way I approach movies is totally different to the way I approach video games, because with a movie, you put it on and you just watch it and then it's done and everyone has the same experience. Well, no, not everyone has the same experience. Everyone has the same base amount of information, because what is on screen is what is on screen. Whereas in a video game, your mechanical skill affects how much of the story you uncover. And in a game like Timberborn, that's kind of irrelevant. And in a game like... Well, no, actually, no. In a game of Frostpunk, if you're shit at Frostpunk, you will never get to the end. And in a game like God of War, you will never get to the end. In Timberborn, you can just put it on easy and just hit go, and you're good. Because it's a city building sim, with droughts every now and then. But yeah, with something like God of War, there is a huge story component to it, from what I have seen and heard. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to actually streaming that properly for you guys, and I hope you enjoy it. BattleTech. BattleTech, because BattleTech, if we're talking about the same game, BattleTech is very similar to XCOM 2. And XCOM 1, but I've never played XCOM 1. XCOM 2 is one of my most played games of all time, and it's one of my favorites. BattleTech I own, and I played it a bit, but it didn't really do much for me. Also, if anyone had was wondering, I had mentioned in the last stream that I was currently playing through Titanfall 2, and I finished the story. It only took like 5 hours or so I could absolutely stream it again for you guys. And it's one of the best FPS campaigns that I've ever played. It's really, really, really good. Like every mission, every like map or level, I guess, has a different gimmick to it. And it can't, you know, I was constantly surprised, which is, given that FPS games are not really my thing, I was repeatedly surprised by what Titanfall 2 offered me. There's also the zone out problem. Sometimes you get lost in thoughts during parts of a movie and a couple of seconds, which could be an important line of action. Yeah, that's I guess why like kind of a live reaction type format doesn't really appeal to me, because I would like to at the very least know that what I'm saying is what I actually think. First impressions are all well and good. Like, you know, when I do God of War, which is obviously a game, not a TV show, you're going to be getting my first impressions. Once we get past the first boss fight, I have not played that game. So everything that happens, you're going to be getting my honest-to-God response to that game. But that is a totally different experience to if I was to actually properly analyze it in the same way that I did Rings of Power, or I am doing The Hobbit. Because, yeah, the experience of experiencing it in that way is very different. And I guess the experience of watching it in that way is also very different. Because I've watched a lot of streamers cover games for the first time. And again, you get their honest response to that game, which I feel like is potentially valuable if you appreciate what that streamer has to say about it. I'm sure attention span must factor into the movie viewing experience. In my case, well, I mean, I don't want to sound big-headed or anything, but in my case, probably not. But in a lot of people's cases, yes, because you stick a film on, if you're not hooked in the first 20 minutes, you're probably sat there looking at your phone, and then you rely on the jump scare cues to tell you when the thing is happening, or like I've had with The Hobbit, you know, it will show you something, and then the characters will say, oh, by the way, this happened, in order to make sure that everyone understands what's happening, even the people who aren't watching the movie. So, like, I feel like that is not good for storytelling, because it knocks everyone down to the same level. You are never, in modern movies, I say never, there are going to be exceptions, but in mainstream movies, you are very rarely rewarded for paying attention. Whereas you might watch something from, I can't remember what year it came out, is in 1959, one of my favorite, I say favorite, I've only seen it once, but it was fucking brilliant. Witness for the Prosecution is an old movie that absolutely rewards you for paying attention. And I want to say it's one of my favorite movies, but again, I've only seen it once, so I can't necessarily give it that gold star. But I need to watch it again. I want to show people that movie. It's incredibly good. It's kind of like 12 Angry Men, in that 12 Angry Men is like one of those films that just everyone should watch. It's just that no one seems to have heard of Witness for the Prosecution, even though like everyone has heard of 12 Angry Men. It's like, even if you haven't seen it, you know what it is. It's, you know, 12 guys in a room talking about a murder trial, and then they resolve it to some degree, and then it ends. But yeah, Witness for the Prosecution, I think I prefer to 12 Angry Men. Only seen it once, might do a video on it, who knows. But like, I don't know anyone who has actually seen that movie. And it's unbelievably good. Like, some of you guys in chat, if you're still in chat, are older than I am. And you may have seen that in the cinemas, because I remember reading that the producers put out a like a epilogue, I guess would be the word, after the credits, basically saying, if you have watched this movie, do not spoil it. Please let people actually watch it. Which was obviously way before the internet, because we're talking like 1959. I'm actually going to check this. Witness for the prosecution, 1957. Yeah, so we're talking way before the internet, way before chat rooms. You know, everyone's just kind of, you know, if they're talking about that movie, they're talking about it with people that they work with over the water cooler or whatever. If that even existed in 1957, I have no idea. But yeah, if you want an old movie to watch that is incredibly good, check out Witness for the Prosecution, because it's... well, top 50? Again, I've only seen it... I'm hesitant to say that something's in my top 50 if I have only seen it once. And I have only seen that film once. Right. Man, it's 2:56. Okay, I want to kill the stream soon. But I'm just gonna catch up on chat, and then we're gonna keep going. I think I hit a button. I think I hit a button. Please tell me you guys can still hear me. Oh, God. Yeah, there we go. Right, okay, you can still hear me. Yeah, I pressed a button on YouTube, and it tried to open a new stream. Again, I'm totally new to this. I'm not a pro. Okay. Your cadence with how you speak is perfect for streaming. I have truly enjoyed every stream. You are clearly a natural. We are randos and we enjoy your company. You are great. Thank you, Truffle Pup. Thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate that, honestly. Hopefully, yeah, I mean, if you... Because the live streaming is a... I just kind of decided to do this because why the hell not? Like, jump in at the deep end with something I'm uncomfortable with. To support the mainline videos. Because if someone likes my live streams, then they might watch my videos, kind of thing. But also it allows me to actually communicate directly with you guys. And if you're in chat, then theoretically at least you're the guys that are most invested in the content that I'm going to put out. Assuming that you can make it on a Friday at 8 p.m. GMT. And if that ends up being inconvenient for anyone else, then, you know, the only reason I picked that is because of the birthday stream a month ago. So I'm totally open, you know, if everyone would prefer a Thursday, then we'll do Thursday. Like, I don't care. You know, I like the idea of doing this every now and then just to check in with you guys. Although, like I said, the next handful of streams I have decided are going to be God of War. We'll do as much chatting with Chattery as we can. But the format is going to be a little bit different. So, I just hope that you guys are able to watch and enjoy me playing God of War. Because I'm going to give you my commentary on the game while playing it. And you know, it does require some mechanical skill to play. You can't just, like with Timberborn, it's not entirely knowledge of the game and who needs food and all the rest of it. You actually have to be able to press the buttons at the right time. So there are going to be times where I can't just stop and be like, hey chat, how are you? Even though I would love to. So maybe I'll pause and take a break every now and then and just catch up. But yeah, hopefully you guys are invested enough to enjoy the story of God of War 2018, which by all accounts is fantastic. And from having played the first hour, looks to be fantastic. Kassan, I don't recognize your name. I'm not going to add you to this, to these beavers, but if you are in my next live stream, please let me know, and I will add you to my other beavers in my actual live stream beaver city. So Kassan says, sorry if it's been asked already, but have you considered covering Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon content? Yeah, as otherwise says, Game of Thrones has been done to death. I don't feel like I have anything to say on Game of Thrones that has not already been said. House of the Dragon I have not yet watched. However, I am planning on watching it at some point. Whether that will result in any kind of video content for you guys, I don't know, honestly. I might do it after The Hobbit. I don't know. Because The Hobbit is not... The Hobbit is going to carry me through to June, July of this year easily. But yeah, House of the Dragon supposedly is very good. But yeah, what I might do is watch it, and I might end up doing a podcast with Ryan like I'm doing for The Last of Us, because he has watched it, however I have not. So we might cover it in that kind of format. Whether I'll do a full-on analysis for it, I don't know. I will watch it. I promise you that. I will watch it, and then I will decide what I will do with it, if anything. I enjoyed that show way more than I expected. Yeah, again, I know multiple people who have watched House of the Dragon, and they're like, this is how Game of Thrones should have continued to be. And yeah, like House of the Dragon, I think it's based on a book by George R.R. Martin, but I don't know how much of it is based on a book. I think, again, correct me, I could be totally wrong there, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Whereas the end of Game of Thrones is obviously not based on a book. It's based on George R.R. Martin said, okay, this is who ends up on the throne, and this is who dies, and this is what, you know, the very bare bones basic bullshit of that. So Game of Thrones, I have no intention of covering. House of the Dragon, I might. We will see if I have strong opinions on it either way. 12 Angry Men makes my top 10. Yeah, I don't know if it makes my top 10, but it's up there, definitely. RoboCop. Yeah, RoboCop was released 5 years before I was born. I really like RoboCop, but I prefer Paul Verhoeven's other movies, Starship Troopers and Total Recall. Those are two of my favorites. RoboCop I don't think is as good as either of those, but I still really like RoboCop. You know, RoboCop is just good old fun. I'd buy that for $1, certainly. Tank Imperator Super Chat. You are going to be my last Super Chat of the evening. Go to bed. Yeah, man, I'm gonna go to bed just as soon as I'm caught up with chat, which is very momentarily. Thank you so much for your support. 7 hours, go to sleep. Yeah, we're at 3:02. We gotta go to sleep very soon. We just got a little bit of chat to catch up with. Kassan says the book is based off in-universe accounts of Game of Thrones history, whereas the show definitely answers some of the questions that weren't explicitly answered in the book, if that makes sense. That's interesting. So, potentially there is some kind of adaptation argument that you could actually make there. Because, like, I don't think I'd be the guy to do it, but if the book for House of the Dragon is almost like a historical kind of, again, I haven't read the Silmarillion from Tolkien, but if it's that kind of thing where it's characters treating it as history rather than as fact, and the House of the Dragon show adapts that into a TV show, then that may lead to some interesting discussions, potentially. We will have to see. Because, yeah, I will definitely watch it. I don't know when, and I don't know if I will end up turning it into anything. Total Recall has probably one of the best title sequences I've ever seen. Man, that movie is just, it's so good. I love it. It's excellent. I've also seen the remake, and honestly, even the remake's not great. But if the original didn't exist, I feel like the original would be... I feel like the remake, the Colin Farrell remake, would be looked on far more generously than it is. But, yeah, it's not great. It's not great. The original, though, is fantastic. I've seen a format about The Last of Us by another YouTuber who made a single video about the complete series, but talking for 8 to 10 minutes about every episode. I don't know how much value there is in talking for 8 to 10 minutes about each episode. There is so much that you can talk about. That's kind of why I said earlier in the stream, I'm going to finish with this. Anyone else who's in chat, I'm going to leave it with this. I'm going to respond to this, and then we'll kill the stream. So I will see you guys next week. But in the case of my previous videos that are currently they're privated, I probably won't make them public at any point, but like prior to the Rings of Power videos, I had a whole bunch of videos, like maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 or so. And some of them I have left public, like the Blade Runner one, because I figure that might be useful for people to watch. But there's a whole bunch that I kept private because I figured they're like 5 minutes long, and it's like, what's the point? You know, that you guys, if you are fans of mine, you're going to watch them and be like, oh, okay, that did nothing for me. So I've kept them as private, but I haven't deleted them because I might watch them and, you know, work out where I can improve. So the entire, I guess, critical format of quote-unquote armchair critics, which maybe that includes me. I don't know. I don't know how you would define that, but there is a difference, I think, between analyzing something in detail and saying, I liked this, like and subscribe. You know, there's a difference between that. Like, there's plenty of YouTubers who do the same kind of thing I do. Like, again, everyone peripherally related to EFAP typically does this. Little Platoon does this. Disparu, I've seen a few of his videos. He does this kind of thing. And it's useful beyond what the content actually is. Because I can say, like, what did I see in the cinema this week? I saw, I don't know, Barbie, like whenever Barbie comes out, and I can spend 5 minutes saying, hey guys, I liked Barbie, like and subscribe. And like, what use is that to you? You know? So I feel like that kind of thing is best saved for the live stream format. Because if I do see something, like I have made a note on my phone, I will, assuming that I don't fail you guys, I will endeavor to watch The Great Mouse Detective by the time I do my next live stream in a week today. But yeah, like my views on that, I'm not going to have thought about it particularly in depth. I'll just be like, hey guys, this is what I think of the movie. Do you agree? There's a massive difference between doing that and making a 3-hour analytical, fully edited, fully scripted video covering the ins and outs of how each scene functions. Like, that's not the same thing. And I'm not disparaging anyone who does the former. You know, if you want to just upload to YouTube every week and say, hey guys, I saw this, and talk about the thing that you saw for 10 minutes, like, good for you, go for it. But like, I'd rather cover less and talk more. You know, I don't feel like there's any point in telling you guys what I thought of insert movie here. I'd rather tell you guys in excruciating detail what I think of a particular movie. And we'll cover that as best we can, and then we'll move on to the next one. And that inherently means that we're not going to cover everything, but I mean, we're never going to cover everything. And if you do cover everything, as some channels do, then you're very limited in what you can actually say. Ninja Scroll. Truffle Pup says Ninja Scroll. Yes, I looked that up. What is Ninja Scroll? Hold on, I gotta look this up. Because I don't want to promise anything that I ain't gonna do. Ninja Scroll. No, that's Wikipedia. Where's IMDb? No, that's Amazon. How many episodes are there of Ninja Scroll? How many indeed? IMDb does not tell me. It, yeah, it literally does not tell me. Yeah, you're gonna, Truffle Pup, you're gonna have to tell me how long is Ninja Scroll. Could I watch a couple of episodes before next stream? If so, I will probably endeavor to do so, but honestly, the fact that it's anime, you might not like what I think of it, but hey, I'll watch it. Who knows? Right. We're still catching up. We're still catching up on chat, but I've got to go to bed in sort of 5 minutes or so. Kassan says, the main difference I felt with your videos is that you actually care to visualize and argue logical errors in a very honest fashion. That's what I try to do, and if I ever don't do that, then I would very much like you guys to tell me, because whether I like something or don't like something, and secondary concern as well is whether something is good or bad. Because I might like something that is bad, but I feel like making the distinction between the two is very important. And if I'm ever unclear with that, I would want you to tell me. Good night, Kassan, as well. I missed your message. I know I just read your message, but I missed you saying good night. Thank you for joining. He says, or he said if he has gone, where is it? I don't know if that helps your feedback, but I appreciate that you go very in-depth with your analysis. The long-term format is a huge plus for me. Yeah, I personally like the idea of going as in-depth as possible with a thing, rather than going, you know, surface level with everything. It's kind of the idea of, like, if you're a musician, like, you know, do you want to have 1 million people who have heard of you? Or do you want to have 100 people who fucking love every song you've ever written? Like, I think I'd go for the second one, honestly. Right, where are we with chat? Yeah, to follow up on what Kassan said, I try to be... Oh, there goes the... No, okay, that was an empty bottle. Right, we're good. To follow up on what Kassan said, I try, as I hope you will see with my Hobbit video, I try to be as fair as I can. Because the Rings of Power videos are... You know, there's moments where I'm like, okay, this was actually good, well done. With The Hobbit, there are more moments where this was actually good, well done. But broadly speaking, it's still not very good. So, hopefully, any moments where I'm actually praising it are more earnest because of the fact that, broadly speaking, it's not very good. Because, you know, I feel like if something is bad, like what's something that's... Velma. I've not seen Velma yet. If I was to watch Velma and cover it, and there was a scene that was good, I would tell you guys, this scene was good, and this is why. Because I don't really like the idea of adhering to a narrative beforehand and being like, oh, the Hobbit films are obviously bad. Let's shred them to pieces. That wasn't my approach when I agreed to... Well, I say agreed. When you guys voted for me to do the Hobbit movies. Because my view on the Hobbit movies, like, I had things to say, but honestly, having now watched 2 of them, one of them will be releasing on Sunday, if any of you missed the beginning of the stream. Having now watched 2 of the 3 of them, they are a lot worse than I remember them being. That doesn't mean that there is nothing of value in them, and that doesn't mean that they are on the same level as Rings of Power. So, yeah. There's definitely discussion to be had. And I would like to try to be fair, even if something I'm covering is shit, honestly. Right, let's finish up with chat, and then I gotta go to bed, man. It's 3:15 right now. Anyone who hasn't hit the like button should do so. Please do, even if it doesn't do anything for you, because, like, I use the like button to go back and rewatch videos. But yeah, if you wanna hit like, please do, because it will share this video, and it will then grow the channel, which means I can do more. It's about 90 minutes and is ridiculously good. Ninja Scroll is about 90 minutes. Is it not a series? I looked it up, unless it's a really short series, but if it's like 90 minutes, I'll check it out. Good night, otherwise. Thank you for joining. Don't do Velma. No, Truffle Pup. I am not going to do Velma. I don't have any interest in doing that. I don't want to just be like, this is bad because it's very obviously bad. I know that kind of became the case with Rings of Power, but at the very least, Rings of Power has some facade of prestige. It's like Velma is just obviously bad from the get-go, and I would not be surprised if it was like they just came out and were like, yeah, we know this is shit. We just made it because money. And that's kind of the case with Rings of Power, but at least Rings of Power pretends to not be that. So, and even if that's not the case, there is more to talk about with Rings of Power than I feel there is with Velma. So, don't watch the series, watch the film. Right, let me look this up, and then I've got to go to bed. So, what is it? Ninja Scroll IMDb. 1993. 1 hour 34. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so I'm going to leave this window open. I'm not going to promise anything, but what I am going to endeavor to do by next Friday is watch The Great Mouse Detective, because some of you guys suggested that I should watch it, and also check out the movie Ninja Scroll. I'm not going to ask what it is. I'm not going to ask what the original anime is. I don't want you to tell me. I'm just going to watch it as a film and see what I think. How it functions as its own movie. Like, you know, what I end up... I'll probably talk about it for maybe like 5 minutes or so before I do God of War next week. But, you know, maybe there'll be something in there that you guys will find entertaining. Because if I really, really like it, I'll be able to tell you guys why. And if I disagree with Truffle Pup for whatever reason, and I'm like, I couldn't get into this, I will be able to tell you why. At which point, I might ask Truffle Pup, like, do you think I'm wrong? Like, where do you think I'm misreading something? Are you reading into something that I'm not? You know, that kind of thing. And then we can kind of work out why we differ in our view of Ninja Scroll. If I dislike it, because I have no clue what to expect. I've never heard of it until you said what it is. Right. So, it is 3:17 at this point, and our Timberborn city is doing pretty well. So, we're gonna jump off. Thank you guys, all of you, for watching. Just a quick reminder before I kill the stream. On Sunday this week, so 2 days' time, at 4 PM, we're doing a premiere of the Hobbit video, which is going to be released for the Unexpected Journey. An Unexpected Journey, I should say. I will be there in chat interacting with you guys, and I hope you very much enjoy it if any of you are able to join. And apart from that, if you missed that, a week today, so on the, what would that be, the 1st of April 2023, we're already in April, nearly. We're gonna do the first chunk of God of War 2018 in the form of a live stream. So, I hope to see you guys either in the premiere of The Hobbit. If not, I will see you guys next week. And be aware, I will not be streaming 2 weeks from now, so... well, update your calendar if you were tuning in every other week. So, right. I hope you've enjoyed Timberborn. I've enjoyed chatting with you guys. I'll hopefully see you on Sunday. If not, I'll see you next Friday. Thank you guys, and I'll see you next time.